Words in blood. Like flowers. Philosophy and poetry. Music and eros in Hölderlin, Nietzsche, and Heidegger. Babette E. Babbage. The title of this book repeats the language and the passions of Friedrich Hölderlin and Friedrich Nietzsche. For it was Nietzsche who wrote of living with ideas as one, lives with companions as real as flesh and blood, and he spoke more forcefully of writing in blood, telling us that of everything written, his Zarathustra loves only what one has written with one's blood. Write with blood and you will learn that blood is spirit, of reading and writing. Hölderlin, in his poem Bread and Wine, uses the language of words, like ours, and writes variously, as only a poet can, of the hours of the mouth and the hours of the heart. Written, as we say, with one's heart, words in blood express the passion that for Heidegger belongs to philosophy at its inception as Thaumazion, as pathos itself, which Heidegger understood as the key to the Attunementsstimmung of philosophic astonishment, the sustained wonder or amazement that things are, that what is as it is and not otherwise. One can keep this wonder only in authentic questioning, a questioning that opens up its own source, I. In this self-rending tension, philosophy never makes things easier but only more difficult, I. This same difficulty is the reason Heidegger thinks that philosophy might, indeed, if we concern ourselves with it, do something with us, I. Using the language of writing in blood, Nietzsche does not fail to underscore its Faustian implications, on the one hand in teasing, as Nietzsche liked to tease Goethe, on the other hand in all seriousness. If one writes in blood, one surrenders one's soul. But if these authors put themselves into what they write, we will see that they claim the same from the reader. The conjunction between philosophy and poetry, not to mention music and eros, is a complicated one. And this limits, if it also constitutes, its appeal. For if the reading I propose between the poet Hölderlin and the philosophers Nietzsche and Heidegger will speak to some readers, it is just as obvious that this approach will not appeal to others. Here. 7. I can have little to say, as these other readers will be unlikely to have read even this far, or if they do read further, will likely dip and pick, leaving out context and sidestepping all such complications as inherently belong to the themes of philosophy and poetry, music and eros in Hölderlin, Nietzsche, and Heidegger, and so constitute the substance of this book. To summarize the chapters to follow, I begin with a discussion of Heidegger and Nietzsche on philosophy, poetry, and love, including some everyday reactions on philosophical affairs. I then note Nietzsche's aphoristic style and the role of rhetoric in order to raise the question of how the spirit of music would account not only for the heart of Nietzsche's RST book on tragedy but also for his singular insight into the sound of ancient Greek itself and his emphasis on language with respect to the sounds of its words, its meters, and its rhythms, likewise articulated and exemplified. This similarity is no accident, in the beauty of Hölderlin's poetry. For Nietzsche had discovered nothing less than the breath or spirit of music in the words of Greek tragedy, which was also his testament to oral culture in antiquity. Yet this discovery, particularly as Nietzsche chose to illustrate its consequences for modern culture, a very classical, indeed classicist's program, precisely in the spirit of Erwin Rohde, and Contra Wilamowitz, as Karl Reinhardt would also attest, the same Reinhardt whose father had studied with Nietzsche in Basel and who had even urged his son to take up Nietzsche's cause precisely as a classicist, drew little resonance from his readers, be they specialists or not. This may have been the reason Nietzsche began with the same focus in the gay science, drawing on the example of the troubadour and yet another oral tradition of poetic or song composition. I particularly attend to Nietzsche's lifelong preoccupation with Pindar's poetic word, "Become the one you are." Nietzsche hears this word in the enigmatic voice of conscience, gs, a creator's conscience, spoken with the utter innocence of the creator. That one becomes what one is presupposes that one does not have the remotest idea what one is. Why I am so clever. The philosophically re-exive point here, taken in connection with the resonant unions of poetry, that is, the heart of what is music in it, gs, to use Nietzsche's own language, underscores the inevitable limits of a reading that would reduce everything in Nietzsche, or in the Greeks, to prior sources, a project which not only disregards the transformations of style but excludes the same spirit of music as well as what Nietzsche regarded as historical Reaction, a judgment on the critical sense of history Nietzsche had in common with Herbert Butterald, a scientific historian in almost the same sense that Nietzsche was. 8. When Nietzsche reeks on his writing, he reeks on the Greek convention of the poetic muse or inspiration, the idea that one is merely incarnation, merely mouthpiece, as this idea inheres in the ecstatic essence of Dichtung. This is what works in or through him quite apart from his own will. One hears, one does not seek, one takes, one does not ask who gives, a thought ashes up like lightning, with necessity, unfalteringly formed. I have never had any choice, Ibid. In this fashion, the same Nietzsche who celebrates the primacy of the active artist above the passive spectator and who assumes the determining superiority of the wealthy, for Nietzsche, the rich are not merely consumers but those who impose their standards as taste, is also careful to set the unconscious dynamic of poetic invention in place of the creative subject and contra the ideal of artistic genius. Reacting on the phoenix of music, where he also tells us that the whole of Zarathustra may perhaps be reckoned as music, Nietzsche adverts to the singular achievements of his style, the aphorism trembling with passion, eloquence become music, For my part, I consider the metaphorical and literal expression of philosophy as music as this has come down to us from Heraclitus and Plato. A musical resonance works through Hölderlin's poetry where it is taken up in Nietzsche's most personal poem To the City of Bridges and Music, Venice itself. The same resonance works, so Theodor Adorno reads this resonance, as Hölderlin's voice recurs in Heidegger's paratactic expression. From the problem of the artist, Nietzsche turns to the question of the actor, thence to the question of the Jew, and ultimately to the question of woman. For Nietzsche, who always felt himself to have the soul of a lover, the question of woman takes us to the eros of art as the illusion of the actor and thus the artist. The concluding section of this book turns to Nietzsche's archaic reactions on chaos as well as Hölderlin's poetic call to a mindful consideration of the relation between nature and art, adumbrated, for the poet, in technological terms. This also includes a review of the judgments rendered by the advocates of art history and hermeneutic aesthetics regarding Heidegger on the origin of the work of art, which I consider with reference to contemporary sensibilities. With respect to the locus of the museum, I discuss Christo and New York's Central Park, and the question of conservation, the preservation of antiquities in Greek Arcadia as in Athens. The penultimate chapter offers a reading of Heidegger's politicizing of language between Germany and Greece, and the last chapter considers Heidegger's intended legacy as he crafts his own self-oriented Nachlass in his Beitrag, which he composes, so I argue, on the model of Nietzsche's will to power and ironically unsuccessful ambition given the posthumous editorial interventions in the published version. After reviewing the consequences of such interventions, I read the Beitrag in relation to the technologically globalized world. But reading alone will not be enough. The three authors mentioned, one poet and two philosophers, are unit voices inasmuch as they each invite, or compel, us to think. So we hear Hölderlin in his novel, Hyperion, or The Hermit in Greece, poetry is the beginning and the end of philosophical knowledge. But this is only because the great saying, the en diaphon otwu, the one within itself differentiated, of Heraclitus, could be found only by a Greek, for it is the essence of beauty, and before it was found, there was no philosophy, sta. Beauty, for Hölderlin, is worth more than reason for philosophical thinking, as Schiller also argued in a still Kantian modality. But what poetry does best it does in spite of us. And if Nietzsche and, in a different way, if Heidegger, too, can seek to borrow the thunder of poetry that is, as already observed, poetic style and poetic rhetoric, it will be to take us beyond what we are convinced we already know. For one must, so Nietzsche argued, learn to think just as one must similarly learn to read. When Heidegger answers the reproach that his language is emptily tautological and hence unlikely to get us anywhere with meditative patience, but we do not want to get anywhere. We would like only, for once, To get to just where we are already, we may be reminded of T.S. Eliot's ultimate exploration that niches by allowing us to arrive where we started / and know the place for the rest time. Eliot's reaction towards the conclusion of the last of his 4 quartets, begins with the drawing of this love and the voice of this / calling, and ends through the unknown, unremembered gate. When the last of earth left to discover is that which was the beginning. For what is to come, more soon naxtens mere. The beginning, as the ancient Greeks said, is everything. Precisely for this reason Heidegger sought what he called another beginning, a step back. Nietzsche sought to recall the innocence of things, the innocence of becoming or change, just as becoming is the enemy of every beginning. If Hölderlin turns to erection on the bowed course of life that is mortal life, and the sinking down or inclination that is mortal love, he could also write in his poem The Rhine, dedicated to his friend Isaac von Sinclair, for as you began, so you will remain. Wie du anfängst, wirst du bleiben. Here, Hölderlin emphasizes the very Greek insight that everything is already fully present at the start. When Hölderlin writes the death of Empedocles in 3 progressive versions, it is significant that in the last version, Empedocles does not simply take leave of life, sacrificing himself in death. The philosopher's leap into Etna is for the sake of another beginning, as love succeeds hate, and life succeeds death, in an eternal cycle. Transforming or perhaps consummating all syncretism between the life of Empedocles and the life of Christ, this recalls the vision of nature's reconciliation at the conclusion of Hyperion. In the poet's later, elegiac voice, this is expressed analogically. But reading, so to speak, as though in a script, men imitate inity and riches. Is simple heaven rich, then? Surely like blossoms are silvery clouds. Yet from there it is that dew and moisture rain down. But when the blueness is extinguished, the simpleness, then shines the pale hue that resembles marble, like ore, an indication of riches. In this fashion, the third version begins you the most mature dear Gary of Tessin, invoking the most full or consummate one is reminded of Nietzsche's image of ripened GS in you I'll recognize my new life's day. In this way, when Pausanias entreats Empedocles to recall their bonds to one another, hoping that this love might be a means to hold him in life and Hölderlin always regarded love, both mortal and immortal, as liberation, not conment Empedocles answers him. But you must know, I am not yours / no more than you are mine / where you walk, I do not, my blossoming / elsewhere awaits me. For Empedocles, this destiny was decided from the day he was born, but he can also claim that this pregured fate promises a transgured resolution. Look up and dare to know it. What is one breaks up, yet love in its bud does not die, and everywhere in bold, untrammeled joy, unforced, the airy tree of life divides. If their different paths mean that Pausanias is to keep calmly to the joy of earth's drunken image der Erde Trunknies build and the 12. Perpetual round dance der Geschaftgereagentens of human existence, and, from time to time, even to commemorate his friend at evening und denk am Abend mein, it is the philosopher's physical, bodily alteration that gives him the most intimate hint that his time has changed. Thus he reeks that if he once pretended or aspired to an attunement to a vision of higher melodies and sought to imitate them, are we speaking of the poet or the philosopher, it is now clear that that was all a jest. Es war ein Scherz. Thus transposed in a backstretched Heraclitean modality, what is transformed in Empedocles is nothing less than his attunement. More gravely now I hear you, voices of the gods. Nun hor ich ernster Yucca, ihr Götterstimen. If Nietzsche borrows Pindar's voice to call to himself and the friend of youth, become the one you are, Hölderlin's Empedocles points to a different transition, the transition that is nothing but the heart of becoming, and a heart indeed that echoes Heraclitus, I am not the one I am, Pausanias, he says continuing, and not for years may sojourn here / only a gleam, a glint that soon must pass / one note the lyre strings hold, and yet we can scarcely forget that, again like Heraclitus. Empedocles is the teacher of cosmic recurrence, of a return, as he says in one tone to his young friend, "Go, and fear nothing. Everything recurs and what's to come is already completed." We hear these null words, in a different, more reserved, or careful tone addressed to his former teacher, "Now leave me. When over there the light of day goes down, you'll see me once again." Calling to nature itself, the theme of recurrence is already to be heard at the conclusion of Hölderlin's RST book, "Like spoiled fruits from you, fall human beings, let them perish, for so do they return again to your root, O tree of life, sta." The promise of a deeper, Heraclitan, concord comforts Hyperion, we two are not parted, Diotima. Living tones are we, tuned together in thy harmony, nature. Who can rend this? Who may tear lovers asunder? The musical secret of tragedy echoes in this Empedoclean exchange or counter-rhythm, like the quarrels of lovers are the dissonances of the world, reconciliation is in the midst of strife and all that has been divided nds itself again. Nietzsche, of course, will reprise this musical dissonance at the conclusion of his RST book. For his part, Hölderlin nds 6 syllables, seemingly to say the same again, to end his novel So docht ich. Nächstens mehr. Philosophy and the poetic eros of thought. If we trust Heidegger's own assessment at the end of his life, as Gadamer has transmitted this to us, Nietzsche would be Heidegger's undoing. Nevertheless, Heidegger undertook to read Nietzsche in a way that remains a rarity to this day. Completing Nietzsche's project at the end of philosophy, Heidegger thinks the other beginning. But Heidegger's beginnings are known only in the ashing of the moment, as the RST edge of the sun at the break of dawn or the wake of an eclipse. In his lecture courses, Heidegger took care to bracket then contemporary presuppositions about Nietzsche, the very presuppositions that continue today. Not as a philosopher of life, and we note that past as well as more recent readings of Nietzsche and biology and even Nietzsche and the body continue to install him in the conceptual register of life or blood and thereby race, and not as a poet-philosopher, Nietzsche, for Heidegger, can tell us what philosophy can be. Philosophy, love, and wisdom. Heidegger, Nietzsche, and the erotic. If philosophy, as the love of wisdom involves thinking and if thought has knowledge as its object, then all human beings, to the extent that it is true that it is in the nature of the human to love or to search for knowledge, may be supposed to be philosophers at ground or in nous. Thus Aristotle begins his metaphysics with the assertion that all men by nature desire to know, meta, an assertion that seemingly emphasizes the philosophical temperament as specifically humanizing, just as Aristotle distinguishes human beings from plants and from animals in terms of the capacity for reactive thought. This humane cadence has often been used to obscure what Nietzsche regarded as the consummately undemocratic tenor of antiquity, a tenor corresponding to the paradoxically sublime forbearance of the noble vis-a-vis the common, the core of Nietzsche's notion of the pathos of distance, GMI. For Nietzsche, the Greek ideal of nobility, or virtue, is as impossibly distant for us as is the ancient Greek understanding of slavery and its attendant contempt for necessary or life-essential labor, that is, in support of the life of the species. In other words, ancient Greek conceptions of slavery are intrinsically foreign to our modern sensibility, to a lifestyle or art of living that willingly trades the hours of its day for material compensation, payable by the hour or still worse, as a career, in exchange for a secure salary, CGS. The Greek philosopher, Nietzsche wrote, went through life feeling secretly that there were far more slaves than one might think, namely that everyone who was not a philosopher was a slave, GS. To comprehend this attitude of self-mastery, pursuing wisdom not for social rewards or for the sake of earning a living, as the English idiom so tellingly has it, the philosopher has to be fundamentally genuine, in Heidegger's sense, foundationally real, and only in this ultimate sense, a true lover of wisdom. This is the high foundational significance of real or actual, the meaning Heidegger gives to being a real poet, provided, for example, there are poets only, but then, really poets, to the extent that there are thinkers only, but then, really thinkers. Heidegger's emphasis here, Die Dichter nur contrasts with Nietzsche's plainly poetic expression, only a fool, only a poet, nur Narr, nur Dichter. Thus as Nietzsche teases, the philosopher, even the genuine or real philosopher, turns out to be merely a lover of wisdom, a perpetual suitor, as the poet John Keats comforts or curses the swain frozen on an antique urn, she cannot fade, though thou hast not thy bliss, forever wilt thou love, and she be fair. An eternal seducer of wisdom, but an inconsummate, impotent failure just the same. In a lecture presented in Normandy on the theme What is Philosophy, speaking 10 years after the end of World War II, Heidegger shows himself to be a master of rhetoric, and, therefore, of diplomacy. In contrast to the usual characterizations of Heidegger's chauvinism, reserving the German language for philosophy and expressly excluding other languages, Heidegger here addresses his French audience beyond their own Gallic and Latinate heritage, reminding his listeners that when one invokes philosophy, whatever language one speaks, every scholar is in the province of ancient Greece. In this way, Heidegger tells us, all philosophers may be ranged within the legacy of that Greek thinker, presumably Heraclitus, who coined the word philosophos v. The lover of wisdom is like the lover of anything, as Heidegger goes on in the same good scholastic fashion, retracing the hierarchical cadence of love well known to us after both Plato and Aristotle, like Philargyros, loving silver, like Philotomos, loving honor. Thus an honor philosophos is hos philei to sophon, he who loves the sophon. For Heidegger, such love, conceived as harmony, and accordingly understood in the cosmological fashion that Heraclitus speaks of the physical meaning of love, like Empedocles, is in accord with the sophon. This is the meaning of hen panta, one is all. Heidegger continues, the sophon says all being is in being. Being is being. This is the that of the wonder expressed in the Greek thuomazeion, the sheer that things are, which as every student learns is the beginning of philosophy in astonishment or wonder. But for Heidegger, the love of the sophon, the being in being, is from its inception, and almost immediately, lost. This radically sudden loss or eclipsed beginning is the lightning ash that, in the oldest conversion of metaphors, may be regarded as the ground tone resonating throughout the later Heidegger. In what Nietzsche calls the jealous and compensatory vicariousness of the senses, this music barely begins to sound, that is to say, this lightning just ashes and is as quickly lost to senses of apprehension and to thought. Thus Heidegger calls for another beginning in thinking, a step back interior to philosophy itself. Philosophy is consequently already metaphysical at its inception, a striving, or exis it becomes a sundered longing for the sophon. Because the loving is no longer an original harmony with the sophon but is a particular striving towards the sophon, the loving of the sophon becomes philosophia. The striving is determined by eros. But ancient Greek eros and philia are two different, if always of things. Heidegger therefore maintains that philosophy exemplifies a particular love, indeed a clearly erotic relation to thought. And in his lecture course What is Called Thinking, he turns to Hölderlin to articulate the relation between love and thinking, to trace the relation between thinking or philosophy and love. Reacting on thought and poetry, Heidegger claims that poetry, as its own standing in itself, must be seen its own truth in the beauty of its very word, wt. This self-standing in the truth does not exclude but on the contrary includes what we think in the poetic word, ibid. Heidegger's reading of the poet's word turns it out of the center of one of Hölderlin's seductively intriguing poems, Socrates and Alcibiades, who the deepest has thought, loves what is most alive, das tief Saint Gedacht, Lied das lebendig Saint. The poet draws us to thinking and love, posing them side by side. As Heidegger observes, thought and loves form the center of the line. Inclination mogen reposes in thinking. The alignment of love, the past of thinking and the present allure of love, betrays the sobriety, and self-sufficiency, ordinarily supposed for the life of thought. Mogen, for the Suabian Hölderlin as much as for Heidegger, love, for Heraclitus and for Empedocles, is a vulnerable and impermanent disposition, a harmony, which needs to be held, sustained, or tuned in being, or it vanishes. This vulnerability is key beyond the excitement associated with an attunement of any kind. Once, however, in the beginning of Western thinking, the essence of language ashed in the light of being when once Heraclitus thought the Lgov as his guiding word, thus to think in this word the being of beings. But the lightning vanished abruptly. No one preserved its streak of light or the nearness of what it illuminates. As the mark of loss, this reversed eclipse is an erotic gur. We begin, with Heidegger, by talking about philosophy, the love of wisdom. Just as quickly, we end ourselves talking about longing, betrayed in the same movement. We are talking about eros, and this is never quite, if it is also never far from, the discourse of love. This is the eros of philosophy that has Nietzsche commending Socrates as a sublime eroticist, the problem of Socrates, VGL. BT, and speaking, in advance of Wittgenstein, and this may be no accident, of the permeation of eros to the depths or else to the heights of the human soul, BGE, the same eros that was given poison to drink, crippled but not killed by the church, BGE. Numerous commentators, including Luce Irigaray, Jean-Luc Nancy, and Giorgio Agamben have undertaken to write on, and often enough, on the impossibility of, Heidegger and the subject of love. Recently, George Steiner has even installed Heidegger in the place of Peter Abelard in the Lovers' Square opposed to Hannah Arendt's Heloise, a disquieting constellation, one might say, and in more than one sense. Yet this last construction reminds us of the old claim that philosophy begins in gossip, another way to translate the famous RST line of Aristotle's Metaphysics. And talking about gossip or about love affairs in Heidegger's case, the theme of Heidegger and eros is eminently seductive. Confirming this dimension, Heidegger himself instigates the arch-erotic move of evasion, the master's move that, like Socrates' own gambit, assures his lasting allure. Declaring, as I am told that Heidegger declares, and I am happy to take it on the purest faith, that the essence of eros is nothing erotic, Heidegger would outdo even Nietzsche for sheer provocation. Agamben too has a lover's complaint about Heidegger and love. Limiting his concern to Heidegger's being and time, Agamben draws attention to Heidegger's seeming failure to mention love, just as Heidegger fails, quite fatally for Sartre one might remember, to talk about beer, or just as cataclysmically for Irigaray, to mention air. Agamben has to qualify the claim with reference to Heidegger's invocation of the terminology of Pascal and Augustine, as most other such claims might also be qualied. This is the same Heidegger who begins by talking about nothing only to discover being, or, beginning with being, to advance to thinking about nothing, quite differently than Alain Badiou's important valorization of the same. Given, so Agamben claims, Heidegger's familiarity with Max Scheler's views on the preeminence of love and hate, and considering, this is Agamben's trump card, the circumstantial romantic involvement of Heidegger and Arendt, attested in a backwards look from a letter Heidegger wrote to Arendt later in life, Agamben nevertheless has his satisfaction on just these terms. For Agamben, the very writing of being and time took place under the sign of love. If Luce Irigaray's reading in Heidegger and the forgetting of air retains the elevated tone of a Derrida by comparison, and despite, or better said owing to the distractions of her Lacanian formation by gentle or literary contrast with Irigaray's philosophic inquiry, George Steiner's reading raises the question of a traditionally redemptive romantic entanglement. The stakes of this redemption correspond to what Steiner happily or unhappily calls the lessons of the masters. He took the English title reluctantly, so he assures us in his introduction. Steiner's lessons are offered beyond the reality of sexual harassment. He has no patience with the language and imputations of unwanted attentions. How could there be anything but mutuality here, albeit upon a clearly unequal level, Steiner seems to ask, nor does he have any time to consider the possibility of less than gentle consequences of such mismatched seduction, again, on both sides. The masters never want to be masters at this level. This is the chance to return to the Shropshire of their remembered or unfulfilled youth. And to be sure, for such literal-minded thinkers of the old school, What the media calls sexual harassment is a lame word for the dynamic of intellectual betrayal, frustrated hope, and wronged innocence that teachers of a past generation can never imagine. Never, never ever. Teaching, to paraphrase Nietzsche, is so erotic. But it is essential, if only for the lover's ideal of fantasized reciprocity, as Lacan would mock us, to ask, for whom? Whose eros is this if it is not the master's erotic ideal, for we are not talking about a student playground, youth on youth. Nietzsche stood square in the company of the master's professors, teachers. He did not, so he assured Lou in a disarmingly innocent protestation of his intentions, merely want someone to act as his secretary and practical assistant in household affairs. He wanted she could be his pupil. And Arendt was Heidegger's student. It is worth pausing a moment to ask ourselves why we persistently call Lou Salome by her RST name, just where we do not refer to Nietzsche as Friedrich, forget Fritz or Freddy, or why Arendt is almost always emphatically Hannah Arendt and Heidegger only Martin in the context of a love story. The paradigmatic love story for academic masters, as Steiner recalls this account, is that of Heloise, had she a surname, and one Peter Abelard, an unusually gifted troubadour and on this account quite successful with all the women who heard him, as Heloise would later accuse in one of her letters. Maybe we are all of us vicarious masters, in Steiner's phrase, and thus we, male or female, assume the right of speaking on a RST name basis whenever we speak of women. Indeed, we extend this intimacy to women we are not supposed to like, thus we call Nietzsche's sister Elizabeth, as we name Heidegger's wife Elfriede, or Wagner's wife Cosima or his daughter Winifred. But Nietzsche challenges philosophers as such, just because what characterizes Nietzsche's understanding of philosophy is precisely the notion of command. Thus he routinely tells philosophers what they should do, as he famously distinguishes between the tractable, scientific laborer and the philosophical legislator or ruler, just as he saw himself as philosopher rather than philologist alone. If Nietzsche was correct to upbraid philosophers in this case, criticizing them for what he diagnosed as their lack of love, a point addressing less the philosopher's innocence or their deficiencies in matters erotic, as sex manual mad or just gender scholars have assumed, than the philosopher's lack of critical concern with the very question of love. The philosopher simply assumes that he, it is always a he, simply knows what love is. But Nietzsche sought to raise questions where one usually does not think to do so. He regarded this as the determinative characteristic of critique and thereby, and this was the same for Nietzsche, of science. Pastor's son that he was, Nietzsche called attention to the philosophical and widespread conviction concerning the nature of love. Worse than Augustine's question concerning the nature of time, everyone knows asked or unasked what love is, and everyone knows that love is desirable. This is Plato's ironic edge, conveyed in the words of two hired lovers, both male and female, equally contracted and duly paid for the pleasure of their beautiful speeches, because the art of speaking well was thought by the ancients to be the most alluring of all, as Nietzsche reminds us cf. Gs. Thus Plato gives us Diotima's remembered teaching in the Symposium and details the triangular constellation of Lysias's written seducer's speech in the Phaedrus. Much more, as Nietzsche goes on to deepen his challenge to this presumption, everyone knows that a god of love, and here Nietzsche turns ugly, must correspond to a higher divinity than any other god before him. Exactly how this divine evolution might advance, gs, and even pondering what a god of love, exigently requiring love, gs, would have to learn about love, bge, Nietzsche argues that our convictions, already knowing as we do, just might be unfounded, gs. As Descartes critiques the common conviction concerning good sense, whereby everyone thinks himself so abundantly provided with it that one also assumes oneself entitled to forego the acquisition of rules for the direction of thought, so too, we tend to forget that we need to learn how to love things in general, gs, be they musical, artistic, or corporeal, whether our love is the love of words, philology, or wisdom, philosophy. Despite Agamben's assertions, and as Irigaray has noticed, and Steiner follows her, if to be sure, without adverting to her lead, Heidegger himself inquires about love in his discussion of philosophy, even in Being and Time, if only indirectly. Later, and inspired by Nietzsche, Heidegger will observe that in the philosopher's love of the Sophon, that is, for Heidegger, being the disposition of love turns to desire from the start. Love in the process, this is the legacy of formal indication, obscures the character of this solicitude. Failing the exigent reticence of love, the philosopher becomes a scholar, aspiring to wisdom. Worse, in what Heidegger called cybernetics and what would today be called cognitive science, the philosopher can become a man of science, dedicated to the calculation of practical knowledge, a calculation of security that is for Heidegger, as it would also have been for Nietzsche, no different from the calculation of the man of faith. The philosopher as poet. The Nietzsche who wrote a handbook of poetry also wrote poems, just as the Nietzsche who celebrated music above all, also composed, and, perhaps most importantly, also played music. If it is true that Nietzsche's well-attested gift for musical improvisation has rarely been considered, and such a consideration would be challenging indeed, his compositions have been judged harshly, from Nietzsche's contemporary, the composer Hans von Bülow to Cosima Wagner to Georges Liebert. And his poetry would seem to present a similar case. If, as we shall see in the chapter to follow, Nietzsche borrowed the title for the poems that introduce the gay science, his prelude in German rhymes from no one less than Goethe, Scherz, Liszt, und Rach. His efforts here repeat the handbook of the Troubadours Guild, the aristocratic singer's repertory of poetic form as a kind of poetic or literary exercise. I will argue that the gay science as a whole can be seen from this perspective. If this case can be made, it nonetheless remains difficult to draw Nietzsche's thinking out of his poetry. Well in advance of his autobibliography, Ecce Homo, How One Becomes What One Is, Nietzsche proposes his own self-summary under the same inscription in the set of rhymes introducing the gay science. Ecce Homo. Yes. I know now whence I came. Unsatiated like a aim, my glowing ember squanders me light to all on which I seize ashen everything I leave, flame am I most certainly. G.S. Prelude. Thus the same Nietzsche who was to be charmed by a published comparison between himself and dynamite only consider the late 19th century force of this imagery, had already compared himself to light, to burning aim, deploying an image used in the English Shelley's concluding stanza to his Ode to the West Wind scatter as from an unextinguished hearth, ashes and sparks, my words among mankind. And the same Nietzsche also wrote My Roses, Wollt ihr mein Rosenken, a poem of inspired and erotic ambiguity, as well as the magical Silsmaria in the appended songs of Prince Vogelfrey, a series likewise dedicated to Goethe, as well as the self-ironic Poet's Calling, and with this last song, one surely has Nietzsche's blessing for calling him a tick-tock poet. Martin Heidegger's poetry is a different affair to the extent that it has been read as part of his philosophy. This difference does not make Heidegger better or worse than Nietzsche as a poet. But it does mean that to read Heidegger, one does well to attend to his poems. William J. Richardson thus begins his masterly overview of Heidegger's work, through phenomenology to thought, with Heidegger's poem Eventide over Reichenau Abend Gang auf der Reichenau. Echoing Hölderlin's Bread and Wine, as Hölderlin calls to Heine's earlier poem To the Night, it is significant to observe that this may be counted as Heidegger's own Abendlied or Sirenas, to use Nietzsche's classifying translation of the forms of troubadour song. Richardson's commentary on this poem is keenly insightful and it recurs in an important fashion in Richardson's later reactions on Heidegger. If most readers of Heidegger's poetry have been literary scholars, as George Steiner will go on to Conrem, the value of this poetry for his thinking, as Richardson's analysis shows, is plain for philosophy. Robert Bernasconi similarly reads Heidegger's poetry as articulating the said/unsaid, adverting to Heidegger's politically impossible silence in much the same way, as does Steiner, and as I too have wreaked it upon this same silence, under the sign of a language whose words have already broken. It essential here to read Bernasconi's focus on this interrupted speech as a musical attention. In the space of such a music, listening to Heidegger's silence, one must also attend to the articulation of the needful connection between saying and thinking, so that for his own part, as Heidegger reads Parmenides he invokes a paratactically musical reading. In the acoustic dimensionality of the punctuation marks Heidegger adds for our eyes, visually, literally, transposing a voiced break, one which can only be heard in ancient Greek saying speaks where there are no words, in the elds. Between the words which the colons indicate, wt. This is the silence that speaks between the words, between the lines, echoing as the unsaid in what is said. Bernasconi takes the inspiration for his reading of Heidegger's poem on language, Sprach, by means of a recollection of the poem question overheard in Heidegger's reading of another poet, Stefan George, who wrote himself of the failing of the word as word, where word breaks off, no thing may be. Heidegger's question turns in Bernasconi's reading on the question of the word's return, when will words again be words? Bernasconi's invocation of Heidegger's reply echoes only in the highest tonality, when they bear us back to the place of ancient owning Ural Durinus where the ringing of stillness calls. Heidegger's poetic words are set into the philosophical substance of his thinking. A musical reading of his thought entails that we seek to hear what is said/unsaid in these words. The question of language and translation is at issue for us, precisely as English language readers. The translation of Ural Durinus, ancient owning is an beautiful rendering, and yet it does not invite us to hear what Heidegger says, not because these words mistake Heidegger's language, but because we cannot hear his meaning in this. To read Heidegger, to read Nietzsche, to read Hölderlin, we have to read German. And like any language, a foreign language can only be mastered for us, for English-speaking readers, in order to return us once again and only not to the foreign language as such but to what is our own, to what is native to us, as both the poet Hölderlin and the linguist-philosopher Wilhelm von Humboldt had differently emphasized, echoing for their part the spirit of 18th-century hermeneutic Reaktion. Given this poetic and hermeneutic limitation, to read Heidegger's Sprach, to read the poetic word Ural Durinus, we would have to be able to catch a resonant, metonymic reference to the penumbra of sounding words that echo in the word as word, einent, sud, attempt as much as eigen own most, and erroneous event, happening, occurrence. Do we have this capacity? Ought one to hear Eigentlichkeit authenticity as eines in Heidegger's poem as it may, perhaps I do not know if this is true. Recall the key word of his masterpiece? In a personal letter, Rainer Sherman noted the difficulty reported by English readers reading Heidegger on language, as on poetry and thought. Sherman suggested that we might do well to return to reacting upon the indispensability of a critical familiarity with German. This familiarity resonates with Heidegger's recommendation that one rst of all read Greek, which for many of us can mean that we need to begin to learn Greek. Here Sherman invoked the results of linguistic research as substantiating Heidegger's nationalistically irritating, and politically unsettling, claim for a supposed and philosophic affinity proper to the German as to the Greek. Nietzsche as thinker. We have already noted that Heidegger began his lecture course in the S by underscoring Nietzsche's relevance as a philosopher tout court and not a poet or a life philosopher, and, most radically, emphatically not as promulgator of racist or biological teachings. What Nietzsche teaches us about thinking, about thoughtlessness, Heidegger and DS in Nietzsche's simple, because thoughtful words, the wasteland grows, Wt. Die Wust wächst. And Heidegger emphasizes Nietzsche's next reaction on the consequences of nihilism, woe to him who hides wastelands within. Not a matter of negative judgment or pessimism, it is that which gives us food for thought, which is what wants to be thought about. In addition to somber affairs, such as death as one had since being and time, all too typically, and for Heidegger, all too journalistically, associated with his thinking, Heidegger wrote that lightness and love, and beautiful and mysterious and gracious things give us food for thought, ibid. In all that belongs to be thought about things as such, what is most thought-provoking, especially when it is man's highest concern, may well be also what is most dangerous. Or, here Heidegger interrupts himself in a Suabian voice, different from the more rhetorically stylized way that Nietzsche interrupts himself. These are Nietzsche's very deliberate Gedankenstrich. By means of this elevated, questioning use of odor, Heidegger invites us to think back upon what is said, reacting upon our own assumptions, or do we imagine that a man could even in small ways encounter the essence of truth, the essence of beauty, the essence of grace apart from danger? Emphasis added. If it is to think about what provokes thoughtfulness with respect to the range of what is dangerous to be thought about from truth to love, beauty, and grace, to think about such thinking invites reaction on danger itself, on the danger as such. It is to engage in thinking about danger. Here, Heidegger's reactions present Nietzsche as the ultimately dangerous thinker. I am no man. We again recall Nietzsche as writing, I am dynamite, why I am a destiny. There is an important sense in which, unlike Hölderlin or Pindar or any other poet, but like Kant, and as a philosopher, even as Nietzsche claims to invert Plato, Nietzsche remains in thrall to Plato, just as Heidegger says, almost as Nietzsche contends, and thereby to Aristotle. In this manner, Nietzsche turns within the orbit of Western metaphysics as the culmination of Western thought. What is important to observe about this Heideggerian compulsion is that it is no kind of error, as it is also nothing like a mistake that could, or should, be corrected. Western metaphysics at its end is a matter of perspective. That is, thought itself, in the Western tradition, taken with the darkness of nihilism's unthinking refusal, or, otherwise said, the light openness of mystery, as critical rationality and sensible, reactive understanding. Thought itself is nevertheless, with everything at its disposal, unable to overcome this constriction. Heidegger never abandons this insight into what is called thinking. These are the complexities of thought, as Heidegger calls for thinking in the critical terms of Nietzsche's challenge to Western reason or nihilism. Heidegger cites Nietzsche's prophecy, the wasteland grows. And for Heidegger, these words express the philosopher's heart. Nietzsche put all that he knew into them. Wt. With this citation, as he repeats it in what is called thinking, Heidegger commands the seduction of a prophecy drawn from Nietzsche's sardonic. More than a few scholars have ventured their explanations of the reasons Nietzsche had for adding this fourth part to the book that the present author, with all due caution, cannot but regard as Nietzsche's Trojan horse, that is, his most dangerous gift to the reader, indeed, a book that destroys as it gives. Thus spoke Zarathustra, a book for all and none. Heidegger will make this the key to his esoteric reading of Nietzsche, a key he takes from Nietzsche himself. Thus, Nietzsche, the thinker, hints at the secret thingness of his thought in this manner as he inscribes it in the most obvious place, that is the prime esoteric locus, in the very subtitle of his most famous book, a subtitle which runs, a book for everyone and no one. Wt. But it is for just this reason that Heidegger will later remind us that this too remains for us to be learned, namely, to read a book such as Nietzsche's Thus Spoke Zarathustra in the same rigorous fashion as one of Aristotle's treatises, Ibid. For Heidegger, in the realm of essential thinking, Nietzsche sees the necessity of a going beyond Übergang with greater clarity than any before him. Wt. Reading Nietzsche's thinking, it is not only essential that we refer everything in his thought that is still unthought back to its originary truth, Ibid, but much more than that. Heidegger argues, we are to see Nietzsche as the one thinker who recognizes that in the history of Western man something is coming to an end. This transition, as we have already cited it, is named as the danger, a word borrowed from Hölderlin. It appears in Die Gefahr, a title gearing with Das Gestel as one of the lectures to the Club of Bremen, a term included in the unpublished opus of the Beiträge and familiar to us from the conclusion to his published essay, The Question Concerning Technology. This danger today is the totalizing domination of Western, that is, perfectly technological humanity as the measure and definition of all that is, and it is what Heidegger names the end of philosophy in a very different sense than the oddly Hegelian sense intended by Francis Fukuyama when he speaks of the end of history. For Heidegger, the end of philosophy proves to be the triumph of the manipulable arrangement of the scientifico-technological world and of the social order proper to this world. It is in this humanistic context that Heidegger recalls Nietzsche's anti-philosophical, arch-philosophical, definition of the human as, the non-exclusively, rational and, not specifically, political animal. The human being, as Nietzsche deems humanity, and as Heidegger quotes him, is the always yet undetermined animal, WT, citing the limits of the physical and psychological sciences, as the limits of cosmology and metaphysics, such an undetermined being must end a passage beyond himself, and for this reason the bridge must be found to that nature by which the human being heretofore can be the surpassing of his former and last nature, WT. This bridge is the Übermensch, read not in terms of race. Even Heidegger's original lectures on Nietzsche are unwaveringly clear in their opposition to the error of reading the biological doctrines of National Socialism back into Nietzsche, but sheer, active transcendence. Nietzsche's critique of subjectivity and therewith his critique of intentionality, the knowing consciousness of the knower who knows, as this may be addressed to Aristotle, Descartes, Kant, but also, avant la lettre, who Searle addresses language in the poetic sense so important for Heidegger. Language is thus what speaks us, thoughts come when they and not the thinking subject are moved to come, one hears, one does not seek, one takes, one does not ask, z. As Nietzsche declared of himself and his own compositional craft and powers in his Ecce Homo, reacting upon his inspired way of writing in Thus Spoke Zarathustra, I have never had any choice, choosing the subjective I quite deliberately in opposition to classical, thinking subjectivity. As the supposedly most radical and, popularly, as the most individually free thinker of our time, for Heidegger, Nietzsche neither made nor chose his way himself, no more than any other thinker ever did. He is sent on his way, WT. As thinker of thinking, thinking what is called, or calls, sends us to, thinking. Nietzsche's reaction on subjectivity as he questions the notion of the subject is the patent reason Heidegger engages Nietzsche as he does in what is called thinking. As in the associative couple denken/dichten, thinking becomes a kind of poetizing. With Nietzsche's observation that a thought comes when it wants, thinking becomes a species of the same kind of enthusiasm or inspiration that is poetry and which, for Heidegger, works to transform thought as Dichtung. This way of conceiving thought yields a kind of love or crossover, an affinity between thinking and poetry, a secret kinship. The relation between the poetry and music/silence of language. Unlike Nietzsche, Heidegger is not typically regarded as a poet, but he is also not typically denied the title of philosopher, if his rank as a philosopher has been the subject of ongoing dispute owing to his style, famously regarded as unclear, if it is also plain that this dispute owes at least as much to his politics. I argue, together with George Steiner as it turns out, that if we attend to the music, or style, of Heidegger's writing, the claim that Heidegger's writing is unclear loses its force. To read Heidegger as a poet is to take Heidegger's musical style as relevant for what he says. In this sense, what determines whether we can hear what he says or merely find it unclear or badly done depends in turn upon whether we have, or can develop, an ear for that same writing style. As thinker, Heidegger is consigned to use language to understand the essence of poetry and language and thought, as of being itself. But the philosopher as writer is subject to the readings of the critics, and their judgment has been harsh if intriguingly subject to a self-overcoming or reactive return. Hence it is important that although Steiner was able to observe of Heidegger's expressive gifts, words failed Heidegger and, at a pivotal stage in his life and work, he failed them. Almost a decade and a half later Steiner has turned, as he has written to the present author, to a study of those very words, Heidegger's poetry. Already in, Steiner had underscored the matter of Heidegger's style as Heidegger's voice, and below I return to the question of this voice in an exactly modern musical mode. Steiner's emphasis is both strikingly literal and instructively phenomenological, if it is also post contra Derrida, and in the spirit of Nietzsche's philological style, a style Steiner for his part does not attribute to Nietzsche. Thus Steiner highlights the central orality in Heidegger's teaching and concept of the enterprise of serious thought, explaining this diction as that of a specifically poetic or lyrical kind. I have found that passages in Heidegger which are opaque to the reading eye and stony on the page come to more intelligible life, take on a logic of an almost musical kind when they are read aloud. It is Heidegger as poet who writes in The Way to Language, language speaks by saying, this is, by showing. What it says wells up from the formerly spoken and so far still unspoken saying which pervades the design of language. Language speaks in that it, as showing, reaching into all regions of presences, summons from them whatever is present to appear and to fade. Heidegger is aware that such a gnomic formula as his pronouncement that language itself is language, leaves him open to the charge of Anglo-analytic vagueness. The understanding that is schooled in logic, thinking of everything in terms of calculation and hence usually overbearing, calls this proposition an empty tautology. Merely to say the identical thing twice, language is language, how is that supposed to get us anywhere? Heidegger answers this simple question with disarming intensification, that is, still more simplicity. We have seen that he concurs, in an unsettling admission for philosophy used to supporting the progress ideal of rationality and the pragmatic ambitions of scientific technicity, but we do not want to get anywhere. For Heidegger, the passion for novelty and the latest discoveries are distracting tendencies of the modern era and irrelevant to thought itself, especially philosophy. Thus Heidegger concludes with an equally gnomic declaration that has already compelled us to question its significance. We would like only, for once, to get to just where we are already, Ibid. An advocate of releasement Gelassenheit and therefore pleading the liberating uselessness of philosophy. You can't do anything with philosophy. Heidegger nevertheless could expect philosophy to have the highest advantage, granted that we cannot do anything with philosophy. Might not philosophy, if we concern ourselves with it, do something with us? In this sense, and beyond the reproofs of Theodor Adorno's jargon but also beyond the charge widespread in analytic circles of his endemic obscurantism, Heidegger's wordplay opposes both the received sense of philosophy and the received use of language as a mere playing. As poet, Heidegger is just and only and no more than a poet through whom what is said is said. To this extent, what Heidegger writes is without gain, prod, or advantage, and that indigence, to use Richardson's language, is a simplicity in its purest sense, beyond value, yet more crucially beyond valuing. Thus Heidegger suggests that rather than attempting to attain to something by means of or with philosophy, doing things with words, or doing philosophy or theory in the pragmatic or praxical sense, we might rather, and like Nietzsche, make the effort to risk or to dare to suffer that philosophy do something with us. This, as I read it, is the meaning of Heideggerian Gelassenheit. In Nietzsche's case, to regard Nietzsche as Heidegger proposed to do, that is, to read him as a thinker in the most rigorous sense, is to read his critical writing on thinking as a critique of logic and scientific rationality. Such a critique examines the rational foundations of logic and rationality itself as a means of knowing the world to be known. Such a radical critique is thereby turned upon reason itself as a means of knowing the knower. In this way, Nietzsche's thinking offers a critique of reason, simply or purely and as such. And it is in this rigorously Kantian sense that we are also to understand Nietzsche's avowed ambition to doubt more radically than Descartes a part of Nietzsche's critique of the subject. But when and if we can understand Nietzsche as going beyond his predecessors in this fashion, as more critical than those very critical thinkers who came before him, we may well end ourselves as frustrated as Heidegger found himself at the end of his life. In this way, Nietzsche's project thus destroys not only the historical past of philosophy, not only its representation of itself to itself, but the very project of thought itself. In the most rigorously self-conscious sense of critique, a sense that was enhanced and not weakened by the lack of scholarly resonance with his critical work, Nietzsche took his scholarly point of departure from the critical proposition that an instrument of criticism, rationality, cannot as such be turned upon itself. This is the critique of critique as Nietzsche dares to pose this question against scientific reaction itself. If what you are doing is fundamentally reexive, critical thinking, the result turns out to be an unsustainable project on its own reexive, fully critical terms. Philosophy in this sense reaches an end, it goes aground in all too Nietzschean shipwreck. If one thus regards Nietzsche's consummation of Western metaphysics less as a metaphysics, as Heidegger's interpreters have been all too literally inclined to do, than as a critique of the subject, the same critique of humanism that Heidegger shared with Nietzsche, together with his critique of the physical world and the ideal/illusory world, one NDS once again, and on Heidegger's terms, that Nietzsche's thinking includes philosophy on every level, beyond ontology to the thought of thought itself. Beyond Heidegger, if indeed beyond most Nietzsche interpretation to date, this is the Nietzsche that still calls to be read. What follows is an attempt at such a beginning, a reading still underway inasmuch as a Heideggerian guideline is one that seeks to keep the question of reading in mind precisely as a question. In the case of Nietzsche, this requires attention to the elusive and esoteric project of attending to the acoustic echo of the soul of ancient music in the text of ancient Greek lyric poetry as he himself had linked it to his recommendations for the culture of the future. Rhetoric, sources, and writing in blood. Writing in blood, one wants not to be read but to be learned by heart. Zarathustra. Nietzsche's scholarly training was in the eld of ancient philology, or classics, which he embraced not merely with a theoretical passion but with characteristic expressive or articulative genius. Together with Luther and Goethe, Nietzsche is regarded as one of the best writers in the German language. If his writing style manifestly makes a great deal of difference to the way we read him, it also makes him no easier to read, and it is important to point out that Nietzsche's philosophical bent, his passion for saying very complex things, only compounds the challenge. I will speak of Nietzsche's aphorisms but, as we shall see, it will not do to begin there. Thus IRST review Nietzsche's rhetorical style in connection with the question of scholarship, particularly contemporary source scholarship and the history of ideas. Nietzsche's rhetorical style, on rhetoric and reading. Famously and dramatically, Nietzsche declared himself born for the day after tomorrow, a claim that has been heard to imply that those who would ultimately have ears for his philosophy have yet to be born. The same seductive claim has been taken to imply that current readers might tee the bill. If Nietzsche was poorly received in his own era, a claim that should perhaps be taken with a grain of salt, if only because Nietzsche himself makes this writerly complaint about his readership, it seems that he was fated to be understood by a later generation and we are those destined to hear him. His popularity today supports such a conclusion. Rare among philosophical authors, Nietzsche appeals to an astonishing range of academic readers, within and apart from philosophy, but also, and this is not an unmixed blessing, extending beyond the scholarly professions to the journalistic talents, and these are not to be imagined as being limited to journalists. Nietzsche, like Heidegger, could not abide. Moreover, his predictions in cultural but above all in political and even historical domains, there will be wars, seem so accurate that philosophical, political, psychological, or sociological and anthropological theorists have turned to Nietzsche as the source for so many, and so very, literal cues to the present day, transforming him into a kind of latter-day Nostradamus in the process. If Nietzsche would call upon the quality of suspicion in the RST section of the preface to Human, All Too Human, it was to avoid just such scholarly credulity. But the same critical qualities Nietzsche called for are rare. Dancing not in the chains of stylistic rigor, to recall the image Nietzsche used to capture the contradictory demands of Greek style for his students of classical rhetoric, but rather introducing a Dionysiac play with question marks, bringing writerly style to philosophy in the process, Nietzsche did not, as is so often assumed, call for a light philosophy, an easier, more affably gay approach to philosophy. Indeed, readers as careful as Heidegger have found that Nietzsche's rendezvous of questions makes philosophy yet more difficult, daring the abyss, daring a new insight. Such a philosophy embraces the open horizon of risks and challenges. Nor is this roundelay of question marks and ideas learnable. Nietzsche's unremitting and professionally unsettling condemnation of the scholar is the scholar's creative distance from the subject of his analysis. Taken as expert, respected as canonic authorities on those whose work they would never be expected to equal, scholars routinely read Goethe without having to be Goethe, never mind Raphael or Beethoven, as Nietzsche similarly invokes theoretical parallels to the artist and the musician. In philosophy, This will mean that one reads Kant yet without having, and without supposing that one needs, to have the ability to think as Kant thought, much less to go beyond him, as we began by emphasizing that Nietzsche would mean to do. But what about Nietzsche, and what about Nietzsche's scholarship? Do we have to be or to measure ourselves against Nietzsche? Does Nietzsche's challenge, that the scholar invariably falls short of the object of scholarship, hold with regard to his own writings? How hard is it to read Zarathustra? Have we not had book after book of the kind that instructs us on the matter of what Nietzsche really said? And even where one does not mean to be a scholar of his thought, Nietzsche appears to be a universal personal hero, coffee mug personality, refrigerator magnet, plush toy, or rag doll. Surely in the case of Nietzsche, so it seems, the challenge seems out of place. Exclaiming with personal pronouns in his writing, "You," he calls out to the reader, "are to become the one you are." "I," he proclaims of himself, Luther style, "I have never had any choice." "We," he utters and abuses the reader, "we knowing ones, we fear and we want to overcome our fear, and, nally, we why." But the reader, any reader, that means you, that means the present author, that means that all of us, as readers, are advised to be on our guard, to beware. The seductiveness of this style is utterly non-spontaneous, all of it deliberate calculation on Nietzsche's part. David B. Allison has highlighted this style in terms of the arresting quality of its deeply personal appeal. Nietzsche writes exclusively for you. Not at you, but for you. For you, the reader. Only you. And Nietzsche himself analyzes the direct address of such a writing style to you, only you, adducing the model of the Bible as the paradigmatic book of books, a book for all the world, aller Weltsbücher. As Nietzsche underscores this point in Human, all too human, the Bible is a book written to include everyone. Precisely as the Word of God, the Bible is a highly personal, democratically inclusive text, not only addressed directly to the reader but expressed in a style that seems to reek the reader's own and most intimate wishes. Referring to the New Testament, Nietzsche here remarks upon the consummately stylistic accomplishments of the text. For Nietzsche, a perspicacious man can learn from it all the expedients by which a book can be made into a universal book, a friend of everyone, and especially that master expedient of representing everything as having already been discovered, with nothing still on the way and as yet uncertain. All inutial books try to leave behind this kind of impression, the impression that the widest spiritual and psychical horizon has here been circumscribed and that every star visible now or in the future will have to revolve around what shines here. 2. Nor is Nietzsche the only one to take a leaf from the book of books. Wagner, too, for Nietzsche, would have elements of this same all-inclusive, an all-comprehending or universal or true friend's style, as Allison has highlighted this intimate stylistic achievement in Nietzsche and as others have also explored this same, and not coincidentally religious, theme of friendship. For his part, Nietzsche NDS the vehicle for this same fond comfort, glad tidings, in written form and substance in his own Thus Spoke Zarathustra, planned as a masterpiece and sent out to a world that had thus far failed to respond, in the way that Nietzsche wished a response, to his earlier offerings. For Nietzsche, as we recall the model of stylistic concision, as he expressed it, his own writing would embody such a style, in contrast with the reigning, and still enduring, German bombast in popular expression and its scholarly variations. In a section entitled Rare Feasts in the Wanderer and His Shadow, Nietzsche writes a self-admiring word of encouragement to his reader: pithy compactness, reposefulness, and maturity, where you and these qualities in an author stop and celebrate a long feast in the midst of the wilderness, it will be a long time before you experience such a sense of well-being again. W. Just as he would celebrate the ideal of Greek style as extreme constraint and extreme freedom, dancing in chains as we have seen, so Nietzsche asserts Sallust, a Roman icon of laconicism, as the occasion for his own stylistic inspiration. Whether modeled on Sallust or whether drawn from the Bible itself, what we call Nietzsche's style is anything but accidental. And given the rhetorical mastery of Nietzsche's style, the current and ongoing appeal of his writing is not solely a result of the sensitivity of our contemporary response to his voice. The question of style here is the question of rhetorical efficacy. How does this text work as it does? How does Nietzsche do what he does with his writing? Unobtrusively self-promoting, Nietzsche ultimately and effectively persuades his readers to appropriate his views, and what else is persuasion, while yet discouraging such an appropriation. Restriction is the best seduction to this end, telling his readers not to follow him but much rather urging them to end their own way instead. Yet, and of course, following his prescriptions, using his metaphors and self-assessments, taking over his examples and repeating his analyses, Nietzsche's readers discover their own best voice in words taken from Nietzsche. Very carefully calculated, Nietzsche's style is the product of an accomplished literary art. This methodic calculation or textual work is the secret of poetry, as the poets themselves have told us, not only Edgar Allan Poe but also Friedrich Hölderlin and Paul Valery, T.S. Eliot, Wallace Stevens, Mark Twain, and so on. Poetry, we learn, is rather less subjective expression and sentiment than exigence and law. Poetry, of all things, is rule. So far from the unguarded impetuosity of expression ordinarily attributed to his writing style, Nietzsche spent every possible moment rehearsing this poetic craft. From his scholarly beginning as a teacher and a writer, Nietzsche brought this same understanding of rhetorical style to bear on the question of what would be required in order to begin to say very complicated things, complex in themselves and given his readers and given the way readers read. Such a reader-directed and self-deconstructive style is evident not only in the books Nietzsche prepared for publication, but it may also be seen, and this should not be a surprise, in the drafts of the letters he prepared for his correspondents. It is thus clear that Nietzsche had achieved not only a theoretical but also, and remarkably for this accession is the exception among scholars, a practical mastery of the art of written composition or style. This mastery, as already noted, does not necessarily make Nietzsche easier to read, if only because much more is going on in his texts than is manifest at a first encounter, or even after many such encounters. In part this has to do with Nietzsche, in part this has to do with his audience. Style and the problem of scholarship and its sources. It is more than tempting to say that Nietzsche has the art of style down to a science. The science in question, however, is not quite a gure of speech, as we shall explore it with reference to the gay science, just as it was more than a metaphor for the Nietzsche who emphasized his own task as the project of raising the question of science as a question for the very first time, as he carefully, critically emphasized this question. So too he also underscored the significance of his writing style in the same locus. To raise the question of what Nietzsche then called the problem of science takes us too far and too fast at this point. For if I have argued that from his earliest to his latest writings, Nietzsche was always and very literally preoccupied with the question of science, which for him included philology as much as it included physics, and if this concern must be seen neither as a literary metaphor nor as literature but rather as a philosophical concern and ultimately as laying the foundation for what might be regarded as a genuine, because critical, philosophy of science, there remains the stylistic question of poetry, and that is, as we shall see, Nietzsche's gay science. Apart from Heidegger, and with certain exceptions, the vast majority of Nietzsche's readers have been more concerned with the fortunes of morality and the death of God and the question of Nietzsche's literal intentions with regard to his doctrine of the eternal return of the same, than with the epistemological discontents or question of science, a science gaily poetic or otherwise. If this is changing, it is not ultimately clear that the change constitutes a move in the direction of the greater critical focus Heidegger had rightly identified as essential to reading Nietzsche. As knowers, Nietzsche tells us, we need a certain and constant self-critique. And yet, and this remains the greatest obstacle for an analytic approach to philosophy, much more than just an analytic reading of Nietzsche, it is precisely as knowers that such a critique eludes us, bgei. In the well-known essay, On Truth and Lie in an Extramoral Sense, Nietzsche describes the extramoral, i.e., beyond blame and ethical fault, and which turns into the dominion of what lies beyond good and evil, as the logical matter of truth, metaphorical reference, and even more precisely, the relation between truth and lie in a perspectively, observational, alto-eco-physiological sense. Nietzsche's commentators, especially the analytically trained among them, can be inclined to sidestep the logical question of truth and lie, on the assumption that Nietzsche knew little logic and less science. Thus one brackets Nietzsche's references to the empirical domain of perceptual observation or human physiology to talk instead about the altoid concept of the body, just as an earlier generation, Merleau-Ponty inspired, Baudelaire inspired, might have been inclined to speak of the earth, to speak of esh or else. Still more recently, one will speak of cognitive metaphor or, this is most common, one skips over the question of truth altogether in order to concentrate on moraline discoveries. It is relevant to note that this moralizing tendency is today exacerbated by a new positivism in Nietzsche's scholarship, increasingly focused upon the literally reductive terms of a hunt for Nietzsche's own sources. Thus source scholarship has unraveled some of the sources of Nietzsche's On Truth and Lie, notably and to wit, Gustav Gerber's Die Sprache als Kunst Language as Art, a rich compendium of sources and reference contexts. Yet we recall that Nietzsche himself reviews the presumptions at work in the same, all-too-modern ideal of originality in his philosophy in The Tragic Age of the Greeks, criticizing the very notion of original sources in terms of an importantly hermeneutic contextualization of neighboring instances. As Nietzsche argued on behalf of antiquity, as we might here attempt to argue in parallel on his own behalf, originality as such was not and could not be at issue, and only and exactly because the question of such a reduction to the creator misses the point. This is the force of Nietzsche's early lectures on Homer and philology and the agon. For Nietzsche, the genius of the Greeks was importantly, irreducibly mimetic. Taking over the discoveries of others, Nietzsche tells us that the Greeks were uncommonly gifted in the art of fruitful learning, KSA. This same art of productive learning presupposes proper inception or timing. Thus Nietzsche writes, the Greeks had understood how to begin at the right time, ibid. By pointing to the importance of inceptive poise, Nietzsche is able to concede how much the Greeks found in Oriental foreign lands, ibid, underscoring the foolishness of attributing an autochthonous formation to the Greeks. Like many ancient peoples, the Greeks excelled in appropriating alien forms of life as their own. They advanced as they did because where another people had abandoned a spear, they knew how to take it up and cast it further. In the art of fruitful learning, they command admiration, ibid. We shall later see that Nietzsche here echoes both Wilhelm von Humboldt's insights into language as well as Hölderlin's reactions on the relationship between the native and the foreign. To this extent, what Nietzsche says on truth and lie is what source scholarship has uncovered as a glossed engagement with Gerber's Handbook of Rhetoric, Kunst der Sprache, the art of language. Yet it is important to emphasize that Nietzsche does not simply restate Gerber's project, as scholars of contemporary philology, tracing the doxography of Nietzsche's own texts, claim. It is important to emphasize the scholarly sophistication Nietzsche supposed to belong to the rigorous science of philology. For the dogmatic impetus, the spirit of this doxographical research presupposes an original text, arst text never given as such in the past and a text which may not be found in the present. It is still more imperative to note the classic difference between exemplary texts and models, as between exemplars and edifying discourses. Hence this same source-critical obsession with the ideal, whatever we might think with Nietzsche about the reality, of originality never even touches what David Allison would designate as the cheap ontic question of everyday, merely mechanical reproduction. At this level, scholars, scribes, and authors are and have always been copyists as Nietzsche was, as Heidegger was. It is an artifact of contemporary technology that we need to be reminded that such copying does not quite perfect the art of plagiarism, nor is it inevitably evidence of derivative thinking. In Nietzsche's case, as in the case of the Greeks and their Inyans, exactly the contrary holds. Where former generations of scholars copied their sources by hand, learning them by heart, as Nietzsche did, allusions, such as Nietzsche's own, indeed and particularly in his unpublished and personal notes, could be taken for granted unless one had, as in the case of Wilamowit's scathing review of Didactic Occasion to Do Otherwise. Yet it remains to the point to note that Wilamowitz himself is awash in uncited or unreferenced allusions, for it is the case that these allusions, then as now, do the work of scholarly one-upmanship. Thus Nietzsche himself would speak of the exoteric and the esoteric domains, and where would Straussians be without such distinctions? It is hard to parse the same allusions today just because we not only read less and less but we also presume upon a common stock of references that diminishes daily. When we research sources, and the point of source scholarship emphasizes that we need to do this because our common stock is as lean as it is, we tend to photocopy the texts in question, double page by double page, and in an age of electronic and downloadable texts, we print them out, texts of whatever length, with a single keystroke, so that it can happen that we may never have seen, much less have actually taken the time to read the original itself. Some elements of this growing cultural distance may stand behind the difficulty we have in comprehending what Nietzsche meant by the exemplar, or still resonant in the French sensibility to the text that echoes in the word formation. To take the perfectly exemplary case of truth and lie, Nietzsche does not merely advert to the artistic potential of Gerber's language as art as much as he seeks to push the question of truth and lie in language, importantly enough, taking the same question of language, truth, and knowledge in the tradition of language philosophy derived in turn from Wilhelm von Humboldt, just as Gerber himself would continue to raise the further epistemological question of language and science, publishing Die Sprache und das Erkennen, Language and Knowing in. It is on the terms of this longer tradition of language philosophy that Nietzsche goes on to raise the arch-philosophical, even analytically philosophical, question in Austin's, or in Wittgenstein's, terminology as the question of how we do things with language, and Nietzsche further extends this question in a direction of particular importance as Heidegger came to hear the question. Thus Nietzsche goes further than Austin, Wittgenstein, or Stanley Cavell, pace all Cavelians, to raise the question of how language, and thus philosophy, might do things with or to the speaker. Taking this dimensionality in yet another direction, Joseph Simon has argued that Nietzsche poses his own analysis of language in the all too philosophically familiar terms of a discussion of valid and invalid statements, as a reaction on the context of the critical possibility of knowledge as such. The epistemological question of the critical possibility of knowledge is Gerber's concern in his foreword to the later single-volume edition of his book, published as Die Sprache als Kunst, Language as Art in, where Gerber appeals to Kant's critical philosophy to conceptualize his own critique of language, naming it a critique of impure reason, Kritik der unreinen Vernunft. With a comparable allusion to Kant's critical philosophy in the second volume of the edition, Gerber had already exemplified a hierarchy of dependencies, moving from Kant to Lang, to Hegel, to Spinoza, to Kuno-Fischer. Today's source scholarship might have sought to raise the question of the critical possibility of knowledge on the terms of language and its timeliness, both grammatical and metaphorical, but instead this same string of references has been used to argue source questions alone. Hence we learn that Nietzsche's familiarity with all these authors may be traced back to Gerber, and it is worth reacting on the significance of this reductive passion. Thus there is here in Nietzsche-Gerber, Nietzsche-Lichtenberg, an uncannily exact parallel with the Nietzsche-Kant question, where, barely decades ago now, one might have learned that Nietzsche took his Kant second-hand from Lang, where, more typically, we are instructed that Nietzsche had his knowledge of Kant from Schopenhauer. One would wonder why Wagner would not be a contender. The Wagnerians themselves have no trouble maintaining that Wagner was well able to read both Schopenhauer and Kant on his own, a scholarly achievement stubbornly denied Nietzsche. Manifestly enough, the continuing problem with the difficult if related question of Nietzsche's reading of Kant is all about the radically of Nietzsche's reading and philosophic thinking. It is unsurprising that just this reading has been rejected by those who regard Kant as a foundational source of reason but not critique, that is, heaven forfend. Not radical critique. Whatever one may say regarding the inspiration that leads source scholars to suppose themselves to have uncovered the derivative qualities of Nietzsche's philosophic ideas, often wholly on the strikingly positivist or literalist basis of a library record or the presence of a book in his personal library, or the annotations in the same. I have already emphasized that those who mean to read Nietzsche on philosophical terms have almost uniformly been inclined to disparage his claims on truth and lie, and to disregard, or to correct, which is the same thing, his reactions on the possibility of knowledge, or to dismiss his cosmological or his ecological theories or his judgments on the quality of scientific theory, from Darwin to Boscovich and Democritus to the physiopsychology of diet. Indeed, typical of Nietzsche's scholarship on both sides of the so-called analytic continental divide has been an attention to Nietzsche's powers of invention, where Nietzsche is thought not only to have invented a conception of life as literature, to use the convention favored by both Alexander Nehamas and Michel Foucault, but to have invented entire subject areas such as the pre-Socratics, including the very idea, that is, the dynamic constellation, of Dionysus himself in the birth of tragedy. Thus it rather conveniently turns out that Nietzsche was not only derivative as a thinker but also and simultaneously radically creative or inventive as well. Accordingly, so the reasoning seems to go, assuming that Nietzsche was able to fabricate or invent whole vistas of conventions, like pre-Platonic philosophy or the idea of the Dionysian, he can also be said to have invented a vision of truth, a vision of science, and even a vision of what physicists do, described with a word from his own discipline as an interpretation of, rather than a given fact about, the world bge. When Nietzsche remarks that maybe it has begun to dawn on VE or six minds that physics too is no more than an interpretation and arrangement of the world, bge, identifying a certain scientific methodology, simplicity, as a deliberate articulation of the greatest possible stupidity, and goes on to then criticize the prejudices of science or the crudity and naivete of calculative scientific convention, GS, and, or else when Nietzsche debunks the Enlightenment conviction concerning the opposition between logos and myth, declaring that the biggest myth is the myth of knowledge, KSA, Nietzsche's claims, so we are constantly assured by his most analytic interpreters as well as, and we should not miss the parallel here, by his philological readers and his literary interpreters, are not to be received as philosophically earnest propositions. In this way, and as a kind of clearing of the conceptual air, recent interpretive trends tend increasingly to suggest that whatever Nietzsche was doing, be it the stuff of rhetoric or cultural criticism or therapy or just and merely playing parodically with our own all too earnest approach to scholarship, it wasn't/isn't philosophy. Thus one has argued that Nietzsche was a child of his times, limited by the thermodynamics of his day or else by biological and health sciences, superstitions and non-science, of his era. 1 8-gram crackers, and cereals, at the turn of the century to avoid the sickness with which Nietzsche himself was infamously afflicted, onanism, or self-abuse, and its then presumed resultant physiological enervation, depletion, or decadence. Today one eats bran, and axe seed and other dietary burr, to avoid the intestinal afflictions with which Nietzsche was also deeply concerned for his own part, and as his contemporaries had observed, not altogether kindly, with good reason. There are problems with the uncritically presentist limitations of such perspectives. But here I am less concerned with such wiggish tendencies, and these are almost unavoidable in the project of the history of ideas, then I am interested in the consequences of such a historical review, not retrieve, for a possible understanding of the relevance of Nietzsche's philosophical perspective for the philosophy of those same sciences of his day, and hence, cateris paribus, for our own contemporary understanding of science. Here what is at issue is the corollary that is so often drawn from such wiggish reactions as this bears more generally on the representation of Nietzsche as philosopher in any appropriate sense. The implicit and explicit claim here is that we today need not, given current advanced knowledge, be it of philosophy, science, history, classical philology, literature, take Nietzsche at his word on anything, particularly when he stylizes what he says as he does. Hence, analytic, philosophers, and classicists and other scholars, are not to worry. Even if Nietzsche appears to be talking about philosophy, classics, aesthetics, history, science, etc., we are not to mind him, he's only playing, experimenting, with ideas but laying no justable claim to the scholar's mantle. In particular, This typically dictionary, i.e., analytic, interpretive tendency characterizes current studies of Nietzsche's rhetoric and style, although, and to be sure, contemporary conceptions of rhetoric and Nietzsche's own formative specialization in the classical tradition of ancient Greek and Roman rhetoric engage importantly different arenas. By contrast with these recent inertial trends, I have sought to argue that precisely via Nietzsche's style, that is, by means of what Nietzsche could do with words, Nietzsche stakes a very special and to date still rarely engaged but nevertheless precisely philosophical claim. Nietzsche's aphorisms, writing in blood. The aphorism seems to cut philosophy down to bite size. The form has its historical inception in the trademark phorismoi of Hippocrates. These were maxims in place of a handbook or physician's manual, for the physician who would have no time to consult one in the eld, life is short, art long, opportunity eating. But accessibility here is also the danger. This brevity, and this is the ingeniousness of the structured design, is why the aphorism can be remembered. Above all, this same brevity is the reason the aphorism can be understood. Short, one is able to get the point. This is the beauty of the quick take. Quickly read, like the cold baths Nietzsche suggested as the best way to face the prospect of nothing so seemingly unobtrusive as a letter, and it is the experience of email, especially of checking email, that underlines the value of Nietzsche's sense of violation. The same tactical concision corresponds to Nietzsche's vanity, and this it would be foolhardy to deny. Nietzsche expresses this ambitious presumption in Thus Spoke Zarathustra, as he speaks of writing in blood. Anyone who writes in blood and sayings does not want to be read but learned by heart, on reading and writing. More emphatically still, Nietzsche affirms his ambition to say in the aphorism what others say. He interrupts himself to sharpen his point, as he so often does, with the thought a Gedankenstrich, what everyone else does not say in a book. Expeditions. Unlike Hume, unlike Kant, unlike Heidegger, in spite of his best efforts to imitate Nietzsche, Nietzsche writes, or, as he says, he composes. This is, he casts aphorisms. And if Wittgenstein also wrote in aphorisms, the title numbers betray what reading between the two can also tell us. Nietzsche is more readable by half and again. This accessibility will be what is in question and what is at stake in what follows. For the sake of a review of the complexity of the aphorism as a self-elaborating form of self-deconstruction, used as Nietzsche uses it to implicate the reader in the reading and simultaneously, formulaically, and perhaps all too comfortably, we will return to this point at the end. Also to absolve himself as author, we consider Nietzsche's own prefatory comment on the way an aphorism functions just because it reeks his prescription for reading his aphorisms, where he discusses this at the end of his preface to On the Genealogy of Morals. At the same time, it is worth noting, in advance, that part of the difficulty in reading Nietzsche's aphorisms is the problem of identification. Patently, not everything Nietzsche wrote was an aphorism. And this is a problem that has called forth nothing less than a valuably, instructively hermeneutic engagement on the part of traditionally analytic philosophers. Epigraph or aphorism, that was the question for John Wilcox and Maud Main Clark. It did not help the task of exegesis that the dubious epigraph was seductive enough that it could not be overlooked, untroubled, mocking, violent. Thus will wisdom have us, she is a woman, she always loves only a warrior. Thus spoke Zarathustra, GM 3, epigraph. Beyond the analytic quandary, and, in the case of Wilcox and Clark, duly accurate resolution of the problem, of locating the aphorism to which Nietzsche refers in this problematic case, let us review Nietzsche's words both at the beginning of and at conclusion to his preface to On the Genealogy of Morals. To start with, Nietzsche writes that it is as readers, that is, as scholars, that we remain unknown to ourselves, and this is inevitably the case because we have never sought ourselves, GMI. At the end of the preface, the reader is again upbraided on what can be seen to be the same terms. Note that this aggression is featured in the preface, a locus which, if we have managed already in advance of the work to forget its subtitle, a polemic, might have seemed a poor position for an author to show his teeth. Challenging the reader who finds his writing difficult to understand, Nietzsche retorts that his texts are clear enough, presuming what I presume, that one has read my early writing and without sparing oneself a few pains in the process. GM 8. The authoritative claim is not only one that blames the reader but audaciously encourages still further reading not only of the text at hand but everything else the author wrote previously. The problem, as Nietzsche analyzes the problem of the readers, he would always complain, that although constantly sought out by this author, were nonetheless never to be found, is that the aphorism is not taken seriously enough. Note the compound complexity of this complaint. If the allure of the aphorism lies in its brevity and if the beauty of brief things is that one take them fast and light, like a witticism or a clever saying, Nietzsche's prescription to us is to take his aphorism seriously, as good medicine, and that is also to say, as philosophy. This dissonant dimension echoes in Nietzsche's concluding word in his prefatory Reaction on reading in his On the Genealogy of Morals, where he also proposes a metaphor for reading that is usually reserved for religious texts sweet as honey. Such texts are to be eaten. We are told that the way to understand his writings will be to chew them over, to turn them over in ourselves, in our mouths, ruminating again and again, das Wiederkauen, GM 8. But such rumination fails us and we hastily pass over passage after passage, spurred on as often as not by well-meaning introductory works by noted scholars or on the encouraging advice of helpful translators. One is advised to read Nietzsche until one finds a passage one likes, then look for another, and so on, just as one might surf the internet, moving from link to link, until one finds something vaguely worthy of being bookmarked as a favorite, or else, for another example, in a market economy like our own, as one might take a tour through a shopping mall or vacation spot. By contrast with such searching and ending, to use metaphors borrowed from the scholarly disaster that is an electronic or searchable text, Nietzsche instructs that an aphorism consummately coined and molded, is not yet deciphered in that it is read out, much rather has the interpretation to begin, GM 8. And it is not enough simply to begin to interpret. The hermeneutic work of reading is required. What is needed is art of interpretation, ibid. The task of so interpreting Nietzsche's aphorism thus requires a commentary indeed, a commentary that would otherwise be matched to what others say or fail to say in a book. Nor do we lack an illustration of what such a commentary would look like. Nietzsche offers an example of such a reading using the musical model of a coda. Note again that this is not simply prescribed or recommended on Nietzsche's part as a task for the reader to accomplish as he or she will. Instead, and this is the point, an example is provided in an elaborate form, going so far as to begin with a resume, the scholar's nutshell, at the beginning of the last part of the genealogy, just where the author tells us to end it at the conclusion of his preface. In the third essay of this book, I offer an exemplar of that which I name interpretation. In such a case, at the start of this essay is an aphorism, to which the essay itself is the commentary, ibid. The Nietzschean aphorism can be as short as a sentence or part of a longer paragraph, such as the one that begins very famously, assuming it given, that truth is a woman. A word including its consequent reaction on philosophers and dogma. And the aphorism can be very long indeed, as can be seen especially in the case of human, all too human, but also elsewhere, indeed particularly in Thus Spoke Zarathustra, if read not as a novel of aphorisms but as a single aphorism in symphonic variation. If brevity is the prime characteristic of the aphorism, it is not the only one, at least not in Nietzsche's case. For the point above is that the aphorism elaborated in GM 3, is one that resumes itself in its own recapitulation, an elaboration of which extends to the author's own commentary on it in the third part of the book as a whole. In this latter case, we have to do with an aphorism within an aphorism, indeed, and of course, in a book of aphorisms. This recapitulation is found at the end of the aphorism that seems to challenge and conream the working power of Nietzsche's aphoristic style, where he poses the question, what are the meaning of ascetic ideals? 2/3 of the way into a book on the generation of those same ideals, one doesn't get it? Is it still unclear? The question replays an earlier question, as we recall, GMI, especially and dot. The answer given is not coincidentally adapted from the dancing master or the conductor. Shall we take it from the top? De capo. In this way, the same RST section that begins with the question, what is the meaning of ascetic ideals, answers its own question by emphasizing the problem of understanding and the need to begin erection. The task of learning to read, like learning to think, is the kind of thing that, as Nietzsche was fond of emphasizing, needs, like loving, to be learnt. In this sense, the aphoristic structure of the RST section stands to part of On the Genealogy of Morals as the preface suggests it does. It is a section that announces itself as problematic and bears out the need for the commentary or exegesis in the subsequent sections and, although we cannot pursue this question further here, that commentary is also one that can be tracked or hermeneutically traced. What makes this problematic is that this same hermeneutic art is something that has been unlearned most thoroughly nowadays. GM8. Aphorisms and the art of reading the reader. The aphorism as self-contained, as self-referring, as something that can and should be read over and over, accordingly a word that can be carried beyond the text, has to be read both in itself and against itself. As a word, aphorism has the roots, as Liddell and Scott remind us, trademark F-/trademark P from, off, away, to divide, to set apart, separate as a boundary. Hence and substantively, the essence of aphorism is almost preternaturally phenomenological. Nor has this gone without remark. One author observes the word itself means formal delimitation and simultaneously substantively something manifestly removed from its usual horizon. In this way, the aphorism presupposes, or better said, and this is why Nietzsche favored it as a stylistic form, it accomplishes, achieves, or affects an epicate or bracketing of the phenomenon. Nietzsche's aphorisms thus read themselves into the reader, and what is intriguing about his stylization of this form is that they do this in spite of the reader's prejudices and more often than not because of these, playing with such readerly convictions and turning them inside out. An example of this reader-involved efficacity is Nietzsche's discussion of Jewish morality in the RST part of On the Genealogy of Morals, GMI. Reading the working of this particular aphorism in this way, its tactical tempo only increases in its intensity, a plainly seductive appeal which draws in and plays to the prejudices of the anti-Semite. A related tactic and tempo is at work from the start in On the Genealogy of Morals as Nietzsche orients his reactions on the genealogical provenance of morality to the scientific ears and utilitarian sensibility of what he called the English psychologists, GMI, while the very Darwinian oblivion of mechanical habit and socio-cultural reinforcement is exactly under re. Here, in GMI the text is directed to, and hence it begins by appealing to the most typical prejudices of all to Christian anti-Semitism. The anti-Semite is adduced into and seduced into the text, as Nietzsche's word seems to be expressed as a defense of a lordly or noble Greco-Roman past, posed against Jewish antiquity. Thus one reads that everything that has ever been done against the historical phantasm or ideal of the noble fades into inconsequentiality compared with what the Jews have done against them, GMI. The doubling of the aphoristic stylizing of this text, I have elsewhere called it the barb of his style, not to refer to Derrida's spurs but rather to underline the sure of men language of Nietzsche's texts as sh hooks, turns the reader's conviction against the reader himself or herself, a recoil that is all the more effective the more deeply anti-Semitic the reader and exactly in the course of reading. Indeed, as he or she continues to read, the anti-Semite will have no choice but either to stop in the middle of the text or to read by skipping about in the text. Identifying the Jew as the one who inverts the aristocratic value equation, turning over the noble self-sufficiency of strength, condense, and joy, good equals noble equals powerful equals beautiful equals happy equals beloved of God GMI, by means of the alchemy not of love but of the most abysmal hatred, Nietzsche transcribes the equation into the no dissonantly Christian litany of the indemnification of the disenfranchised as we recognize this message from the Sermon on the Mount, Mt. The new equation of Jewish revaluation is later elaborated as ressentiment. Into the mouth of this Jewish revaluation Nietzsche sets nothing other than plain, Christian values: the wretched alone are the good, the poor, powerless, Lowly alone are the good, the suffering, deprived, sick, ugly alone are pious, alone are blessed by God. Ibid. Nietzsche thus articulates the newly revalued equation as a reweighting of the original values of strength, the lordly or noble values of antiquity, not in order to conclude nostalgically for a return to such pristine values but for the sake of an elaboration of the consequences of this genesis. One knows who appropriated the legacy of this Jewish revaluation. Ibid. The reversal of the aphorism already occurs in the double ellipsis included in Nietzsche's own text. Nietzsche thus draws the anti-Semitic reader into the text, only to turn his or her reactions contra the last consequences of the same reader's convictions. It now transpires that the anti-Semite is himself or herself a Jew, and everything turns out to be coordinately on the way to becoming Judaized, Christianized, and for good, socialist, and atheistic measure. Nietzsche includes an allusion to the people as well, GMI. What do words matter? GMI, Nietzsche asks with regard to the title of Christian or Jew, and as he will later remind us in his Anti-Christian that the Christian is and can be nothing other than a Jew of a more Catholic or encompassing confession, AC. For the sake of the reader who might be incapable of seeing something that required 2,000 years to achieve victory, GMI, Nietzsche repeats the redoubling emphasis in his next section with an agonized reaction on the working of revenge and ressentiment in religion and moral values. Describing such a grand politics of revenge and recollecting, as we shall detail below, the spiritual danger of grand politics in human, all too human, Nietzsche argues that Israel itself has to deny the active instrument of its revenge before all the world as its mortal enemy and nail it to the cross, GMI. This denial ensures that the opponents of Israel swallow the bait, precisely as they are deemed in reactive terms by contrast with Israel. Nietzsche's text plays to the reader's anti-Semitism, conscious or not, and convicts the reader on the very same terms. The Nietzschean aphorism goes beyond the dynamic of an author who can write against the prejudices of anti-Semitic conviction, exposing the Semite within, the self-loathing of prejudice against the other as it betrays us in ourselves. Nietzsche thus needs a doubled reading, an achromatic or discursive or listening reaction, that is to say that Nietzsche needs, as he asks for it, ears for his words. In the same way, Nietzsche insinuates a dialogical dimension into the text, and the reader has to attend to this acoustic dimension in order to engage the text critically. To take a further example, consider what might at first glance seem the incidental aphorism that relates the contest between memory and pride. I have done that, says my memory. I cannot have done that, says my pride, and remains adamant. At last memory yields, bge. The reax here turns on the balance of pride and memory, and in particular on the conviction that the one belongs to a primary, and more objective, and the other to a secondary, and more subjective, mental order. The ultimate primacy of what had appeared to be the secondary faculty of pride, the corrigible, sheerly subjective faculty, supplants and corrects the objective faculty of memory. Between memory and pride, Nietzsche's teasing point contra objectivity is that memory itself defers to pride's desire in recollection. A similar dynamic is at work in a longer aphorism, entitled Grand Politics and Their Costs. Nietzsche observes that from the moment a people begins to preoccupy itself with war, be it for defense or conquest, a great number of the most leading talents are sacrificed upon the altar of the fatherland or national honor, where other spheres of action had formerly been open to the talents now absorbed by the political, HHI. This spiritual impoverishment is the wastage of nihilism. In complete accord with Plato, and subsequently both Jacques Rancière and Pierre Bourdieu, Nietzsche links politics and greed as indissoluble. A last note reeks the widespread character and tendencies of his age, here the ghostly anger of the spiritualists, there the mathematical magical conjurer, then the brain-wasting cult of music, there the reawakened vulgarities of the persecution of the Jews marked the universal training in hatred, KSA. A comparable political and cultural anxiety is at work where Nietzsche writes, "It is a costly affair to come to power, power makes us stupid. Politics devours all seriousness for actually intellectual things. Deutschland über alles, I fear, was the end of German philosophy, what the Germans lack. This provocative backwards and forwards, damned if one does and damned if one does not, is the essence of the philosophical aphorism. The conclusion, like the related premises invoked by association, is alluded to but not given and in fact only alluded to in potentia. The resolution of an aphorism is not XED and can always change. The shifting reference in part accounts for Nietzsche's apparent mutability in meaning from reading to reading. And the same mutability seems in turn to justify multifarious and even racist, fascist, dangerously criminal readings. The problem of understanding the persistence of Nietzsche's political sentiments as they manifestly persist from human, all too human to twilight of the idols is thus, if we hear Nietzsche's words, to be located not in the dissonance of Nietzsche's texts but on the side of our readerly convictions, adventavit asinus, bge, cf. the great stupidity which we are. But such erection hardly resolves our problem and can only return us to the question of Nietzsche's style as an effective or working style. Was Nietzsche then exactly and ultimately responsible for not having written in such a way that it would be impossible to take him amiss? If he could do so much with words, with his rhetorical mastery, why not secure his words against malicious appropriation? This ethical question corresponds to Nietzsche's own questioning challenge against Christian stylistics, against the pastiche style and aura of the New Testament. It was a piece of subtle arraignment that God learned Greek when he wanted to become a writer and that he did not learn it better, bge. Perhaps Nietzsche, who was associated, at least from the British side, with both world wars, like Hölderlin, Nietzsche's Thus Spoke Zarathustra was published in soldiers' editions, for the Eld, should have learned his own rhetorical polishing of his German language style much better than he did. Given all that Nietzsche could with due words, it is also true that his achievements in this domain are far too limited both socially and politically, just as so many scholars have rightfully observed. Yet, in the end, perhaps what is important is not that Nietzsche's words failed to arrest world history in advance, or indeed that all his longing failed to bring back the Greece of the past, even in the form of a rebirth of the tragic art. As much as he sought to change the world in his writing and from the start, it is perhaps more important and salutary to recall that he himself knew the limitations of his efforts and would express himself in this impotence in ever more impatient fashion, in letters and postcards to friends, for the rest of his life. And in one of his last notes he vainly declares, "I am having all anti-Semites shot." Lyric poetry and the music of words. The stylistic role of music presupposes the relation Nietzsche had uncovered between music and words in his theory of meter and rhythm in ancient Greek. This is Nietzsche's architectonically quantitative, measured and timed, theory of words and music for his courses on rhythm and meter as well as his discussion of tragedy and music in his RST book. A recollection of the meaning of the spirit of music also reviews the logical questions of metaphor and truth and invites a parallel with the gay science with regard to language and the alchemical art of love, likewise in terms of both music and science. This inquiry entails the purely philosophical questions of knowledge and truth, yet the discussion to follow takes its point of departure from classical philology, reviewing what Nietzsche himself held to have been his most scientific discovery on the terms of his own discipline, a discovery never disputed by Nietzsche's arch-critic, Ulrich von Wilamowitz-Moellendorff. Indeed, and although we have become accustomed to view Nietzsche as the perfect embodiment of the academic outsider, his discovery is now taken as the standard in his Eld, so standard as to be received without fanfare or routine acknowledgement as such. What was that discovery? Music and words, the inyons of modern culture. On modern stress and the language of ancient Greece. Nietzsche had argued against the accent-based or stress theory of Greek prosody that was the received view in 19th-century philology. Recent assessments, Bornemann, Poschl, Feets, Porter, consistently observe that the substance of Nietzsche's claim has since been vindicated. But Nietzsche's point contra the infamous ictus remains as difficult to understand, or to prove, as it is to criticize, or refute. Because we so deploy stress in modern Western languages, as we do in our music, that emphatic syncopation constitutes our very notion of metered rhythm, we need to keep time, to use Shakespeare's language, we need the aid of a metronome, we can hardly imagine alternatives in contemporary languages, so that the example of Japanese, as suggested by Devine and Stevens in their book, The Prosody of Greek Speech, is still too exotic for most readers. And many readers will likewise N.D. Porter's differentiation between rhythm and meter in his discussion of the ictus of limited help. The stressed character of modern speech, as Nietzsche complains of the decline into Latin vocalism, and Porter cites but does not elaborate upon this judgment, separates us by what Nietzsche also repeatedly underscores as an unbridgeable abyss from the measures of, that is, the sound of, or the music of, ancient Greek. It is the unknowability of this gulf that Nietzsche never fails to emphasize, precisely as a philologist, that is, for all too scholarly, exactly scientific reasons. It is the same unbridgeable gap, precisely named as unbridgeable, that alienates, or frustrates, other scholars who claim to know better, and who have made this claim in handbooks detailing ancient Greek prosody/pronunciation. Apart from the issues of artistic expression, already to say that ancient Greek prose was uncontrivedly poetic, as Nietzsche emphasized, and to say that this poetry was advanced by way of a musical tact utterly unlike either that of modern poetry or indeed that of modern music, lacking stress but also lacking harmony, as Nietzsche reminds us, is to say a great deal if it cannot tell us how it would have sounded for our own ineluctably stress-keyed ears, that is, and this is the point here. Provided our stress-attuned ears could have heard it at all. To modernity and music. What does it mean to speak of out of the spirit of music? How does tragedy come into being out of music? Nietzsche intends the language of birth as literally as one can in such a context, and assuming one has ears to hear that literality. But how can music give birth to anything? How do the brothers Apollo and Dionysus play the role of co-progenitors? This question will be considered below, if I cannot promise a resolution here, but Nietzsche's provocative language goes further, as we recall Nietzsche's youthful reaction on the crossover of the metaphors for light and sound, noting the poetic transference of the metaphors of vision the eyes to those of hearing the ears, a transfer that the Helmholtzian Nietzsche liked to note as operative on the level of the senses as well, cf. Contemporary theories of synesthesia. To give this another expression here, as poets speak, mixing the metaphors of one sense into those of another, so our bodies transfer, or mix, the impulses from one sense, apprehending the one sensation on the terms of another. Nietzsche's talk of hearing with one's eyes in Thus Spoke Zarathustra reeks the same early emphasis. But what does it mean, and how do metaphors work in this connection? This is the epistemological or philosophical connection Nietzsche heard between the spirit of music, poetry, and the science of words, philology. The Nietzsche who will come to teach us so much about genealogy, a tradition he had learned in turn from his own teachers, such as Otto John, who also used the language of genealogy, as well as Friedrich Ritschl, and as Nietzsche drew upon a general formation following the ideal and inevitably idealized example of Friedrich August Wolff, begins out of the spirit of music by articulating the natal genesis and perfect pedigree of an art form requiring the prudential judgment of two different creative impulses, indeed, and, as noted previously, no less than two different fathers, recollecting Nietzsche's language of a fraternal union bt, cf. bt. Its author intended to provide a contribution to the science or philosophical discipline of aesthetics, bt, which Nietzsche expressed in the terms of the school tradition of the same, thus including Aristotle, bt, and Plato, bt, as well as Lessing, bt, Schiller, bt, Schlegel, bt, in addition to Schopenhauer, bt, and Kant, bt. The science of aesthetics, as Nietzsche named it, going back to Baumgarten and Kant, is the science of sensual judgment, the power of engendering. This creative dimension of the aesthetic will be Nietzsche's special emphasis, and responding to artistic representation, Nietzsche invokes a context directed to a hermeneutic clarification of our tendency to theorize the subject matter of what he calls poesy. For a genuine poet, metaphor is not a rhetorical gur, but an image which stands in the place of something else, which it genuinely beholds in place of a concept. The character is for him not a whole composed out of particular components, but an intensely alive person, distinguished from the vision, otherwise identical, of a painter only by the fact that it diachronically goes on living and acting. How is it that Homer's images are so much more vivid than those of any other poet? Because he visualizes that much more vividly. We speak so abstractly of poetry to the same extent that we tend to be such bad poets. BT. The reference to poetry and painting here shows that even where Nietzsche fails to invoke the aesthetic tradition by name, he makes allusion to it. Here he refers to Lessing as well as the tradition of classical criticism dating from antiquity addressed to the relation between depiction in words and images, painting, and poetry. And in this same aesthetic reaction, Nietzsche emphasizes the working, the Energia in Wilhelm von Humboldt's language, of metaphor. This same philologist's hermeneutic account of metaphor recurs in Nietzsche's genealogy of value terms, particularly of religious value and practice. Thus he explains in On the Genealogy of Morals, all the concepts of ancient man were incredibly crude, coarse, external, narrow, straightforward, and in particular unsymbolical in meaning to a degree that we can scarcely conceive, gmi. The attributes of purity and impurity of spirit, and heart, were metaphorical attributions, terminological accretions taken in place of truth. The challenge of metaphor is the question of literality, and that is to say, the question of truth and lie. From start to finish, Nietzsche approaches the question of metaphor on epistemological terms, exactly those terms, Cartesian certainty, that are determinative for modern theories of knowledge, and this emphasis has inspired analytic-style readings of Nietzsche preoccupied by the question of metaphor in Nietzsche, comparable only to the preoccupations of literary scholars following Paul de Man and Philippe Lacoué-Labart. This metaphoric focus is evident in Nietzsche's unpublished philosophy in the Tragic Age of the Greeks, where he remarks that given, as Nietzsche always assumed as given, the revolutionary advances of modernity in the wake of Kant's critical philosophy, the psychologism of the Parmenidean vision, deriving absolute being from a subjective concept, becomes so unsustainable as to require reckless ignorance. Challenging the philosophical conceptualizations of those badly taught theologians who would like to play philosopher, his reference here is primarily to Hegel. Nietzsche declares the concept of being, as though it did not already reveal its poorest empirical origins in the etymology of the word. For esse means fundamentally merely to breathe, if man uses it of all other things, he consequently projects his own conviction that he breathes and lives, by means of a metaphor, that is, by means of something non-logical, projected upon other things and conceiving their existence as breathing in accord with an analogy to humanity. The original meaning of the word was swiftly blurred. Enough, however, remains that by way of analogy with his own existence Dasein, the human is able to represent the existence of other things Dasein André Erdange, that is to say anthropomorphically and in any case via a non-logical transference. Yet even for the human himself, ergo apart from such a transference, the proposition, I breathe, therefore there is being sen is wholly insufficient, and the same objection holds against it as likewise holds against ambulo, ergo sum odor ergo est I walk, therefore I am or therefore it is, existent being. Ptg. Bracketing the question of Nietzsche's sympathy for Kant together with his aversion to Hegel, both of which are evident in this section, note the dynamic role of metaphor. A Humboldtian preoccupation with energetic power characterizes Nietzsche's thinking on metaphor, and scholars like Martin Heidegger and the late Jacques Derrida have followed his example in their reactions on translation. The active leaping over that is metaphor is the transfer from one sphere to another, all the while, and this subliminal perdurance is essential to Nietzsche's theory of knowledge and his critique of the subject/self-consciousness, simultaneously forgetting, and this forgetfulness, as Nietzsche emphasizes, is key, that one has made any transfer at all. In a metaphor one searches in vain for any trace of comparison, explicit analogy, or positively critical as if. Thus we recall the locus clas psychus of Nietzsche's discussion of truth and metaphor, on truth and lie in an extra-moral sense. It is here that Nietzsche asks the epistemological question relevant to language in general: do things match their designations? Is language the adequate expression of all realities? Decken sich die Bezeichnungen und die Dinge? Ist die Sprache der adequate Ausdruck aller Realitäten? TL, KSA, P. The answer to this question is manifestly negative. If he will not content himself with truth in the form of tautology, i.e., with empty husks, he will always trade with illusions in place of truths. Wenn sich nicht mit der Wahrheit in der Form der Tautologie mit Lehren Hulsen benutzen will, so wird wig Illusionen für Wahrheiten ein handeln, ibid. Apart from such empty shells, apart from the triumphant utility of knowing that A equals A, as Nietzsche declares, one is condemned to deploy illusions in place of truths. And this is inevitably so because, for the philologist Nietzsche, metaphor starts at the level of the word. Language is, as it were, metaphor all the way down. Put all the languages together, Nietzsche suggests replaying the biblical account of the Tower of Babel as a symbol for the fall that was also a failure to attain to the fruit of the tree of knowledge itself, and one sees that with regard to words what matters is never truth, never the adequate expression, for otherwise there would not be so many languages, TL, KSA. For Nietzsche, as for Kant, the noumenon, and like Kant, Nietzsche, will always use the convention of an indeterminate X, the thing in itself, apart from its apparent, phenomenal relation to us, simply cannot be known. We believe that we have knowledge of the things themselves, den Dingen selbst, when we speak of trees, colors, snow, and hours, whereas we possess only metaphors of things which correspond in absolutely no way ganz und gar nicht to the original essences Wesen hitten. As the tone appears as a Sandgur, so the mysterious X of the thing in itself, de Dings and sich, now appears as a nervous stimulus, then as image, and nally as sound. Ibid. For this reason, Nietzsche continued to emphasize the relevance of this insight for the entire cognitive enterprise, the entire material in and with which the man of truth, the researcher, the philosopher works and constructs, is drawn, if not from Cloud Cuckoo Land, then certainly in no case from the essence of things, dem Wesen der Dinge, ibid. If today's researchers have learned the trick of sidestepping the issue, leaving aside the question of the knowledge of truth as such, rather like Heidegger's question of being or his talk of the history of metaphysics, it is because erection on the nature of consciousness brackets the question of the knowledge of the world as such and in itself altogether. It seems to us that we are successful in this because our instruments can be turned on our own consciousness, or, better said, what we take to be the measurable locus of the same. But Nietzsche's problem is not thereby solved, for what remains is the problem of metaphor, and it is the veritable problem of analogy as such. Indeed, and accordingly Nietzsche would use the terminus analogy exclus to dean metaphor. Other theories of metaphor, especially cognitive theories, depart not from this physical, sensual understanding of the work of metaphor, as metaphora, but rather from a philosophical view, as opposed to a linguistic point of view. It is essential to note that Nietzsche articulates the question of metaphor neither philologically nor psychologically, though he always draws upon the terms of both, but epistemologically, in the direct lineage of Aristotle and Kant. More in line with Hume and Kant than with Schopenhauer in this case, Nietzsche writes, a sense stimulus and a glance at a movement, linked together, yield causality as an empirical principle. Two things, namely a specific sensation and a specific visual image, always appear together, that the one is the cause of the other is metaphor borrowed from will and act, an analogical inference, KSA. However much we may wish to abstract from metaphorical language, we can have no genuine knowing without metaphor, Nietzsche's emphasis, KSA. Nor is there an escape from this devil's circle. Thus truth, as we have already noted for Nietzsche, is a forgotten metaphor, i.e., a metaphor of which it has been forgotten that it is one. At issue is the question of justification. What is at stake is knowledge. For Nietzsche, metaphor is above all an epistemological gur, here metonymically expressed in Kantian terms as a synthetic judgment, KSA. A synthetic judgment, as Nietzsche further details the same gur, describes a thing according to its consequences, which means essence and consequences are identified, which means a metonymy. Which means it is a false equation, ibid. This functions because of the nature of language itself. The is in the synthetic judgment is false, it contains a transference, two different spheres, between which there can never be an equation, are posed alongside one another. We live and think amidst nothing but sheer effects of the unlogical, in non-knowing, and in false knowing nicht wissen und falsch wissen, ibid. Raising the question of the genealogy of logic, as Nietzsche does in his essay on philosophy in the tragic age of the Greeks, and as he expresses the same query at the very beginning of his Menschliches, Allgemeinliches, paralleling the point we have already noted previously in his reactions on the vivid literality of the ancient poet in The Birth of Tragedy, logic turns out to be derived from myth, born of the non-logical, the illogical. If Nietzsche's observation differs not at all from standard accounts of the history of philosophy reconstructions tracing the history of intellection from mythic to rational thought, Nietzsche undertakes to question just this generative account as a supposed evolution. Origin of the logical. How did logic come into existence in the human head? Certainly out of illogic, gs. And from beginning to end, Nietzsche's question remains the same: how is it possible to derive rationality on the basis of myth? In other words, how do we arrive at truth when we begin with lie? How does logic evolve from myth? Thus the question at the start of Nietzsche's human, all too human recalls a Cartesian modality. How can something originate in its opposite, for example, rationality out of irrationality, the sentient in the dead, logic out of illogic, disinterested contemplation out of covetous desire, living for others in egoism, truth out of errors? HHI. Nietzsche's catalogue of opposites repeats the same epistemological concerns that would always intrigue him, along with his studies of the birth of the tragic work of art, poetry, in musical song, lyrical poetry. He continued to pursue these same questions throughout his work, including the genealogy of morals, his famous critique of the subject, and thereby of subjectivity itself, taking it still further as he mounts what is still today the most radically empirical, or scientific, critique of empirical knowledge, CFKSA. If some might envy these theoretical reactions only obliquely relevant to the theme of classical philology and music in Nietzsche, they constitute only a small part of the full scope of Nietzsche's own understanding of his explorations. Thus his reactions on this question integrate the question of science, as a question, as he would emphasize it in addition to the physiological, psychological, and culture-theoretical ramifications of his critique of the subject and of society. Here, these preliminary reactions permit us to turn to Nietzsche's philological beginnings in his study of, including the question of ancient Greek music, drama, lyric poetry and tragedy in terms of their aesthetic origins. The origin of music in ancient Greek music. To understand Nietzsche's reactions on the spirit of music in terms of the elusive aspects of his theory of quantitative or timed measure, rather than voice stress, Nietzsche emphasized that we differ from the ancients in our understanding of music and warned against the easy, because intuitive or instinctual, tendency to connate the modern with the ancient concept of music. Rather than an advocate of a subjective or empathic approach to antiquity, Nietzsche was its most stiff-necked opponent. If Nietzsche drew upon his own affinity for the modern music of his own times for the sake of his studies of ancient music, he never let himself forget the differences between modern and ancient conceptions of music. Thrasybulus Georgiades, whom I invoke again in a later chapter on the specifically musical practice of philosophy, emphasizes Nietzsche's observations by RST, noting that the Western verse line is not a musical but rather a linguistic form. By contrast, the musical rhythmic structure of the ancient Greek verse line reeked the music of the language as it was both a linguistic and simultaneously a musical reality. A musicologist, Georgiades goes on to offer a musical illustration of this point and invokes the succession of accents ordinarily heard in the language of the German phrase, Das Wandern ist des Mullers Lust, marking the accents. Although, as Georgiades points out, in Western languages, the accents proceeding from spoken language, indicated in the German text cited, are binding for the music or musical setting of the text, it is important that this linguistic accenting does not determine all aspects of the musical rhyme. As a result, the phrase can be set to music in various ways. Georgiades offers several examples to illustrate these possibilities. By contrast, the ancient Greek verse line behaved differently. Here the musical rhythm was contained within the language itself. The musical rhythmic structure was completely determined by the language. There was no room for an independent musical rhythmic setting, nothing could be added or changed. To illustrate this point, Georgiades compares the emphatically exable linguistic accenting of the aforementioned array of musical instantiations with the analogous accenting of the RST verse line of Pindar's RST Olympian Ode. Georgiades observes that the ancient Greek word comprised within itself a rm musical component. It had an intrinsic musical will. As he further explains, because individual syllables could be neither extended nor abbreviated, the Greek language was expressed in consummate, completed time. The rhythmic principle of antiquity is based not on the distinction between the organization of time, the measure, system of accents, and its ling-in, with various note values, but rather on intrinsically LLED in time. For this reason, both Georgiades and Nietzsche are able to affirm quite literally that in ancient Greek, music and poetic speech was indistinguishable from prose speech, or to put it another way, as Nietzsche expressed it, ordinary, everyday language was the vehicle of poetry. The development of prose out of music separates music and text. It is no accident that this begins with the institution of writing, whereby the text is liberated from its originally poetic, and hence musical, expression in the full measure of time. As Nietzsche argued in The Birth of Tragedy, the rule of Socratic reason presides over the death of tragedy. In his lecture notes, the rational predominance of the logical over the mythic will wreak the same shift in the case of musical rhythm. The more the sensibility for natural causality took the place of magical causes, the more rhythm recedes. Fs. p. The start of Nietzsche's Thus Spoke Zarathustra invokes the same musical and poetic loss, where Zarathustra thunders, "There they stand," he said to his heart, "there they laugh, they do not understand me, I am not the mouth for these ears. Must one rst shatter their ears to teach them to hear with their eyes?" I have been suggesting that we take this suggestion literally, but how are we to take such talk seriously, let alone literally? And what has become of metaphor? We read Nietzsche's language of hearing with one's eyes, like his talk of a musician's book, like his expression of I persons, as manifold instances of gurative language, that is, mere metaphors, like the poet's convention of holding discourse with one's heart. But as Gerber in The Art of Language expresses it, but also as the longer tradition of rhetoric would have already taught Nietzsche, as it had likewise taught Gerber, there is only metaphor. To take the word for the thing always demands more than language can give. What does this mean for us as we seek to read Nietzsche? Beyond the art of language, beyond sheer metaphoricity, the diachronic consistency of Nietzsche's challenge to our eyes and our ears, limiting our biographical conviction to the textual level, adumbrates his earliest insight as philologist. Here, I shall attempt to retrace the dense interconnections of Nietzsche's enduring preoccupations in the complex whole that is Nietzsche's thought, especially as we encounter it, that is, not as he conceived his work, in its psychological inception and ramifications, but as expressed in his writing. In his RST academically disastrous book, savagely reviewed by a junior classman, RST shocking and then ignored by his teacher, Ritzkel, and subsequently by everyone else in his own eld of classics, Nietzsche had argued that the written visual marks preserved from the past also preserve the reconstructible trace of sound, the spirit of music, and are thus an exactly archaeological record of ancient Greek music drama. In ancient Greek, written in a phonetically voiced alphabet and time structured in meter and rhyme and without stress, we have nothing less significant for Nietzsche's conception of what he called the spirit of music than virtual recordings. The texts of the past offer a readable repository of sound in the written word, given the tradition of folk song as it may be traced in lyric poetry. Of course, and obviously, patently enough, we have no oral recordings, and so nothing like what might be unimpeachably taken to be empirical evidence of the sound of Greek or the music to be heard in ancient Greek tragedy, hence we have only the barest part of what would be needed to understand it. Yet it is exactly this point that can be misunderstood. It is not Nietzsche's claim, and if he is right, it is not the case, that what has gone missing are the corresponding musical notes to the tragic poems, like the vowels in Hebrew. These would be conventions added only for a later, more decadent time, to use Nietzschean language. Instead, what we lack is the speech culture of archaic Greece. Nietzsche's early studies of Greek rhythm and meter and his convicted claim in his notes and in his letters that he had made a signal and radical discovery in this regard were oriented toward nothing less than the reconstruction of just this possibility, and to this extent must be accounted the fundamental antecedent schema of itself, and would hence constitute nothing less than the justification of the language of Nietzsche's subtitle Out of the Spirit of Music. Nietzsche's argument was that we needed to learn to read not as moderns read, with our eyes, but rather with our ears, as the ancients heard what was read, as they also saw the measures of their music stamped out in the steps of the dance. Thus his RST book invites us to listen and attend to the measure and the rhythm of the tragic text, phonetically, literally, especially attending to its originations in the folk song. The spirit of this music is the music that can be heard as derived from the temporal measures, Nietzsche argued, evident in the song tradition of ancient lyric poetry and perceivable in its performance in dance. If all we have of the music of antiquity today are the rudiments preserved in lyric poetry, Nietzsche was correspondingly drastic about the limitations of the former. We stand in a eld of shards, fs. p. he wrote. What Nietzsche found in the metrical tradition of folk song and lyric poetry, was the musical key to the tragic dramas of antiquity. Once distinguished from its all-too-modern literary rendering as subjective expression of fatal solecism as Nietzsche regarded it, the folk voice, the veritable mouth of the people, this is the song of language itself, resonant in lyric poetry, resounded further as the very music of tragedy, and its objective capacity was what allowed for mimetic transcuration. However counterintuitive it is to us, this was a theater without spectators, a chorus, and a poet-composer that was not apart from the audience. And to comprehend this is to begin to grasp the ecstatic power of music, in which there was fundamentally no opposition between public and chorus, the whole is just one sublime chorus. Bt. But to see this, as Nietzsche noted, requires more than just one simile. By means of this same poetic, metered opposition referring to his original philological discovery, Nietzsche claimed that he had indicated the only possible relation between poetry and music, between word and tone, bt. Accordingly, he would argue that text itself constituted the music in question. Whoever hears or speaks today of Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides inevitably thinks of them most immediately as literary poets, for one has come to know them from books, whether in the original or in translation. But this is roughly as if one were to speak of Tannhauser, intending and understanding no more than the libretto. These individuals should be described not as librettists but much rather as composers of opera, KSA. Tragedy was always conveyed via music. The entire ancient art of poetry and music are born from the folk song, KSA. And this was more than a matter of accompaniment but its very articulation, or spirit as Nietzsche expressed it. Traditionally, as Nietzsche emphasized and as most scholars likewise affirm, ancient Greek music was vocal rather than instrumental. In this sense, those scholars who simply identify the Dionysian with the instrumental and the Apollonian with the vocal may overlook the very Nietzschean point of this text. For the loss of that same musical spirit corresponds to nothing less than the transformation of the oral culture of Greece, an orality that goes hand in glove with the literal phonetic function of the letter as a means for preserving sound, to the culture of the text, and takes its point of departure from nothing less than its independence from the resonant sound of the culture that it at rst preserves, as the spirit of the text, and then displaces, as the letter, of that same culture. Thus the tragic tone drama could only suffer its own death at its own hand, which subtext, the death of the tragic art form, was of course the explicit subject of bt, a death then that would have everything to do with the new domination of reason, the written word, logos, as opposed to the spoken word, mythos. Nietzsche's dream, of course, beyond his recollection of the birth and death of the tragic art form, was to see a rebirth of the same, possibly by way of Wagner, an association that has Nietzsche seeking to instruct Wagner, the virtuoso musician, by object lesson in his RST book An Empty Endeavor, given both Wagner's need, and capacity, for such instruction, and vain too and in more than one sense on Nietzsche's own part. It is the death of the spirit of tragic music that is consummate in our day. Thus, reading the texts of ancient tragedy, we are limited to what we see. We lack the ability to hear with our eyes, that is, to use the only metaphor that remains for us as a people of the book, we cannot sight-read ancient Greek music drama. To illustrate this point, Nietzsche has recourse to periods in the Middle Ages when taste and convention had fallen into such disparity that one composed music with visual aids, as it were, composing for the eye rather than for the ear. The consequently illuminated scores went to the color book or PowerPoint presentation extreme of matching notes to something's color, like green in the case of plants, or purple for vineyard elds, KSA. With regard to the spoken texts of ancient music drama, and like the medieval scholiasts so charmingly absorbed by color, we are limited to the signs we scan rather than hear with our eyes. This point may be compared to the difference between a musician's reading of a musical score and a non-musician reader of the same score. Reading a score, the musically trained reader hears and can sing, and this emphasis is one Nietzsche makes, and it will be important for his later self-remonstration. It should have sung, this new soul, what the other only sees. Just to this degree and for this very reason, Nietzsche declared, we are condemned to misprision regarding Pindar, Aeschylus, and Sophocles, KSA. Our modern lack of the musical spirit of the text remains the fundamental obstacle to understanding ancient tragedy. In addition to highlighting this literal musicality, Nietzsche also uses the same musical focus to oppose his study of tragedy to Aristotle on two counts, RST refusing the myth of the myth, and that means, of course, the plot, and, second, refusing the function and expression of anagnorisis in terms of the audience's cathartic response or educational benefit. Beyond the therapy of the theater, the discharge or purification attributed to the experience of tragic sentiment, if also to illustrate the working dynamism of such a supposed and salutary benefit, Nietzsche invoked the example of the profoundly sensible pleasure that is the effect of musical dissonance to explicate the artistic comforts or the aesthetic joy of tragedy. It is a parallel point that the philologist's tools Nietzsche used to explore antiquity will be the same tools he brings to every problem. Where in his early writings he uses the tools of philology, stylistic tools for reading, in order to focus on the problem of the lyric artist to make this same point, his later writing will play upon the words themselves, using provocative etymologies, as a genealogy of terminological assessments to different effect. One may thus endy a parallel to his discussion of the lyric poet in his discussion of the noble, or also of the slave, on the genealogy of morals. Hence it is important, essentially so, that Nietzsche's genealogy is anything but a literal retrieve of supposedly historical facts. There never was such an antique era, and even less an expression of Nietzsche's own fantasies or personal desires. Instead, Nietzsche's rhetorical polemic on the origins of morality details the consequences of an etymological analysis taken word for word. Thus he writes, the signpost to the right road was for me the question, what was the real etymological significance of the designation? Good coined in the various languages, GMI. Accordingly, Nietzsche titles his beginning reactions on the genealogy of morals with the contrast of terminological pairs outlining the heritage or linguistic fortunes of what is called good, that is, and of course, good and evil / good and bad. Nietzsche's musical, Apollinian Dionysian, insight into the birth of tragedy opposing an empathically epistemic, Aristotelian, interpretation of the subliminally cathartic comfort of pure dissonance, tragic or musical drama, yielded a RST book that was effectively overlooked. And Nietzsche famously protested this lack of nuance. Thus he could complain, in reference to his RST book, every purely scientific book is condemned to live a lowly existence among the lowly, and nally to be crucified never to rise again, MMI. On classical texts, for philological regents and philosophical kings. As educator, writing for his best readers, Nietzsche would again and again elaborate the limits of the rhetorical directionality of writing as the question of reading and the related necessity of learning to read. This didactic, writerly project was explicitly exoteric, related to the concern to communicate in general, and that is to say, as tailored to individual contexts. By contrast, the esoteric or internal problem of philology would be the problem of writerly-readerly reciprocity, the problem of right readers. For Nietzsche, always archaic in his sensibilities, like was required to know, or even to begin to recognize, like. And for his fellow philologists, Nietzsche remarks in a note in The Gay Science, the disciplinary project of philology as an enterprise, the conservation of great books no matter how these are deemed underscores what Nietzsche confesses as philology's ultimate doctrine of faith. This is the conviction that there is no lack of those rare human beings, even if one does not see them, who really know how to use such valuable books, presumably those who write, or could write, books of the same type. And using a handily emphatic trope, Nietzsche repeats his claim. I mean that philology presupposes a noble faith that for the sake of a few noble human beings, who always will come but are never there, a very large amount of fastidious and even dirty work needs to be done. All of it is work in usum delphinorum, gs, my emphasis. The relevance of Nietzsche's in usum delphinorum, a variation of ad usum delphini, has not received the attention it deserves, presuming, as one ought to presume, that one needs more than Kaufmann's gloss. Nietzsche's allusion was, of course, to the archetypically paternalistic project of creating special editions of Greek or Roman classic texts, destined for the use of the Dauphin. What is important here is that the practical impetus and cultural character of the classicists' philological guild remains indebted to this same solicitous project. This was Nietzsche's point in inserting just this invocation here in his own text. The same solicitude continues to animate the high tone with which we speak today of the so-called great books. If the political connection between this standard philological convention and Nietzsche's ideal educator has not, to my knowledge, been explored, even by those who discuss Nietzsche in this same context, it manifestly has everything to do with the class distinctions associated with a classical education. Nietzsche's point is that the ultimate aim of philology is to generate tidied-up source matter, undertaken in anticipation of a very valued, indeed noble reader, a particular reader who needs, in the sense that the Dauphin had needed, to be protected from the sullying, questionable, misleading, erroneous, aspects of this same source material. Regarded with all the presumption of a duly vested member of the Philologists' Guild, the Dauphin now corresponds to future philologists, the scholars who are to come. These are the precious future readers who are to be protected from the less edifying aspects of classical literature. But what Nietzsche does not forget, and what, oddly enough, today's classicists seem not to have fully grasped, ignoring, as classical historians, precisely what Nietzsche named a historical sensibility, is that the texts engendered for the scholars of the future are not, and never do become or turn into, original works. Conventionalized restorations, authoritative editions are prepared texts, and, so some critics will argue, expurgated or Baudelarized in the process, going in different directions depending upon whether the critic in question follows Vico or Dilthey, or even Butterald. Such texts are produced, this is the hermeneutic point of Nietzsche's philologists' complaint, for very particular eyes. But whose eyes? If we no longer have the moral justification or imperative for such an edifying project, if only because there are no Dauphins today, and if only because fashions have changed, and if only because the current balding kings of France, to use Russell's reference on reference, either do not exist, exoteric, or are unhonored as such, they are too young to have lost their hair as yet, this would be the esoteric point. The results continue to live on in the methods of today's classical philology and source scholarship. Given the presuppositions of his philological assumptions, claiming his works as written for the future, Nietzsche offers us a painful rumination on the damnation of the author and thus erection of what he senses as his own destiny. In this way, it is important to recall that the Gay Science is a text written in the wake of Nietzsche's recognition of the failure of his RST book. Thus embittered, but making yet another attempt, alluding to another textual tradition, one from a legacy of living song, Nietzsche expresses the philologist's labor as utterly pointless. In other words, Nietzsche perceived himself as writing in the hope of those who always will come but are never there. The ideal and best readers are always, permanently, in the future, he claims, and he claims that the presuppositions of the discipline require this conviction despite the recalcitrant fact that there are no, and that there never have been, instances of such readers apart from the authors themselves, that is, those who write, or could write, books of the same type, gs. But what writer does not write for such ideal readers, however imaginary they may be, and what writer does not fail to recognize their absence? Certainly not Hölderlin, who wrote in his Brot und Wein with a passion only a poet's voice could evoke, "Ah, my friend, we have come too late. Aber Freund, wir kommen zu spät." Like the philologist, for Nietzsche, the writer's hope will turn out to be a matter of vanity, vain in more than one sense. As Nietzsche looks back on his own writing in Ecce Homo, he claims, "My time has not yet come, some are born posthumously, why I write such excellent books." Nietzsche's reaction in this context is self-laceratingly consistent. It would have to be odd, self-contradictory, to expect that his works be understood. That his readers have ears, and here he claims the metaphor of having hands, for his writings is an expectation that would go against the constitutional requirements needed in order to understand a book at all, or in the RST place, or even, but these are different things, to understand an author, as interpretive preconditions whose importance and indispensability he had always presupposed. In a pre-Gadamerian, hermeneutic fashion, Nietzsche would attempt to articulate not the author's understanding better than the author's self-understanding, but the inevitable projection of one's understanding of oneself and of the text into what one calls the interpretation, under which interpretation Nietzsche's text can only disappear, cfbge. From the outset, Nietzsche imposed upon himself the task of both underlining what such contextually perspectival limitations meant for philosophy and for reading, that is the work of science or scholarship, and he did this for the sake of his readers as well as for the sake of exceeding these same limitations. A note he writes emphasizes this complexity and ties it to the fruit of his earliest insight regarding the unheard, but not for that unhearable, one can learn to read, and this meant for Nietzsche that one can learn to hear the music of the text. Our eyes hear much more keenly than our ears, we have better taste and understanding when we read than when we listen, in the case both of books and music, KSA. That is, given the purity of a musical score in advance of any realization for the ear, given the stilled musical resonance of ancient texts, we still have an opportunity for conceptualizing and thus for hearing both ancient and contemporary musical texts, provided only we have taken pains to learn, as Nietzsche constantly emphasizes the pain of learning, the art of reading. In this sense, we can understand Nietzsche's short aphorism, "A word of comfort for a musician," in the Gay Science, an aphorism including the included quotation marks of a word overheard from an extern's point of view, and hence voiced from an esoteric perspective. Your life does not reach men's ears, your life is silent for them, and all the subtleties of its melody, all the tender resolutions about following or going ahead remain hidden from them. True, you do not approach on a broad highway with regimental music, but that does not give these good people any right to say that your life lacks music. Let those who have ears, hear. Gs. The acoustic image invokes Nietzsche's charmingly fetishistic preoccupation with his own small ears, as Lou Salome tells us and as Nietzsche tells us in his own verse, "Du hast klein Ohren, du hast mein Ohren," KSA, a passion echoed in his lifelong invective against the long ears of those he found all too present, and all too deaf. Poetry and love, science and music. In his notes from Basel, as early as, Nietzsche had paralleled the musical culture of ancient Greece and the song culture of medieval Europe precisely for the sake of an understanding of Greek lyric poetry and tragedy. Thus, as we have seen, Nietzsche could declare that for the Greeks, text and music were so intimately joined that without exception one and the same artist created both of them. He further observed that the marriage of text and music was hardly a rarity. Think of the troubadours, the Minnesänger, and even the Guild of Meistersingers, FS, cf. Laughter and Song, on tragic science and gay scholarship. In the gay science Nietzsche elaborates the troubadour's art or science of song. And the gay science have commonalities in addition to music. Both were reissued in later editions. In the case of The Birth of Tragedy, the later edition would feature a new subtitle as well as a self-critical preface emphasizing the preeminence of science as the veritable core or focus of the book. In the case of the gay science, the title page substitutes a comic rhyme in place of the epigraph from Emerson and, like the later added fourth book supplement to Thus Spoke Zarathustra, appends an additional, FTH book, polished with a further cycle of songs Lieder de Prinzen Vogelfrey invoking at once the knightly as well as the chastely erotic character of the troubadour, and recurring in the arch allusions of Nietzsche's Ecce Homo. A good many readers have underscored the preeminence of the art of laughter of the text, apotheosizing Nietzsche as the philosopher who teaches us to laugh. But an emphasis upon the parodic art of laughter tends to obscure the serious claims of Nietzsche's gay science. Nietzsche himself decries the vanity of then contemporary scholars incensed by his use of the word science, a peak that not has quite played itself out, and their complaint, gay it may be but it is certainly not science, KSA. Their objection manifestly touched a nerve, for Nietzsche had intended, so he would claim, to articulate a profoundly serious science, GS. Deeply serious, Nietzsche's gay science would be gay out of profundity, just as the ancient Greeks had discovered the art of drawing their delight in the surfaces of things, their gay superficiality, from the depths of tragic wisdom, GS4. From the start, Nietzsche understood his joyful science to go beyond the fun of mockery and light feat. Invoking the troubadour's art of song, the gay science might be regarded as a handbook to the art of poetry, as Nietzsche plays on the notion of vademecum in the series of short poems that made up his Joke, Cunning, and Revenge, Prelude in German Rhymes, a title alluding to Goethe's Scherz, List, und Rache, by way of a contemporary musical setting. In this sense, the gay science explicates the science of philology as much as it exemplifies the musical art of poetic composition. But this will also mean that one might say, as Heidegger argued in a different tonality in his Nietzsche lectures, that the gay science may properly be regarded as Nietzsche's most scientific work. Provençal song, mirth, and poetic language. As we know from the quotation marks in the subtitle Nietzsche added to the second edition of Die Fröhliche Wissenschaft, the language of La Gaia Scienza is not Nietzsche's. Indeed, in his notes, Nietzsche will reprove the blindness of his academic readers beyond their misunderstanding of cheerfulness Heiterkeit. Indeed, and starting with the title itself, Nietzsche sniffed, most scholars forgot its Provençal meaning. From Provence to the Occitan, one of Nietzsche's Nachlass drafts, Guy Saber, begins with an address to the Mistral. This is the troubadour's art, or technique, of poetic song, an art at once secret, anonymous, and thus non-subjective, but also including disputation and comprising, perhaps above all, the important ideal of action, and pathos, at a distance, l'âme or lointain. Nietzsche's exploration of the noble art of poetic song is intriguing enough to compel attention. Detailing these song forms in his notes as he does, Nietzsche also seems to have framed some of his own poetic efforts in this tradition. To take an obvious instance, the appendix of songs added to the gay science includes a dance song entitled, To the Mistral, to be heard together with Nietzsche's praise of the South and affirming Nietzsche's love of Dame Truth herself im Süden. Even more, as one literary scholar has reminded us in his Reactions on the origins of the gay saber, the playful context of laughter, hilarity, and the joy of play is as central to the same medieval tradition of vernacular, as opposed to sacred, song as it is to Nietzsche's The Gay Science. The gay science begins with just such a reference to gaiety as such as it also recollects the focus of Nietzsche's RST book on musical poetry, not only laughter and gay wisdom but the tragic too, with all its sublime unreason, belongs among the means and necessities of the preservation of the species, gs. Nevertheless, a focus on the art of the troubadour as key to Nietzsche's gay science inevitably takes the interpreter in a single direction. As the art of contest in poetic song, and given Nietzsche's courtly allusions to Goethe as noted previously, or else, and more patently, to Wagner, it is important to explore the tradition of the troubadour. Indeed, one might even be inspired to go still further, yield to a plausible connection with Frédéric Mistral, the Occitan poet who popularized the inventive Provençal tradition of poetry, and who was a contemporary of Nietzsche's day. But we should also move slowly here, not just for reasons of philological care, Nietzsche's lento. Hence, if the clearly erotic undercurrent, along with the recurrent focus on shame in the gay science, we recall that Nietzsche concludes both books and on the note of shame: as long as you are in any way ashamed of yourselves, you do not yet belong to us, gs. And, again, what is the seal of liberation? No longer to be ashamed before oneself, gs. See also, and, cannot ultimately legitimate the assertion of Nietzsche's homosexuality. A similar restraint is also essential in this case. If Nietzsche himself claims the reference to the troubadours for his own part, and to this extent, the current reading is not speculation, the riddle of the gay science hardly reduces to this. We need more than a recollection of the Provençal character and atmosphere of the troubadour in order to understand Nietzsche's conception of a joyful science, even if, given the element of a complex and involuntary parody, gs, the spirit of the Occitan certainly helps, especially where Nietzsche adverts to dissonance throughout, betraying the disquiet of the Mistral wind as well as its seasonal relief. For nothing less than a critique of science is essential for an understanding of the ideal of Nietzsche's gay science. As we have already seen in the RST chapter above, a reaction on ancient Greek music drama had occupied Nietzsche's RST concerns with the general question of what he would retrospectively call the problem of science in his reactions on his RST book. This object of Nietzsche's scientific or rigorously scholarly concern was Nietzsche's declared discovery of the birth of tragedy in the folk song, in lyric poetry read and heard in the music of the Greek lyric word, bt, etc. Seen from this perspective, the gay science tells us Nietzsche's life work in terms of his scholarly achievements as well as his own deployment of the same, putting this science to work on his own behalf and taking this as far as the consummate promise of his troubadours, and even Catharist, ideal of self-overcoming. This is the context of impossible love, the condemnation never to love, as that intimate disappointment in which David B. Allison quotes Nietzsche's resolution to effect his own healing transcuration. If the gay science is a handbook of song, it prefigures what Allison has delicately analyzed as what will become Nietzsche's recipe for inventing the alchemical trick for transforming this muck coathy into gold. If Nietzsche's self-therapy works for the love of a woman, for Lou, as Allison argues, it is because the alchemical transformation consummates a more fatile loving life, real life, not just warts and all, but exactly including as intimately necessary to life, the whole gamut of illness and suffering, misrecognition and disappointment, as well as death, constituting a patent catalogue of the all-too-real horrors of ancient tragedy. For Nietzsche's gay science is a passionate, fully joyful science. But to say this is also to say that a gay science is a dedicated science, scientific all the way down. This is a science including the most painful and troubling insights, daring, to use Nietzsche's language here, every ultimate or last consequence, bge, ksa. Doubting as well as Montaigne, more radical than Descartes, and still more critical than Kant or Schopenhauer, dispensing with Spinoza's and with Hegel's, but also with Darwin's and even Newton's, faith, Nietzsche's joyful, newly joyful, scientist carries the will henceforth to question further, more deeply, stringently, harshly, cruelly, and quietly than one had questioned heretofore, gs3. Even condense in life itself, as a value, of course, but also as such, now becomes a problem. The result is a new kind of love and a new kind of joy, a new passion, a new happiness. The commitment of a joyful science includes body and mind, Descartes, just because Nietzsche does not distinguish these any more than he distinguishes between soul and spirit, Kant and Hegel. The reference to the body derives from Nietzsche's experience of suffering as an adventure in transmutation. This transcurred suffering or pain he calls convalescence, reminding us of the ineons of the body and its milieu interior and exterior, physiological and ecological in the purest aspirations of reason. Like Montaigne, again, if also, again, playing off Spinoza and Leibniz, Nietzsche invokes the need for self-questioning and for self-experimentation precisely with an eye to the importance of physiological ineances, as these may be found on every level of thought, Nally pronouncing philosophy nothing but an interpretation and misunderstanding of the body, gs2. As a philosopher in the fashion of the gay science, you can play or experiment with yourself in your own thinking, you can be the phenomenologist of yourself, varying the effects of health, illness, convalescence, or the persistence of illness and pain on thought itself. For neither science, nor scholarship, nor philosophy, Nietzsche tells us, has ever been about truth, ibid. Each of these occupations, as Nietzsche tells us, has always had some other motivation or aim in mind, for example, health, future, growth, power, life. Ibid. Acknowledging the passions of knowledge heretofore, Nietzsche is at pains to argue that the ideal of objectivity is a delusion either of self-deceiving idealism or a calculated mendacity. Belief in such an ideal is the default of science altogether. In its place, Nietzsche argues against both the idea and the ideal of pure science, dedicated to sheer knowledge as if knowing should be its own end, gs, as he also argues against knowledge for gain and prod. In every case, his reference point is the noble, CFD and BGE, ideal of Logia Scienza. Contra the idealistic convictions of the will to truth at any price, Nietzsche dares the proposition that truth, once laid bare, no longer remains true, gs4. A gay science will need to know itself as art. Reacting on the title of Nietzsche's Die Fröhliche Wissenschaft, Martin Heidegger has emphasized that metonymically tuned with Wissenschaft, science, the word frolic, happy or gay, light or joyful, evokes Leidenschaft, passion. In this way, Heidegger argues, Nietzsche's passionate, joyful science can be opposed to the dusty scholarship for the sake of assonance, let us call it the grey science, of his peers. This same claim supports the surmise that like Beyond Good and Evil and Twilight of the Idols, Nietzsche's joyful science was intended as a challenge to Wilamowitz, and thence contra-philology as the discipline that had excluded Nietzsche's contributions. The test of Nietzsche's joyful science, amor fati, NDS its planned and executed exemplification in Thus Spoke Zarathustra, as well as in the retrospective song cycle appended to the later written FTH book of the gay science. In this experimental fashion, in this very scientific way. The promise articulated on behalf of music in Might Nally Be Fooled, as his reactions in Beyond Good and Evil and Ecce Homo suggest. If the spirit of Science der Geist der Wissenschaft and techno-mechanical progress could be shown to have the power to vanquish myth, even if only with a myth of its own, and poetry, even if only with poetry of its own, the spirit of music might be thought. This remains Nietzsche's nest hope. It is his philosophical music of the future to have retained the power to give birth once again to tragedy. Such a rebirth compels us to seek out the spirit of science precisely in terms of its antagonistic opposition to music's power of mythical creativity. As preserved in written form, like Homer's epic song, like Greek musical tragedy, Logia Scienza corresponds to the textual fusion of oral traditions, composition, transmission, performance in the now frozen poems of the troubadours. It is important, as with the ancient tradition of epic poetry, that the knightly art of poetry, the Guy Saber as it was recorded in the 14th century, presumed a much older tradition dating back to the 12th or 11th century. In a parallel fashion, Nietzsche's discovery had been that the musical tradition of the folk song gave birth to the archetypical Greek tragic art form, a genealogy that was for Nietzsche to be described in the rhythmic structures that he called the music of lyric poetry. The spirit of music gives birth to tragedy, the tragic art and knowledge that is ultimately the metaphysical comfort of the artist, bt. In the gay science, Nietzsche articulates this metaphysical comfort as the distance and light of art, gs. By contrast with such a metaphysical or musical comfort, the comfort of the spirit of science is a physical one, in irdis consonans, bt. In the gay science, Nietzsche will analyze the saving grace and working functionality as the reason we, too, remain still pious, gs. Astonishing in its patent, empirical, but insuperably contingent success, what holds up, gs, in science as the technological, scientific solution to life is the gift of a deus ex machina, as Nietzsche claries the vision of Prometheus for us, gs, the god of the machines and the foundries, bt, put to work on behalf of a higher egoism, content in the world's correction through knowing, and of the viability of a life guided by science, ibid, but above all, capable of concentrating the individual within the most restrictive sphere of problem solving, the scientific method. To illuminate the point of Nietzsche's allusion here, if Goethe's own Faust had been locked together with the spirit of the earth so densely summoned forth at the start and compelled to turn within the same circle, he might well have declared, in advance of the whole trag, Eddie, in ich will dich, du bist werther Kant ze worden, bt, cfgs. For Nietzsche, as for the rest of us, the method at work stipulation, mechanism, and above all delimitation, that is, the working practice of method as such is the key to the modern scientific age. The same methodication is also the means whereby science becomes art, but to say this is also to say that science departs from theory alone, from its metaphysical heaven or perfection, to become practicable and livable, viable, as such. Nietzsche's Zarathustra thus teaches loyalty to the earth. However effective they are, and they are very effective as Nietzsche underscores, the expression of natural laws in human relations or numerical formulae, gs, remains a metaphorical convention, a Protagorean conventionalism Nietzsche famously compares to a deaf person's visually metaphorical judgment of the acoustic quality of music on the basis of Chladni Sands/Soundgers, gs, an image that gave Nietzsche proof of the veritably metaphorical convertibility of sound and light in wave forms. Or vibrations, or Schwingungen, as Nietzsche triumphantly declared, KSA, and today we might reimagine the Chladni metaphor as the music of a digital musically printed as binary character text or else, and more elliptically, as the visual musicality of the gleaming refraction surface of a music CD hung as a light catcher. The full context here is as follows: the human being as the measure of things is similarly the basic concept of science. Every law of nature is ultimately a sum of anthropological relations. Especially number, the quantitative reduction of every law, their expression in numerical formulas is am to 4 degree, as one who lacks the ability to hear judges music and tonality according to the Chladni sound patterns, KSA, cf. In this way, when Nietzsche RST sets up the opposition between art and science in terms of music and myth, that is, in distinction to logic and calculative advantage, what is at issue is a proportionate achievement. As Nietzsche had argued in his RST book, both art and science are ordered to life. Art seeks to harmonize dissonance, resolving it by transcuration, not by elimination but by way of musical incorporation, a becoming human of dissonance, bt, cf. By contrast, especially in the guise of the technological science of modernity, as it begins with Socrates and the promise of logic and truth, mechanical or physical science effectively corrects or improves the world. In this fashion, science substitutes an earthly consonance in place of the elusive promise of the tragic art, or music, which for its part offers no solutions to mortal problems. This is tragedy, only beautiful consonantes, as I have called Nietzsche's harmonies. This is the art of music. For Nietzsche, a focus on science may not be distinguished from aesthetics, art, as we have already seen, nor indeed from ethics, morality. Nietzsche opposes, RST, the failure of music in such a scientifically improved world. Second, the self-deceiving truth of earthly consonance with respect to its own illusions. This would be a lack of science, beyond the praise for the probity of the thinker that compels him to turn to science. Gs. This would be the good, stupid will to believe, which Nietzsche challenges as a lack of philology, that is, the lack of suspicion and patience. Bge. When modern scientific rationality, GS, turns its eye on suffering, it conceives and so reduces suffering to a problem to be solved, KSA. There is a whole skein of difficulties here for Nietzsche, beginning with the question of the nature and extent of suffering, psychic or physical, cultural or historical, and including the quality and character of comfort and relief. The compassionate and tragic element will always be important for Nietzsche, a sensitive pathos he shared with Schopenhauer. But beyond Schopenhauer, Nietzsche would also argue that the problem of suffering eludes ameliorating reduction for the very reason that a solution to the problem of suffering also and inevitably elides the whole fateful range of what belongs to suffering, GS. This is a complex point, and it does not mean that Nietzsche was in favor of passively enduring, much less enacting suffering. But to strip off the multilayered, complex covering of truth, that is, its illusions, is also to dissolve what is true, GS4, in the same way that Rome as an empire came to dominate its world, to use Nietzsche's example of cultural supremacy. For a contemporary example, we can think of what we call globalism. Imperial Rome blithely obliterated the traces of its past, better said, the past of its predecessors, without the slightest inkling of bad conscience, brushing off the dust on the wings of the moment of the historical buttery, GS. In one's own life, this layered and interwoven complexity is the inscrutability, and that is exactly to say the meaning of suffering, GS. More critically, it is the problem of the meaning and significance of suffering for another. This is the problem of other pains, as it were, GS. In this region, key to the notion of the eternal return, Nietzsche touches upon the deep relation of suffering to happiness as well as everything that suffering necessitates and makes possible, ibid. This complex problem is Nietzsche's great challenge to contemporary expressions of care ethics, or the ethics of compassion as Nietzsche would speak of the higher ethic of friendship, KSA. It is his intriguing and still untapped contribution to understanding Heidegger's notion of care in the elusive Reaction contra pity, Mitleid, that would teach what Nietzsche names Mitfreude, GS. Nietzsche's gay science of morality is complicated precisely because he is interested less in promulgating a moral theory than in questioning the presumptions of the same. For Nietzsche, questioning is the most important element in science, GS, and what Nietzsche confesses as his personal injustice is his very scientific conviction that everyone must somehow, ultimately have to have this lust defragens, GS. In Kantian terms, Nietzsche permitted himself to believe that everyone was in some measure possessed by a passion for questioning at any price, GS. Science and Leidenschaft. Reviewing the motivations of established scholarship, that is, a job, a career, dusty and bored with itself, lacking anything better to do, the scientific drive of traditional, grey scientists turns out to be nothing but their boredom, GS. By contrast, what Nietzsche calls the passion of the knowledge seeker is a very erotic drive, a drive for possession. This is acquisitive to the point of abandon, yearning for undiscovered worlds and seas, GS, completely lacking zealousness, lacking disinterest, and in place of the ideal of scholarly detachment, an all-desiring self that would like, as it were, to see with the eyes and seize with the hands of many individuals, a self that would like to bring back the entire past, that wants to lose nothing it could possibly possess. GS. So far from science's celebrated objectivity and neutrality, GS, the great passion of the knowledge seeker is a matter of intimate and absolute or utter cupidity, GS. As Nietzsche regarded this passionate drive from the perspective of nobility, GS, the archaic quality of Nietzsche's joyful passion is ineluctably alien to modern sensibilities, if simply and fundamentally because, and this is what Nietzsche always understood by the ideal of nobility, the cupidity or desire of gay science is a non-venal one, GS. Both science and art draw upon the same creative powers, both are directed to the purpose of life, and most importantly for Nietzsche, both are illusions. Denying a Platonic world of noumenal truth, there is for Nietzsche only nominal truth, GS, sheer illusion but no noumenon. Indeed, what is key to Nietzsche's inversion of Plato/Kant, i.e., Christianity, is that without the noumenal, there is no phenomenal world, without metaphysics, no physics. The world is mere will to power, chaos, and nothing besides, gs. The only truth is illusion, and there is no truth beyond illusion. But this is Schopenhauer's world, not Kant's. To make any headway with this, one needs a non-Western logic, the logic of the veil of Maya. But to say this, for the Nietzsche who always remains a scientist, ultimately means that one is grateful to art. In the context of this non-Western logic, the critical distance Nietzsche maintains with respect to Buddhism may well correspond to his rigorously preserved scientific attitude, cgs. But what is science? Science is routinely presumed to be a matter of method, and quantifying analysis, and it was exactly the character of science as method that Nietzsche had in mind. Hence in the context of his early, and later, reactions, when Nietzsche proposed to examine the problem of science, what he means by science presupposes its broadest sense because what he wanted to address was nothing less than the specifically scientific character of science. For this reason too, Nietzsche's talk of science with regard to aesthetics and ancient philology, i.e., in his book on tragedy, inevitably exceeded aesthetic philology in its scope and works and brought Nietzsche to speak of logic, rationality, and even of the mechanized way of life of modernity, in order to speak, in the classical mode, of the contemporary possibilities of Western culture. It is the meaning of science that remains problematic here. And very few scholars have adverted to the problems of the compound construction of a gay science. Among the few who do so, Heidegger asks what does gay science mean, reminding us with this question that Nietzsche's Science-Wissenschaft is not a collective noun for the sciences as we nd them today, with all their paraphernalia in the shape they assumed during the course of the last century, n. Heidegger thus contrasts Nietzsche's conception of a gay science to the 19th century ideal of the positive, measuring, or technologically deemed sciences. The point is not that Nietzsche opposes positive science but rather that such positive, or technologically deemed sciences are immoderate precisely at this point for they have seduced themselves into taking their own axioms as demonstrated truths. By contrast with modern science and its calculative technologies, where physics is the paradigmatic science, the passion of Nietzsche's Fröhliche Wissenschaft resounds like the passion of a well-grounded mastery over the things that confront us and over our own way of responding to what confronts us, positing all these things in magnificent and essential goals, n. In order to make some headway with the question of this passion for knowledge, a gay science, as already suggested, needs the art of love. And the erotic art must be learned, so Nietzsche argues, exactly as we learn to love anything at all. Nietzsche's example for such learning is music itself, the cultivated love that is, like every other art of love, an acquired passion, gs. Indeed, for Nietzsche, only such a cultivated passion for knowledge has a justable claim to the title of science. In this sense, a supposed science of music apart from the art of music, apart from what is music in it, gs, would not be merely abstract. Blind and empty, a tone-deaf musical science would not be a science worthy of the name, gs. The music of the gay science and the meaning of Wissenschaft. Science, regarded as a symptom of life, Nietzsche argued, could well constitute a subtle form of self-defense against the truth, bt2. Suggesting that truth, and the will to truth, might be less than salutary, Nietzsche opposes both Socratic rationality, better living through science, and Christianity, truth saves. For the same reason, the task of presenting the problem of science itself, science considered for the RST time as problematic, as questionable, ibid, exposes the thinker to the danger of truth. We recall Nietzsche's description of his own RST books grappling with what he called a problem with horns, ibid. Ignoring the focus on science as problematic, scholars have routinely argued that Nietzsche's attempt to view science through the lens of the artist and art through that of life was not addressed to what we take to be science today, not natural science, not real science. Walter Kaufmann, whose ignorance in an English-speaking context as Nietzsche's translator like that of R.J. Hollingdale's can hardly be overemphasized, has assured us that the science in Nietzsche's The Gay Science has nothing to do with science per se but rather and only refers to the troubadour's art, just as earlier noted. and it is quite clear that Kaufmann is not uncovering an obscure detail but one Nietzsche himself emphasizes not only indirectly but on the title page to the second edition as well as in his later writings and throughout his Nachlass notes, complete, as we have already seen, with schematizations of the song forms. Indeed, if anything, Kaufmann's gloss tells us less than Nietzsche does. For the gay science manifestly refers to the troubadour's art. But what art of song was that to be for Nietzsche? Was that the art of the famous Joffer Rödel, or Gerard Riquier, the so-called last of the troubadours? Was it the lyre song of Homer's Achilles? Or Pindar's crown of song? Or Machiavelli's musical art? Or are we merely speaking of Orpheus? Or Wagner? Or, and this solution is still the favorite amongst most readers, are we speaking of Nietzsche himself, when he claimed that one should range his Zarathustra under the rubric of music, and given the portents of his concluding incipit in the gay science? At the very least, it would seem that Nietzsche aligns the gay science, as the art of the troubadour, with the ancient musical art of tragedy, as Nietzsche sings himself the song of his songs and including the troubadour's serenus or evensong, or, given the context of music and Venice, his Planctus or plan in his Ecce Homo. For Nietzsche, as for any German, both in his day and our own, the term Wissenschaft or science applies as much to historical studies of ancient philology as to the natural sciences. Where the problem of science qua science, that is, the problem of the scienticity of science, also corresponds to the logical problem of reexivity, the general problem of science as such both natural, and phenomenological, and philological, and hermeneutical, calls for critical reaction. Nietzsche had argued that science as such, including the natural, physical sciences, as well as mathematics and logic, cannot be critically conceived, or founded, on its own ground nor indeed, and this was Nietzsche's most esoteric point as a hermeneutic of hermeneutics, can philology be so founded? It was because he wrote as a philological scholar, as a scientist, by his own perfectly rigorous definition of the term, that Nietzsche could regard his methodological considerations as directly relevant to the problem of science. We may note that in distinction to the narrow focus of the English science, the inclusiveness of the German Wissenschaft illuminates the parallels between Nietzsche's self-critique and Kant's expression of metaphysics in terms of a science of the future, as a future metaphysics. Again, it is important to affirm that the present author is well able, as others seemingly are not, to assume that Nietzsche had read Kant. For Nietzsche, accordingly, and as he writes in The Achievement of Kant's Critical Philosophy, a tradition of critique culminating in Schopenhauer, the same critical tradition that continues in Adorno and Horkheimer, was to engage what Nietzsche regarded as the logical contradictions of the logical optimism of modern science. This logical optimism is the positivist condense that knowledge is both possible, in theory, and attainable, in practice. We still subscribe to the same optimism in our ongoing conviction that all the riddles of the universe can be known and fathomed, bt, and thus we faithfully denounce as anti-scientic and willfully obscure anyone who challenges this scientistic conviction. Yet here the question of the meaning of Wissenschaft for Nietzsche, as for Kant, Hegel, and even Goethe but also Marx, Freud, Dilthey, Weber, Husserl, Heidegger, et.al., remains elusive. For if the Fröhlich in the title of Die Fröhliche Wissenschaft has required our attention, taking us to passion, with Heidegger, but also taking us to a willingness to dance over the abyss of unreciprocated or failed love or the dark neediness of the soul, with Alison, and ultimately to Nietzsche's own concerns as he summarizes these for us, daring the dangerous play of experimental questioning, gs, the meaning of Wissenschaft turns out to be similarly complicated. It is worth asking, again, what Nietzsche means by science, be it gay or otherwise. Intriguingly, although it is routinely observed that the German term Wissenschaft and the English word for science ought to be distinguished, commentators tend not to explicate the difference in question. I have elsewhere explored this point in greater detail, but here. It is worth recalling that a differentiation between these terms is important as is the recollection that beyond such definitions, Each word also carries with it its own penumbra of meaning and substitutions, articulating on each side a divergent range of associations, both metonymic and metaphorical. Dating from the 14th century, the term Wissenschaft was coined in German for the needs of a theological and mystical context in order to translate the Latin sciences, scientia, terms given as science in English, and related to sire, to know, scindere, to cut or divide. Key here in understanding Wissenschaft are the set of associations of the root terms, in particular the powerful etymological array via Wissen linked to the Old High German Wissen and Old Saxon Witta, but also the English wit and what, and thence to the Sanskrit Vita and the ancient Greek oda, as well as the Latin, videre. As a philologist, Nietzsche was characteristically conscious of this root connection between vision and scientific knowledge, hence his focus on the ocular tendency of science in general but especially natural science. See the following note: science aims to interpret the same phenomenon through different senses and to reduce everything to the most exact sense, the optical. Thus do we learn to understand the senses the darker are illuminated by the lighter, KSA. And it might be worth investigating the degree to which this ocular conception inspired both his focus on what he called the science of aesthetics in his RST book, his emphasis upon the importance of the haptic sense in the physical sciences, CFTI, reason in philosophy, and his special attention to the sense of taste, a focus he earlier played back to its etymological association with wisdom as such. The Greek word that signifies wise etymologically belongs to sapio, I taste. Sapiens, the one who tastes, Sisyphos, the man of the keenest taste, a keen ability to distinguish and to recognize thus constitutes for folk consciousness, the authentic philosophical art, KSA. Whether deliberate or not, Nietzsche's example is in remarkable parallel with David Hume's reactions on aesthetic taste. Importantly, however, and Heidegger makes much of this, it is only since the 18th century that the current meaning of the sciences, that is, as opposed to and as distinct from the arts, can be dated. If it can be argued that the meanings of Wissenschaft and science now and increasingly tend to coincide, Wissenschaft, as we have seen that Heidegger has also emphasized, yet remains unquestionably broader, as it corresponds to the collective pursuit of knowledge kinds. This collectivity is the meaning of Schaft, analogous to the suffix ship, as in scholarship, a word that only partially renders Wissenschaft. As the noun corresponding to Wissen, Wissenschaft also retains the connotations of the ways or condits of knowing, ways that can still be heard in English with the archaic wis, to show the way, to instruct, or wist, to know. Reviewing the above definitions, it is plain that although Nietzsche's identification of himself as a scientific practitioner may still strike a contemporary English speaker as sufficiently non-idiomatic to call forth at least a footnote, if not whole books on source scholarship, designed to explain the problem away, remanding it to the conventionality of the history of ideas and instances, his identification of his research interests as scientific would be routine in contemporary German usage. But this is exactly not to say that all Nietzsche was talking about was his own disciplinary eld of ancient Greek philology. For Nietzsche, as should now be clear, what made his own discipline scientific was what made any discipline scientific. The problem is not at issue in German readings of Nietzsche, though there remains a related problem in German contributions to epistemology and the philosophy of science to just the degree that these elds continue to be received as Anglo-Saxon disciplines. The problem is in understanding Nietzsche's references. And the problem is the problem of equivocation. For in spite of all the well-known rigor of the study of classics, we can only be hard-pressed to see classics as a science per se. For this reason, when Nietzsche, a classicist, speaks of himself as advancing science, we do not quite take his reference except by putatively broadening his claim to an assertion about scholarship in general, but by which we mean literature, in fact, and particularly, classical philology, and then, following Wilamowit's academically devastating critique of Nietzsche's supposed innovations, not even that. Nietzsche poses the question of science not as a resoluble but much rather as a critical problem. As a critical project, Nietzsche adverts to the stubborn difficulty of putting science in question, the difficulty of questioning what is ordinarily unquestionable. Science, indeed, as presumptive authority and as method is ordinarily the ground or foundation for critical questioning. For this same critical reason, Nietzsche holds that the project of raising the problem of science itself as a problem, as questionable, BT2, was a task to be accomplished over time, not merely a point to be made, or a problem to be remedied. If Nietzsche liked to assert that he aspired to a more radical doubt than Descartes, KSA, and if Nietzsche was surely more critical than Kant in calling for the kyriax of the critical project to be turned against itself, GS, CFBGE, Nietzsche nonetheless differs from the Enlightenment project of philosophical modernity in general. Thus Nietzsche does not exclude his own deliberately provocative solution as a problem at the limit of critical reaction. Instead, Nietzsche presupposes an unrelenting self-critique, precisely for the sake of science, and this is why Nietzsche's reaction continues to matter for the sake of any possible philosophy of science that may be able to come forth as a science. Self-criticism, critique of one's tacit assumptions, has to be a constant attendant to philosophical critique, and Nietzsche is just as quick to remind us of this. Where are we to position ourselves for the sake of such self-critique? Raising the question of the subject, challenging that there is nothing that thinks, the Archimedean standpoint provided by the Cartesian thinking subject is suspended where it emerges, in the middle of nowhere, and this is, if it is nothing else, a questionable foundation. The result is the giddiness Nietzsche claims endemic to the modern era, an era without deniable up and down, and the orienting disposition of the same to above and below, without belief in God, CFGS, and increasingly lacking even the RM foundation of the ultimacy of the human subject. Gay science, passion, vocation, music. As a Leidenschaft in Heidegger's sense, Nietzsche's science opposes the usual conception of either science or scholarship, even and perhaps especially philosophy, even if, as Nietzsche remarks, philosophy is the discipline named for love or passion. As already emphasized, Nietzsche's gay science is not just relevant to science in general but exactly opposed to the 19th century ideal of the positive, measuring, calculative, or technologically deemed sciences. If this were an armchair problem of the classically metaphysical kind, we could let it go at that, as a puzzle of the ordinary Kuhnian kind, science as Popperian problem solving. But because the problem is the problem of science as the theory of the real, CGS, we have been attempting to take it by its gurative horns, in the very spirit of Nietzsche's own metaphorical invocation of the Cretan art of bull dancing, BT2. The horns of this dilemma may also remind us of Nietzsche's polemical language in his preface to Beyond Good and Evil, whereby all of us, as philosophers and as scientists/philologists, conceived as impotent, or at least as inconsequential, suitors of the truth, are also crowned with all the allusions to the lyre that are inevitable with reference to Nietzsche, or even, thinking of Ariadne, to Theseus himself. But here, our ambition is more sober than trivial matters of scholarly pride, or what Nietzsche called scientific pedantry. An unquestioning inattention to modern science and technology continues to rule in modern condens, that is, in what Nietzsche called our convictions. For Nietzsche, we explain, or as he takes care to specify, we describe GS, everything with reference to ourselves and our own motivational intentionality. Consequently and inevitably, here Nietzsche goes beyond both Kant and Schopenhauer. We fashion, or invent, the very concept of a cause, GS, CFGS, and thereby misconstrue both the world and ourselves in a single blow. Nietzsche's critical reactions on science may be summarized as the critical re-exive question of science raised in terms of the conditions of any possibility of knowing, that is to say, looking at science itself as a problem, scientifically, and that is, again, from the perspective of art and life. Like the sand patterns of the Chladni soundgars that so captivated Nietzsche's imagination, the question of science can be raised in terms of music, not only in terms of the troubadour's musical art but also in terms of its remainder. This is music's ineffable residue, sediment in the words that still remain to be sung. In The Gay Science, Nietzsche outlines a critical revision of the standard genealogy of science out of the spirit of myth and magic and alchemy, as he also NDS science modeled on the occluded paradigm of religion, GS, GM3. Nietzsche does not merely parallel science and religion in terms of both faith and ultimate goals, that is, piety and metaphysics, GS, but earlier, in a rarely remarked upon aphoristic tour de force, Nietzsche plays between science and religion and the prejudices proper to both. Thus Nietzsche tells a parable to explain, and not quite to denounce, an earlier era's wholly scientific, one thinks of the Jesuit scholar, Robert Bellarmine's, resistance to Galileo and to Copernicus and so on. In the very way that the noble passion of love, the purity of the lover, the same purity that forgives even the visceral vigor of lust itself, as Nietzsche notes GS, would be disinclined to wish or to be asked to imagine the inner guts of the beloved, the whole network of tissue and blood and nerves in all their glistening truth, so the believer would have had, in times gone by, a similar lover's horror with respect to the divine sensorium. In earlier, more religiously, as opposed to more scientifically, pious times, one recoiled from the viewpoint that would reveal the beloved, the cosmos and thus God himself, laid bare by the incursions of telescopes and astronomical theory. In everything that was said about nature by astronomers, geologists, physiologists, and doctors, he saw an intrusion on his choicest property and thus an assault and a shameless one on the part of the attacker, GS. We see here the sensitivity of Nietzsche's rhetorical style at work, beginning where all the world knows its way around and knows all about, namely, about love and love affairs. Think of the philosophers of sex and love. Nietzsche's parable takes the reader to a more esoteric insight, namely into scientific cosmology itself and the trajectories of its historical contextuality and thence to the philosophy of science as such. For the sake of the philosophical question of truth and logical rationality, Nietzsche raises the question of science as the question of the measure of the world of real not ideal, GS, things. For Nietzsche, just as one cuts away the metaphysical domain of the noumenal, real/ideal world and loses the phenomenal world in the same process, the clarification of the human being in modern scientific, evolutionary, and physiological terms also works to eliminate the pure possibility of knowledge as such. If what works in us are tissues and cells, genes and evolutionary history, associations and habits, then we cannot speak of knowledge, and certainly not reality. The problem is worse than a Kantian conceptual scheme, spacetime, causality, etc. The problem is the inmixture of ecology, physiology, and electrochemical processes. Thus Nietzsche can conclude, there is for us no reality. GS. When, in the subsequent section, Nietzsche goes on to detail his radical nominalism, he is not merely invoking the sovereignty of human invention but its impotence. Thus he declares his conviction, that unspeakably more lies in what things are called than in what they are, GS. This is complicated as it begins in arbitrary convention but ends in something even more durable than habit, as there is also, and there are entire sciences like philology but also, like anthropology and the other human sciences that seek to adumbrate Nietzsche's insight here, a natural history of conventions or habits. Thus he reeks that appearance from the very start almost becomes essence and works as such, ibid. But cutting through all of this is itself a proof of its efficacy and origin, and above all, it is, we should not forget, enough to create new names and estimates and probabilities in order to create new things in the long run, ibid. This poetic creativity is the ultimate meaning of the troubadour's art, troubar, an etymologically disputed term, meaning invention but also related to tropes and their variations. As a science, GS, it is the heart of what Nietzsche called Logis Saber. For Nietzsche, all of life is based on semblance, art, deception, points of view, and the necessity of perspectives and error, BTV. Nietzsche saw that the critical self-immolation of knowledge, the truth that one is eternally condemned to untruth KSA, at the limit of the critical philosophic enterprise, is to be combined with the sober notion that insight into illusion does not abrogate it, and, above all, such insight does not mean that illusion lacks effective or operative power. To the contrary, from every point of view, Nietzsche argued, the erroneousness of the world in which we live is the surest and the remest thing we can get our eyes on, BGE, CFGS. Nor, as we have traced the etymology of Wissenschaft, is this visual metaphor an incidental one here. For Nietzsche, to regard the body as a complexly knowing instrumentarium, widely keyed to all its senses and not restricted to sight alone, is to understand the body itself as mind, that is, not as opposed to the mind, and not imagined as a Cartesian or Lockean adjunct to the mind, but, writ large and veritably Hobbesian, if beyond Hobbes, a grand reason, a plurality with one sensibility, a war and a peace. As physician of culture, the philosopher is to be an artist of science, a composer of reactive thought, refusing the calculations of science as the thickness deadly to the music of life, gs. Refusing such calculations, the gay science promotes a more musical, more passionate science. In this way, the only help for science turns out to be not more science or better scientific understanding but the therapeutic resources and risks of art. The goal is not a more charming, comic, or light science but, much rather and much more a science worthy of the name, if perhaps for the rst time, a gay science with the courage truly to question, gs, resisting what Nietzsche analyzes as the always latent tendency of degraded and ordinary science, grey science, I have been calling it, to rigidify into either the damning exclusions of dogma, you must be mistaken. Where have you left your senses? This dare not be the truth. Gs, or empty and mindless problem solving, an exercise in arithmetic and an indoor diversion for mathematicians. Gs. What Nietzsche means by thinking in the critical service of science, as the artful mastery of this same, newly gay science, can only be expressed in its contextual connections to topics in other kinds of philosophic reaction traditionally regarded as distinct. One allies laughter and wisdom, rejoining art and science because, for Nietzsche, the problem of science corresponds to the problem of art and life. It is for this reason that one always misses the point when one declares that Nietzsche is against, or for, science. Instead, Nietzsche's interpretive touchstone contrasts what affirms mortal life on this earth with what denies that life. But because mortal life includes sickness, decay, and death, this tragic perspective opposes the nihilism, be it mystic-religious or rational scientific, that would seek, as does religion, to redeem or else, as does science, to improve life because both perspectives turn out to deny mortality, suffering, frustration, death, an emphasis common to the troubadours as well as ancient Greek music, drama or tragedy and, indeed, opera. Like the problem of suffering, Nietzsche's philosophy of science addresses the problem of mortal life without seeking to solve it. 4. Nietzsche, knowledge and becoming, truth and life, mutually and incorrigibly exclude each other, KSA, cf. Thus to say that our art is the reaction of desperate knowledge, KSA, is to set art and knowledge on the same level, and for this same reason, both art and knowledge can be used either against life or in the service of life, and we recall that life is the woman of Nietzsche's troubadour song in Thus Spoke Zarathustra C2gs. But when Nietzsche writes in The Gay Science that science can serve either goal, gs, he cannot be articulating a traditionally naive expression of science's celebrated neutrality, as we have seen. Instead, and precisely as a logical or theoretical project, science is the kind of art or illusion, or convention, that remains inherently nihilistic. Because science, as such, is not objectively neutral, science must always be critically reviewed not on its own basis. We have noted that science is not and cannot be in a position to do this, but rather on the ground of what makes science possible, and that is what Nietzsche originally named the light of art. It is art that gives us perspective on things, gs, just as art teaches us to regard them from the proper distance, gs. This is the perspectival knowledge proper to the art, or science as Nietzsche would say, of rhetoric. That same framing optic or perspective prism, to use a Goethean metaphor for Nietzsche's own approach to science, focuses on life in its complexity, regarded in such a way that it can be seen in all its shifting complexity. At times we need to have a rest from ourselves, he writes, a pause gained by looking at and down at ourselves and from an artistic distance, laughing at ourselves or crying at ourselves, we have to discover the hero no less than the fool in our passion for knowledge. We must now and then be pleased with our folly in order to be able to remain pleased by our wisdom. Gs. This artful joy, or gaiety, is what Nietzsche encourages us to learn from the artists, and to learn this in the same manner and with the same expectations with which we learn from doctors and pharmacists how best to down a bitter drink, by thinning it, to diffuse or veil it, or by mixing sugar and wine into the potion. Gs. The bitter potion stays bitter, but it can be drunk. Art has at its disposal a variety of means for making things beautiful, alluring, and desirable, precisely when they aren't for in themselves, they never are, ibid. Here Nietzsche calls upon us to be wiser than, to go further than, the artist who forgets his magic at the point where his art leaves off. We however want to be the poets of our lives, and rst of all in the smallest and most everyday way, ibid. As the actual poets and authors of life, this poetizing would extend to a benediction of life, as it is, amor fati. Promising to bless life. Nietzsche made this his own St. January resolution of the great year of eternity: I want to learn more and more how to see what is necessary in things as what is beautiful in them, thus I will be one of those who make things beautiful. Gs. This alliance of science, necessity, and art, creativity, is the art of living, and it is the practical achievement of Nietzsche's joyful science. Translating the imperatives of praise. Become the one you are. Philology and philosophy between Nietzsche and Pindar. Nietzsche's aphoristic injunction "become the one you are" has been identified as a mistranslation of a line from Pindar's second Pythian ode, G degree noio oovss imacon. The phrase in question is troublesome even in routine translation, and this elision is the problem Nietzsche's version leaves out Macon having learned. If Pindar's verse is difficult to translate, as indeed it is, there is no shortage of standard and standardizing translations. Thus William H. Race's translation, "Become such as you are," having learned what that is, offers concision in contrast with the nuances of Sandys' 15-word version: "Be true to thyself now that thou hast learnt what manner of man thou art." Similarly spare, Barbara Fowler's disarmingly straightforward, literary translation gives us, "Be what you know you are." Extended readings of the line in question have always been in contextualizing translation to highlight the didactic emphasis. Thus R. W. B. Burton argues that Pindar's phrase serves as a supplemental encomium directed to Hieron, the champion mule charioteer, just where Hieron himself epitomized a Dorian aristocrat. The word of praise corresponds to what it is to be noble. The poet holds up to Hieron a mirror in which he may look and know himself, urging him to be what he is, one of the Andreev trademark Gecko square root. For Burton, the point is to serve as a chiding reference to the proverbially wise judgment of Rhadamanthus, whereby it can be claimed as the counter to the ideal horn of an imperative's yoke. The king Hieron has for the moment fallen short of the ideal of wisdom. In this way Pindar's imperative becomes an exactly counterfactual plea, urging Hieron to live up to his own better potential. Colloquially then, G degree noiOOV divided by SS yen Macon could be translated "be your age." Using context to reduce the rendering to a record 3 words, it is the didactic ethos that here retains the tension of the imperative. More fluidly, more ambivalently, Alexander Nehemaz translates: "Having learned, become who you are." Nehemaz's version is remarkably similar in its English to Friedrich Hölderlin's rendering in German, with its emphasis on experience. In the same way, Heidegger emphasizes observance or measure in reading Hölderlin. But the question still remains, why would Nietzsche of all authors neglect the reference to experience or learning or knowledge that would make explicit the implicit project heard in the not yet that serves as the unspoken, and unneeded, Anakaluthon: become the one you are, not yet the one you can be in potentia. Becoming, after all, is all about possibility. Why did Nietzsche, who knew more than a little Greek and rather a lot about the working of didactic rhetoric and its possibilities, not add the edge of poised promise, and, by so doing, hold and maintain the measured guideline of learning rst and foremost? For reasons of such disputed precision and comprehension, Tracing the Pindarian origins of Nietzsche's imperative seems not to advance our understanding of Nietzsche's formulation of the same imperative. The thoroughly received perspective on this matter has assembled good textual grounds for the claim that Nietzsche mistakes and accordingly misrepresents Pindar. The trouble with, despite the undeniable fun of ending Nietzsche mistaken, as the great and enduring trouble with Nietzsche's birth of tragedy, see Ulrich von Wilamowitz-Mollendorff's critique, and see too its Lacan-inspired reprise in James I Porter's 2 books on Nietzsche and philology, is the problem of scholarship. As we have seen, this problem is to be taken literally as what Nietzsche named the problem of science, das Problem der Wissenschaft, BT2. Throughout his writing, Nietzsche challenges and champions the scientific ideal over the course of his own scholar's lifetime of what he perceived as scholarly disenfranchisement. Zarathustra is no scholar, Nietzsche declares, and mocks the sheepish source and accuracy of such a judgment. A sheep came and ate the ivy off my head as I slept, on the scholars. The problem of science, or scholarship, in question is not unrelated to the problem of the supposed correctness or accuracy of Heidegger's etymologies. But to attack the academic accuracy of such readings is already to substitute another perspective and another problem in the place of the original problem. Thus literalist and supposedly empiricist objections abandon the original paradox with which they begin. One notes that Nietzsche's imperative does not translate Pindar's poetic injunction. Such an assertion claims no more than access to a dictionary, yet ignores the larger question of attested obscurity in Pindar's poetry, as well as the critical question of what it would mean to claim accuracy in translation. Nor indeed does it raise the question of the relevance of these two questions, i.e., the poetic meaning of Pindar's word and the truth of translation, the one for the other. One assumes that Nietzsche's phrase is a purported translation of the ordinary kind, and nds Nietzsche insufficient as such. Yet the problem of the meaning of Nietzsche's strange command, now further burdened with the reproof of error or untruth, remains as unilluminated as ever. Typical in analytically styled approaches to philosophy and particularly to reading Nietzsche, but also in traditional approaches to classics, it is implied that there is a path of reading a text that could avoid error, a path that avoids untruth, the same path that Nietzsche himself, we are given to believe, could have, or better, ought to have followed. Nietzsche's many reactions on interpretation contest the theoretical presumption that underlies this conviction. Here it is helpful to situate Nietzsche's reading of Pindar with reference to Nietzsche's reception or response to Hölderlin, another poet likewise influenced by Pindar and the whole of antiquity, but who sought in particular to capture the harmonious tension or contrastive variety of Pindar's celebrated Poikilia scent. Nietzsche's recollection of Pindar should thus be seen in the context of a pre-existing tradition of German translation of classical and other languages, particularly Greek. This was a tradition of linguistic exchange, complicated as a calculated misprision. Evident in Hölderlin, this same tradition recurs in Nietzsche's reaction on the translation of such things as rhythm from language to language, bge, as well as in Heidegger, a tradition that, in addition to Hölderlin as we note here, might well provide the context in which Heidegger urges us to tell him what we think of translation in order that he, in turn, might tell us who we are. Reviewing the traditional context of translation, one scholar reminds us that with Luther's Bible, the book which established written German is a translation. Recall Wilhelm von Humboldt's reaction on translation, reminiscent of and fairly contemporary with Hölderlin's expression in his own, more famous, letter to Bolender von Neer or National Sobriety and Foreign Reacting upon the same appropriate/appropriative relation between one's own language and the foreign, von Humboldt muses that every translator will always come to grief on one of these two rocks, either to the detriment of national taste and language, sticking too closely to the original, or to the detriment of the original, keeping too close to the peculiarity of his nation. An exactly extreme, this is Voss's legacy to Hölderlin, and thence to Nietzsche and so on. Preoccupation with translation characterizes German thinking. It may be argued that we overlook this tradition, its Hölderlinian turn and express context, at the risk of failing to see not only the sense of Heidegger's comment on Hölderlin in that same tradition but also what Nietzsche's sparely framed parsing of Pindar in a friendly, if also, as we see now, all too German, context, can gain for us precisely as seekers or lovers of knowledge. The key to Nietzsche's encomium or imperative word to us, become the one you are, is Nietzsche's citation of a poem by Hölderlin reacting the same archaic circuit of life, recurrent we might even say, as amor fati. A mystery are those of pure origin, even song may hardly unveil it, for as you began, so will you remain, and much as need can effect, and breeding, still greater power adheres to your birth and the ray of light that meets the newborn infant. Hölderlin. Hölderlin's poem begins with mystery and contains the provocative and very Pindarian claim, that as you begin, so shall you remain, wie du angst, wirst du bleiben. The poem, one of only two quoted from Hölderlin at length in the later notebooks, highlights Nietzsche's Reaktion, not as the problem of the self but of becoming. The focus is a matter of fate and conscientious consummation or foulement. The task is to catch oneself in the act of being, the moment of illumination, the birth of recognition. As Hölderlin translates Pindar's Pyth. Verdi welcher du bist erfahren, become what you have been learned, what you have undergone. The emphasis on learning returns attention to experience. One is to become what one has lived through and which one has only come to know in this transit. For Nietzsche, thought is bound to the truth of origins as the truth of genealogy. Thus, this imperative poses the question of the perplexing nature of the subject of consciousness as the nature of the subject itself. Who are we, really? What in us really wants truth? What is the truth of the self? And even the power of poetry, which Hölderlin named song, can barely prize the mystery of the subject. As you began, so will you remain. Hölderlin continues, as much as need can effect / and breeding, still greater power / adheres to your birth, words that frame Nietzsche's own. The reference to Zucht, breeding, formation or Bildung, emphasizes not a Nazi allusion to race or to blood, but the Nietzschean sense of Werden here poised in coincident contrast with Hölderlinian and Herakleitenvergehen. Nietzsche's expression entails the elided sense of rule, du sollst der Werden, and measure, wie man word. In this sense, to become the one you are is to have found in the course of life, in living or becoming, an answer to the one thing that is said to be needful, the task of giving style to one's character, as a self-appropriation that is only a return. Needfulness and what is needed, the whole of one's beginning, means that one can only keep true to one's start, or as Hölderlin also reeks, but not for nothing does / our arc return us whence we began, doch es umsonst nicht / unser Bogen, woher kommt. To keep true to one's origins, as a self-appropriative return to oneself, it is not sufficient, as Nietzsche suggests, that one identify oneself with all of one's actions. Indeed, as Nietzsche reads Nietzsche, the task will be to give style to one's character, but this is interpreted as identifying with, or being, becoming. And because, for Nietzsche, such identification, such being, is ineliminably a matter of invention or schen, any paradox in Nietzsche's imperative may be reduced to a literal matter of literature as such. This project, reading one's life as self-invented literature, is in Nietzsche's case a matter of reading Nietzsche's life as Nietzsche indeed urges us to read it in ecce homo, as an achieved and perfect unity, a unity achieved, so Nietzsche argues, by the expedient of writing, as Nietzsche did write, a great number of good books that exhibit great apparent inconsistency but that can also be seen as deeply continuous with one another. In this way, not only will Nietzsche's writing express his style but the very range of his books can trace the development of this same style, and I agree that there is a great deal of truth in this. But because this is a reductive tactic, that is, not only incidentally analytic, there is also not a little error, because, on most interpretations, this same vision of self-invention slides into an identification of Nietzsche that precisely mistakes him with what he is not. This is the sense in which Nietzsche writes in this same context and this same locus, I am one thing, my writings are another. Thus the ideal of life as literature can become a practical project of Foucaultian self-cultivation, and this turns, almost inevitably, into the art of living. Thus Zarathustra tells himself, Zarathustra holds discourse with himself, just as Nietzsche will do in Ecce Homo. To return to Nietzsche's imperative is to return to a specification on the same re-exive paradox of the command to become not to be, and not quite to identify with what you are. For this command does not insist that we discover or end ourselves where Nietzsche's happily celebrated, but by commentators often unrichted, critique of the subject highlights the very unknown heart of our fantasy image of ourselves, asking us to place a question mark behind ourselves as behind our convictions, an objection poised here as much against any possible reader as against himself. Nietzsche reminds us that precisely as seekers of knowledge we remain irretrievably unknown to ourselves, irretrievably because our search for knowledge is turned outward. The philologist Nietzsche is, and remains, wreaked in his effort to include his own preoccupations as part of the task of interpretation on pain of presentism, or what Nietzsche named a failure of philology, bge. For philosophers such as ourselves, the last place we are inclined to place a question mark is after ourselves. And in our condensed in the critical search for truth we end a parallel lack or failure of critique. Thus a failure to search for truth is a word for that, self/subject, which is furthest from our minds, which is not the object of self-critical questioning or doubt. And to be fair, this is the problem of the subject as it is posed in Nietzsche's re-exive critique. We are poorly placed to raise the question of our own nature, even if we were, even if we could be, of a mind to do so. We cannot jump over our own shadow, we cannot get behind our own skin, behind ourselves, because of all the nearest and closest things that, as Heidegger points out, are distant from us due precisely to such proximity. What we are is most alien to us. For this and related reasons, Nietzsche's Become What You Are or Verdichter du Bist is not and cannot be about the culture cultivation of the self, because it is ultimately not about the self at all, neither ascetic self-transformation, or care, nor aggrandizement, but it is about being. The imperative urges an inevitable consummation du Wirst es jedenfalls, KSA. Nietzsche's expression of Pindar's exact, archaic ideal, become what you are, remains incorrigibly paradoxical. In its concision, it is extraordinarily intuitive, counterintuitively intuitive. The invitation to become what one is an encomium, praising not one's human potential or possibility for being but what is already a consummate, measured achievement, if not for that a conscious one. Thus it is one's conscience that says, become the one you are. Gs. As an encomium, Nietzsche's imperative is a return, its action is not upon or for the future but the past. One is called to come to oneself by way of a return or a recognition consonant with what Nietzsche calls the eternal return of Reaction or amor fati. And the enduring or ineliminable paradox and intuitive problem, as Nietzsche writes, in a context related to the futural dynamic of the eternal return, is that you will do so in any event, du wirst es jedenfalls. We may thus emphasize the transformed problem of such an encomium/imperative in this context of inevitability, where not only are you, already, what you are, but where what you are called to become is ominously that which you, in any event, will do. Thus to become the one you are requires more than an identification with yourself and more than an acceptance of yourself a la New Age thinking or postmodern Nietzscheanism, the last thought to be increasingly passé but all too common, but rather the reaction of amor fati, that is the eternal return of the same. As encomium, the words verdi, der du bist are words of veiled diction that also count as a patent memento mori and hence as something of a cliché, or Gemein gut, as a German friend would say. A gravestone inscription on display at the Musée des Unterlinden in Colmar can illustrate this point. Among other monuments of the same kind arrayed along the walls around the enclosed garden, one nds a gravestone written in the local German dialect, Gedenken wer du bist /und auch wirst werden. Here, the idea is that the reader, passerby, would do well to contemplate his or her own mortal prospects. In Thus Spoke Zarathustra, there is a similarly recollective use of the same words as a warning of Zarathustra's destiny, where Zarathustra's animals assert their knowledge of Zarathustra, who you are and must become. Z. 3. On the Convalescent. The very valedictory fashion in which this imperative appears in Nietzsche's letters to Rode in the autumn of as a young artillery officer, enlisted for his year of military service in Leipzig, takes our reactions back to Pindar. Toward the conclusion of his November letter, Nietzsche recalls the farewell party where, along with a few others, Nietzsche and Rode had erected a monument they had christened near Wayna and inscribed with the words G degree NOIOOV divided by SS yen. Nietzsche writes, "If to close, I refer these words to you as well, dear friend, so might they include the best of what I bear for you in my heart. I shall look back with joy and pride upon a time when I won a friend OOV divided by SS yen." 9 years later, Nietzsche notes, "Become the one that you are, that is a cry that is always only to be permitted among rare human beings, yet utterly superfluous for the rarest of those rare beings." Nietzsche's praise of his friend, OOV divided by SS yen, as he specifically articulates this in his letter to Rode, expresses the same sentiment as Rimbaud's I is an other jes d'un autre. Reading Nietzsche's reactions on one's own self-distanced subjectivity in the mode of critique. You are always a different person, du bist immer ein anderer, gs. As I read it, it is in this sense that one should understand Nietzsche's aphorism noted in quotation marks in The Gay Science, "What does your conscience say? You should become the one you are was sagt dein Gewissen, du sollst der werden, der du bist. Gs." In this same spirit Nietzsche writes to himself as author in the mode of self-formation that he will patent as his own in ecce homo, become more and more the one that you are, the teacher and fashioner of yourself, KSA. And in the RST section of the fourth part of Thus Spoke Zarathustra, we hear a similarly self-creative, literally adducing reaction, "For I am he, from the heart and from the beginning, drawing toward me, drawing up to me, raising up, a drawer, a trainer, and a taskmaster who once bade himself, and not in vain, become what you are." The honey offering. The archaic phrasing alluding to Pindar's Greek in Nietzsche's letter to Rode also recurs in Thus Spoke Zarathustra on no theme other than friendship in the section entitled On the Friend vom Freunde. There Nietzsche reeks on the relation the hermit bears for himself as the relation to the self's other. For such, between the self that is my own, that is, the self with whom thought holds its own discourse, the friend is always the third person. The third is the cork that prevents the conversation of the two from sinking into the depths. Z. On the friend. The associative allusion to Pindar's Pythian too recurs here in Zarathustra as well, for Pindar characterizes the poem he sends to Hieron as a bonus offering, the so-called Castor song. This song is being sent like Phoenician merchandise across the Grey Sea, Pyth. Such corks, indicating the locus of sunken goods, insured against loss. Thus Pindar's poem promises to weather untutored fancy, floating above both slander and flattery. Just as when the rest of the tackle labors in the depths of the sea, like a cork I shall go undipped over the surface of the brine. In this way, the reactive voice, the transcendent balance of light feet, turns out to be the gift of friendship, and it is that which takes us back to the word of praise or encomium. Because such buoyancy requires the judgment of a Rhadamanthus, there is a reticent solicitude in the warning that one refrain from presenting oneself carelessly, but this is also to say, that one is urged to take care with one's care of oneself. For the sake of the friend, masked and groomed, made beautiful. One is not to show oneself before one's friend ungroomed or uncultivated. Should it be an honor to the friend that you give yourself to him as you are? This solicitude corresponds to one's reverence for and responsibility to the friend. You cannot groom yourself too beautifully for your friend, for you shall be to him an arrow and a longing for the overman. It is not simply that all Nietzsche's efforts for the sake of the friend were to fall short of lasting friendship. His note in Ecce Homo, using a Sherman's metaphor for his writing and complaining that there were no sh to catch, a prelude to a philosophy of the future, recalls his early letter to Rode, affirming the importance of writing only for those related to one in spirit and thus only to those able to understand one's writing. Such hooks are selective ventures, and it is with regard to this selectivity that Nietzsche asks, perhaps I know as much as anyone else about Ching. Ibid, ergo, and as if to compound the problem of the friend, and in the same way as, at the end of his life, Nietzsche could seek to become both father and mother to himself, it can be argued that in the end he also sought to be his own best friend. The same vocative address that draws us so intimately into his text is an address that turns back upon the author himself, to seek out and to end only his own ear. Returning to the textual, archaic context of the commandment, Nietzsche used RST to hail his friend and later to greet himself. We do well to ask what the words, themselves and alone, might mean. We may analyze the reacts of what this imperative commands as such: become the one you are. You that one that you are that X, become the very one that you are that X. Because ordinary logic would fail us here, yielding little more than, or at a solecistic, grammatological best, nothing but a tautology, we can note a quasi-Zen tension between becoming, future or anterior protension, and nished or perfected presence. This is the same paradox in force in the classic locus of this imperative, in standard literary or classical analyses of Pindar's Pyth. Where the same koan-like asseveration seems to hold and to parse it, commentators allude to a skein of intrigues and resentment. We are told that the phrase is a tease, a rhetorical ploy, a piece of hetairy, proffered rather limpingly, after the work of the poem had been completed, where, attesting to the problem of naming it a Pythian ode and so placing it all together, the ode itself was not the official victory poem but only secondarily commissioned. After bidding farewell to Hieron as the addressee of the poem, we now hear a coda, likewise addressed to Hieron, greeting him at the start of what is thus a new poem. Become what you are. Otherwise said, reversing the order of the phrase to reach its context, now that you have learned, what manner of man thou art, become the one you are. In this context, the expressed imperative begins a series of contrasts: contra hetairy, contra rhetoric, contra poor judgment, contra bad poets. Hieron, the noble-born, and hence consummate, athlete, is urged to become worthy of the measure of his achievements in contrast with, so the play of words or implied tone, the imminent danger of falling short of the same nonetheless enduring measure. I add the last words above, the same, nonetheless enduring measure, to emphasize what is essential in Pindar's gratuitous reaction, the so-called Castor song, or Phoenician addendum, and what most commentators, from Burton to most, tend to overlook. Such supplementary musings are not a rebuke, nor do they work as hetairy is currently understood. Pindar's Greek nationality, his heritage and his language, is itself part of the interpretive problem. As Alastair MacIntyre, tracing the deadened aura of virtue, underscoring its shadow in the modern, post-enlightened world, has sought to remind us, if Nestor's rebuke to Agamemnon in Homer's Iliad urges a course of action adverting to an excellence, agathos, without however at the same time contending that any course of action could really, potentially, abrogate that same excellence or position, the very least to be concluded is surely that neither Homer nor Pindar offer us hypothetical or practical, much less categorical imperatives. Hieron is urged to become the one he is, a tautological urging. The recollection of the childish aesthetic misjudgment is contrasted with the judgment of wisdom, Rhadamanthus, and the scope of being is only seen from the perspective of the whole. Ethics and time, stamping becoming in the likeness of being. Become the one you are seems to be the imperative of authenticity itself. As a word of praise, it commands both potential being and the consummation of time. This is so in Pindar as in Hölderlin. Likewise, in Nietzsche, it is not a word directed to mere being, nor indeed to personality, however disappointing this may be to fans of modern sports competitions or self-improvement. Pindar does not encourage Hieron, recollecting his achievements, to live up to them or to be himself, or to act his age as Burton renders it, but just and only to conform to his way of being in time. This imperative word of just praise is an authentic encomium. It lauds Hieron as an appeal only to come into his own precisely by recognizing it. It is, by contrast, prudential advice that commands, become honest, because that is not what you are or because it is what you are at risk of losing, and because honesty ensures felicity, or else because it is commanded thou shalt not lie, or else because to do otherwise violates reason itself, and hence you qua rational, inevitably wish to be honest. To add the suppressed premise of any assertoric practical syllogism, become righteous just because as it now stands, you fall short, or may come to fall short, of righteousness. Such recommendations or urgings are meaningful because the logic of becoming here is consonant with practical reason and the practical possibility of self-invention, of self-transformation. It lies in the power of mortal beings to undertake activities that transform them, remaking themselves, or acquiring another nature by learning, or Aristotelian habituation, thus overcoming themselves in terms of former limitations, remade in the light of a new ideal. Thus one can be asked to seek oneself, when it is assumed that until now one has not sought oneself, and some readings would have Nietzsche say, through the mouth of certain readings of Zarathustra, that one can also be called to transcend oneself, thus is one invited to become a new Bermensch. Thus, we might be tempted to rename the subtitle to Nietzsche's Ecce Homo. How to be what you are, how to be yourself. The endorsement. Be yourself seems to offer only encouragement and affirmation, only consent. It would thus also appear on this reading that Nietzsche's will to power is exactly a will to self-assertion, or acceptance, giving credence to the historical legacy of this notion throughout the fascist instaurations of the last century and continuing on in our own materialist egoism or current cult of the self. Be yourself, be what you are, or, more gently, follow your bliss. But acceptance, be it of fate or the self, if we are to learn nothing else from Schopenhauer or from the Stoic tradition, requires an abnegation of the will, and Nietzsche puts his command differently. And even here we can draw from Zarathustra for understanding, nothing can be requited. What would be madness would be to imagine that the will can willingly cease to be what it is or become non-willing. To become the one you are, so he tells us, will require that you turn your own will upon itself. If the will cannot will against its own nature, if willing cannot become non-willing, if the will is powerless against time and its it was, like the stone fact that shatters the steel force of will, the will is exactly not powerless on will as the durable course of ressentiment alone would prove. Teaching the will to will backward as Nietzsche proposes to do, turns it back not upon the past but precisely back upon what is immediately, consummately present, thus it turns the whole of will, desire, or ambition, back into what is already what it is. It is for this reason that Nietzsche promises to explain how one becomes what one is. This is a practical philosophy, and in this poetic word of praise lies perhaps the heart of Nietzsche's ethics. And yet, as philosophers, we ask if one is only to become the one one is, without regretting or resenting oneself, without wishing to remake or redeem oneself, is it not true that one has already accomplished the task, a perfect fait accompli? Nietzsche's paradox of time and destiny, that is amor fati in the light of the teaching of the eternal return, remains because it is not a vicious but an exactly perfect or perfected paradox, a paradox delightfully, deliciously full of possibility, an already achieved or standing paradox. And yet, to return to the contradiction with which we began, given that you are what you are anyway, where do we locate becoming? Following Parmenides, we may not identify, reconcile or equate, being and becoming. To stamp becoming in the image of being seems to set becoming above being. The ideal is the ideal of organic romanticism, Worden of Ux, or, as Nietzsche famously expresses the lived meaning of becoming for philosophic sensibilities, in terms of organic, very bodily, very visceral, very physical, and very limited life, that is, in terms of a serial course of growth, procreation, death, all characterized, above all, by suffering. Thus we can anticipate Nietzsche's rhetorical preoccupation with suffering and pain, in life and in love, inextricably bound together. For these and other reasons, the call to become the one you are remains a hollow or empty imperative. If the goal, say, is only to arrive where we already are, as Martin Heidegger argues as the teacher of hidden or concealed truth, aletheia, surely we might dispense with the imperative form. This dispensation takes us right back to the self-inventive literature of writing the story of one's own life. Yet for Heidegger, following both Hölderlin and Nietzsche and, in his own time, following Pinder's own recognition, the point is that this merely to be the one you are is precisely not given as such, nor is its consummation automatic for mortal beings, always at odds with what we are. This is the war of memory and desire against the past and hope for future. This is what Nietzsche means by ressentiment or rancor. This is a war of the self with itself, with what one has become, with what one has done. For we can, and we do, fall short in being. We can fail in becoming what we are, despite the fact that we do become what we are in any case, because we can fail on the level of becoming itself as creatures of implacable resentment. This contrast is what Allison hears in his account of the eternal return of the same. Likewise, it is here that Nietzsche's suggestion, to be becoming, properly comes into its own not as an identification with becoming but precisely as being in, the ux itself, the O of life, that is that part of life that is a thing apart from literature, beyond the reductive reasonableness of identification. The functioning of grammar and the meaning of words and their logical implications is not enough to save us from being unknown to ourselves, not only because, as already mentioned, we have never thought to seek ourselves but because it may well be that we are blocked from seeking ourselves. In any case, we presume upon without questioning ourselves, even when we question God, the world, and those around us. Hence even when we doubt ourselves, we do not put ourselves in question. Wherever would we stand, where would we have to place ourselves with respect to ourselves to pose such a question? How does one become, as Nietzsche says, what one is? Moreover, why is an account of this doing and this becoming of any relevance, especially if this is what one will in any case do? If we are to read Nietzsche's account in its most articulate locus, we will need to reread Ecce Homo. Bearing the subtitle of our current question, how one becomes what one is, reading his epigraph as a key to the text, we have a book relating Nietzsche's story of himself, which he recounts so he tells us to no one but himself alone, and so I tell myself myself. This is the story he tells on this perfect day, when everything has become ripe and not only the grapes are growing brown, a ray of sunlight has fallen onto my life, I looked behind me, I looked before me, never have I seen so many and such good things together. Epigraph. Despite its title, because of its subtitle and because of the paradox of its thesis, I am one thing, Nietzsche declares, my writings are another. Why I write such excellent books, Ecce Homo is not a biography. How are we, who know Nietzsche only through his books, who cannot but imagine his being exhausted in his writing, to understand this invitation, this prohibition, to and against the man? How is he to be one thing, his writings another, precisely for us, precisely for the reader who cannot know him as a man, as a human being, apart from his writings? Who is the Nietzsche we are warned against mistaking, here taking him in the wrong fashion, in a book that perpetrates what would appear to be this very mistake by giving an account of the man himself, so wise, so clever, and so on? This is a book about Nietzsche's books, recounting the conditions of, the genesis of, Nietzsche's writings, and what we read about his person always remains ordered to this. Hence Nietzsche offers an account, a recounting of his own books. Who is Nietzsche? Who can he be for us, late born in fact not ethos, who can never know him? How else could he have come to become what he is than what he tells us? What else is there? Indeed, and in an extraordinary measure, Ecce Homo is all about Nietzsche's books, if it is also true, and this is the deepest sense of Nietzsche's important insight, that Nietzsche himself seemed to think of himself in terms of his books. His best present for Cosima Wagner was a preface to a not yet written book. This was the most seductive gift Nietzsche could imagine, as Allison recollects in reading the new Nietzsche. And Nietzsche would return to his published books to rewrite his prefaces, completely reworking the ingenience of his works in the process, such as his attempt at a self-criticism, and so on. Books rather than children, Nietzsche proposed, as he famously regarded the creative disjunction between the two as an exclusive one, books or children, not both. In this way, Nietzsche means what he says when he calls Zarathustra his son. In this esoteric manner, Ecce Homo will not be the story of Nietzsche's life but rather of the books he writes, the adventure of the development of his reactions on those texts and into other texts. To become the one you are is to become what at the end of the day Nietzsche found himself to be at 44 years of age, having composed all these so many and such good books, his untimely meditations, Human, All Too Human, Daybreak, The Gay Science, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Beyond Good and Evil, On the Genealogy of Morals, Twilight of the Idols, The Wagner Case. Ecce Homo is an autobibliography. As Sarah Kaufman reminds us at the start of Explosions, her 2-volume study based on her lecture courses on Ecce Homo, this was a book deliberately written as a bibliographical testament. For patently venal reasons, on Kaufman's account of it, Nietzsche wrote to satisfy a publisher's requirements and thus he justifies a new publication of nothing but a row of already published books. Such a new publication was needed in turn to satisfy an author's wish, lacking readers in the wake of the then extant editions of his work and hoping for the future to offer new editions to a world of readers ever new. As Kaufman argues, it was where and because no other candidate could be found to offer such a retrospective review and summary of Nietzsche's works to appease such a publisher's demands, in advance of reissuing a new edition of those same works, that Nietzsche himself wrote his own overview and thus meant to provide what everyone else evidently lacked the intellectual insight and the courage to have done or to do. Thus Nietzsche, as Kaufman puts it in so many words, wrote his own cumulative summary of his oeuvre, composing in the process what might be called in a perfect literary mode, an overbook. Thus the plausibility of Niehaus's thesis that such a rex can only be about a life, lived, as literature. Nietzsche further confounds the issue here by writing, I am one thing, my writings are another. And, above all, just to be sure that we do not miss the reference, we are invited to read this as an invitation to come to know the man, the author himself Ecce Homo. Thus it is that we are likewise asked to refrain from mistaking the one with the other. By his works, as any good pastor's son would know, we, his readers, shall know him. Thus he calls, listen to me. For I am thus and thus. Do not, above all, confound me with what I am not, forward, I. Becoming and Bildung. Nietzsche's own expression of the need to give style to one's character entails the exactly, rigorously cosmological interpretation of the doctrine of the eternal return in its strongest and most literal determinist and statistical form. As in the description of the collision of time in the gateway of the present moment or Augenblick in Thus Spoke Zarathustra, have not all things have been and must not all things recur, must not whatever can run its course of all things, have already run along that lane? Must not whatever can happen of all things, have already happened, been done, and gone by? Z3, on the vision and the riddle, as in the original context of the phrase, you will do so in any case du wirst es jedenfalls KSA, it can be seen that Nietzsche's teaching declares itself as an assertoric statement or descriptive account. What is at stake in the so-called cosmological, or theoretically strong, articulation of the eternal return is the force of the by no means separate, or weaker, moral, or performative, imperative that is the resultant of the thought of the eternal return. My teaching says, so live, that you must wish to live again is the task you will do so in any case. Eternity reigns. In the teaching of the eternal return of the same, as the insight of the moment, Nietzsche presents the whole and singular blessing of a life as a whole, as it can be seen forward and backward, bound to iron necessity or chance. Without everything just as it was, with nothing altered and holding nothing alterable, nothing at all, not even the most transient, ecstatic moment of happiness or joy can have been. Causality works forward in this kind of passionate affirmation only by working backward like the ray of sunlight Nietzsche sees shining on his life. I looked backward, I looked forward, never did I see so many and such good things at once. Nietzsche's account, telling his life to himself, thus works upon his life as a word of praise. This praise or affirmation transgures the glance, transguring what was into what was willed as such, which is the meaning of what it is to will backward, declaring, how could I fail to be thankful to my life? To become what one is, one must take over one's own life as an invention, even more importantly and at the same time, one must learn love. The need for love, for learning how to love, and an active erotic deed or lived passion or expressed, articulated desire expresses the importance of what Nietzsche calls benediction or yes-saying. To learn love is to learn to bless, and this love has an extraordinary mean, as human as divine. The benediction that is such a word of praise is the affirmation of the great and the small, a yes-saying without reserve, to suffering itself, to guilt itself, to the most questionable and strangest in existence itself. For Nietzsche, such a comprehensive yes-saying is needed for reasons of actual and physical reality. Its necessity is a matter of pure fact, simply because nothing that is can be subtracted, nothing is dispensable, et. To say that nothing can be subtracted is a selectively inclusive encomium. It does not mean that there is or was or will be no suffering, no guilt, nothing strange and questionable, or that there are no painful or inhumane things enacted or suffered, but this is the meaning of fate, that everything about what is necessary or needful. What is required or needful is everything, where everything is necessarily and fatefully contingent upon exactly what is and has been as it was. This is everything that preceded, accompanies, and succeeds each moment. Ergo, so Nietzsche argued in a beautifully, elegantly Goethean modality, reprising the whole of Faust in a single question, if, in a single tremendous disposition, or if in the happiness of a moment, one were willing to affirm or to bless even one joyous fruition, one inevitably wills everything that has been as necessary, prerequisite, for the moment itself to be at all, and one commands what will be in the self-same moment. Reacting the knotted interpenetration of everything that is, where nothing is self-sufficient, neither ourselves nor things, Nietzsche notes that the RST question is by no means whether we are satisfied with ourselves, but whether we are satisfied with anything at all. Assuming we affirm a single moment, we affirm not only ourselves but all existence, KSA. Echoing the Settenspiel, that is the full soul trembling like a strung chord sounding with happiness, Nietzsche notes that all eternities were needed to produce this one event, and in just this moment of yes-saying all eternity was called good, redeemed, justified, and affirmed, KSA. Thus Nietzsche retrospectively describes his own Zarathustra as yes-saying to the point of justifying, of redeeming even the entire past, thus spoke Zarathustra. As he praises in this way, he is able to bring together into one what is fragment and riddle and dreadful chance. The lean time and the wreckage of life, the failures and the humiliations are as necessary as the full and perfect moment of time, as the consummate turning of life. The stumbling move must be caught, not denied, or named an error or an illusion, rather has it to be both blessed and turned into the balance. But, on all realistic terms, the times of difficulty are the times that are hardest to hold, hardest to yearn for, hardest to keep. The key to both suffering and joy is not about staying the moment, to repeat Goethe's poetic formula for honoring the moment in a frozen tribute to its beauty, but letting it go. Thus we hear Nietzsche's strang est language in the face of suffering. Faced with the prospect of pain and in the face of loss, Nietzsche speaks of sacrifice and gift. It is the idea of sacrifice that remains as the most troubling part of what Nietzsche's teaching of the eternal return of the same entails on the level of true misery, real horror, genuine and not merely academic suffering. This is the meaning of his imperative to become the one you are, as what you will, in any case, do. Not a quietism, Nietzsche emphasizes the ineluctable necessity of becoming together with the impossibility of eliminating pain. There is no way to a philosophy that makes it possible, in Theodor Adorno's words, to write poetry in the wake of Auschwitz, which does not mean that Paul Celan or René Char did not write such poetry. One wants a way beyond the moral justification of duty, a way that would teach one to see the future and transform it, and what Nietzsche offers in place of the dutiful ideal that commands us to frame an imperative for our philosophizing such that it would be impossible to permit inhumanity on the order of the Holocaust, or dare we say, on the order of the utter oblivion and neglect of even the word for the cruelties perpetrated in the name of revenge in bombing Afghanistan and the once end future Gulf War, now going on and on in Iraq, is a philosophy that, in advance of all external events, all contingent brutality, would enjoin us always to act in the love of our neighbor or the hope of eternal salvation. We already have such a philosophic foundation in the scriptures, this is well known, and we have a philosophic formulation of such a command already before Levinas in Immanuel Kant's uncanny invention of a categorical imperative that would avant la lettre or apart from the Bible itself nonetheless enjoin its most stringent commandments, grounded not on faith but reason. Denying reason to make room for faith, one sets aside a philosopher's rule for the sake of the gold of the living word. Nietzsche wants something other than the imperative rule of righteousness because one cannot separate the self-gratifying succor of reason at its own service from the ideal of salvation, be it through pure, triumphant reason in practice, or, reason denied, be it achieved through faith. Contra the ethical imperative, which Nietzsche claims reeks of cruelty, echoing Jacques Lacan's all too clever alliance of Kant with Sada, Nietzsche offers an affirmation that redeems the innocence of becoming. This is the teaching of the eternal return of the same, and it is something commentators and seemingly more cruel, an affirmation of pain and violence as not only inevitable but necessary, of age and death and change all as necessary and as a reconstitution of the becoming that brings such change, absolved in itself as innocent, without fault. Commentators have supposed that the sheer promulgation of the doctrine of the eternal return of the same affirms every event in history. Reacting on oneself, one is immediately called to erection on the destiny of the universe. No wonder Nietzsche calls us beings who play with stars, KSA. Nevertheless, what the eternal return of the same teaches is that you yourself, will return, as Nietzsche's Zarathustra famously emphasizes, not to a new life or a better life or a similar life, but this identical and self-same life, Z3, the convalescent. Nietzsche's imperative commands us to affirm not the past of others, a morally questionable preoccupation from the perspective of the Nietzsche who would end such a concern to be as reactive as a preoccupation with deploring, pitying, mocking, or indeed, denouncing the past of others, as a generic historical past, but much rather and exactly the past that is our own, that is your life as you have lived it, the past as it bears on that part of being about which only we have and can have as our concern, our affirmation, and our denial. And, to be sure, we are brought to the depths of despair less on the manifold accounts of the inhumanity enacted by human beings upon other human beings, or even as wrought against non-human, but living beings in general, or against the earth itself, than by erection on ourselves, in all our pettiness and all our much esteemed value for and to ourselves. In our loneliest loneliness we are affected by ourselves, our most alone aloneness, and this is not quite the thought of Hiroshima, not Auschwitz, not the rebooming of cities, Dresden, London, Baghdad, not the violence of African and South American warlords against their own peoples, not the Athenian Holocaust of the island dwellers of Melos, not the fall of Nineveh. Much rather what we mourn is the smallest of all such horrors as we wreaked on ourselves. We look backward and forward on the ground of such remembered pain, and in Robert Burns's words, we doubt, and fear. To teach the eternal return of the same, to teach amor fati, is to teach us to let such doubts and terrors be for ourselves. The doctrine of the eternal return does not teach us to say of Golgotha, once again. Or of Waterloo, once again. Or, once again. The fall of twin skyscrapers shaken down to Manhattan's famously unshakable bedrock, you take yourself out of history with such an affirmation, but for Nietzsche, as the hourglass of existence is turned, your bit of life goes with it, among all the other bits of dust. Moral objections are born from the all too comfortable conviction that such a yes-saying is not about our bit of dust but all the names of history, a moralizing justification that preserves, as Nietzsche teaches us, this is the working of ressentiment, our more immediate fears. If good things are often little enough as we see them in our own lives, the point of amor fati is to love life on this earth as it is, rather than for the sake of a future redemption. Thus Nietzsche's New Year's resolution, expressed in what would originally have been the concluding book of the gay science, was a universal affirmation, blessing life. If Nietzsche, despite his creative reminiscences to the contrary, did not begin his inquiry into out of the spirit of music as a conscious exploration of the erotic dimension of tragedy, this was the very unsubtle criticism made by Wilamowitz in his review of Nietzsche's RST book. He certainly concluded his lifelong investigation into the tragic in this fashion. Thus he declared the Dionysian phenomenon as a means to understanding the older Hellenic instinct, an instinct still exuberant and even overwhelming. It is explicable only as an excess of energy, what I owe the Greeks. The Dionysian, the erotic dimension, is Nietzsche's triumphant yes to life beyond death and change, true life as collective continuation of life, through procreation, through the mysteries of sexuality, ibid. Nietzsche's now eroticized consciousness of the tragic insight colors both the affirmative and the reactive dispositions of abundance and need. Whatever is replete with overowing energy cannot be conserved. This is the economy of expenditure or expression, affirmation. The will to power, that is a capacity for expression, can only be given out without reserve. By capacitative contrast with such overowing abundance, the modern impotence of fear seeks to preserve or save itself, to keep itself in reserve. Such a conservative impulse cannot imagine, and can never believe, that such overowing power, such great health, one does not merely have, but also acquires continually, and must acquire because one gives it up again and again, and must give it up, gs. The will lacking power is the will to power that does, and can do, nothing but conserve itself in the power it lacks, already played out, already without reserve. This is the dynamic difference between the will to expend and the will to save. If one cannot spend more than one has, expenditure remains at stake. Like any economy of the body and its health/sickness, an erotic economy is an economy of expenditure. Hölderlin and later Klossowski and Blanchot as well as Deleuze will make more of this bodily economy seen from the perspective of what Nietzsche calls the Dionysian. Here, the decadent or nihilistic desire for power is bound to failure. Where, as Nietzsche continually repeats from the end of his genealogy of morals through his Antichrist, or the anti-Christian, the nihilistic, played out, or decadent will is an exactly grasping will to acquire power, in contrast with such a needy will. Power, positive and nourishing power, can only be maintained if continually spent, lost, expressed. The course of desire sacrist is the eternal return of the same. If one thereby changes nothing, this is what it means to speak of illusion. The point will be that in the transformative insight that is the gift of such joy, one wants to change nothing. Taking one's life as it has been, Nietzsche's idealizing commandment to become what you are, the friendly word of praise to yourself, encouraging, celebrating, blessing yourself as you have become yourself, is thus a sheer or transparent or even, for it makes no difference to the Nietzsche who never relinquishes his earliest insights into the coordination of truth and lie, an illusory gilding of the life you have been given and as you have found yourself in living it. What would be error in such an illusion, what would be unmeasured, immoderate, would be to calculate this end as a goal, however obliquely. One can calculate, so Nietzsche reeks on the moral inspirations of dieting, to undertake particular restrictions for the sake of a return to a more expansive condition of life. But exactly such practical purposiveness is at odds with Nietzsche's word. Does this give us a way to effect the impossible alchemy Nietzsche proposed to himself as his own task in the gay science, to make things beautiful, and hence to make them lovable, exactly when they are not? For the sake of the love of things as they are, fate or destiny, Nietzsche's practical aesthetics invites us to work the magic of art, as the artist does, to make things beautiful when they are not. The means for this is an artistic intoxication or love, winning a consecration or blessing of what is our own. More than a word contra humanity, as supposed readings of the Overman suggest, and much more than a charge to a superhuman spirit, or divine conscience within, Nietzsche, like Kant before him, sought blessing apart from faith. If this was a purely rational exercise for Kant, it acquired an all too real urgency for Nietzsche on the cusp of what would become the most violent century in the spirit of technoscientific rationality. Heidegger abandoned this project in the Life of the World to come with his retrospective Reaction, only a God can save us. Nietzsche's already fooled, already consummate friend's imperative, spoken to yourself, as a friend would speak, become what you are, takes the measure thereby of divine blessing as the perfection of night life. This consummate imperative was Pindar's word of praise, as we have seen that Nietzsche repeated it to himself as he had called out to the friend of his youth, OOV divided by SS yen. Music, pain, eros. As articulated in Socrates' deathbed confessions, as Plato frames this wonderfully literal conceit, the idea of music, that is, the art or practical technique of music, included philosophy among the broad range of the arts, guided not only by the attunement of Apollo's lyre, said to have been teacher of the Muses, but also the wild dance and intoxication linked with Dionysus, and thereby, so it is said, to the irrational temperament of the aulos or reed pipe. If Socrates adds a hymn to Apollo and substitutes Aesop in the place of Dionysus as a supplement to his practical life of philosophizing, his original conviction that music included philosophy, as a technical or practical musical modality, was not exceptional in ancient Greek culture. And in philosophy itself, the metaphors of music are not lacking. The pre-Platonic philosophers use musical language to the extent that the roomy intoxicated classicist Peter Kingsley can call attention to the sound of the syrinx in Parmenides' haunting description of the chariot wheels that take him on his journey beyond the gates, carrying him to an endpoint. Kingsley teases his reader as bearing similarities to the mouth of chaos, the gaping of the gates to which the goddess leads. Parmenides. In the heady wake of Parmenides' wild illusions, Heraclitus speaks far more clearly of the hidden attunement or backstretched connection that is, as Socrates too would claim, the secret of harmonious variance. Still more literally, if no less mystically, Pythagoras held that both mathematics and philosophy derive from the structural nature of music. And with the same regulative measure that follows an understanding of the political/ethical effects of musical tuning, Plato could erect an ideal city on the same well-tempered measure as a foundation, and Aristotle could invoke the ethical ideal of musical harmony, Netha, b. In the illustrations to follow, including a reading of Plato's myth of the Socrates who made music, Nietzsche's aphorisms, and Heidegger's language of paratactical silences, I suggest that the practical art of hearing with our eyes in a philosophic mode presupposes not only the author's but the reader's discursive art of musical attention. The philosopher is called upon to be more than a mantic Hermes, bringing the story of the demon's message to Socrates' secret attention. Instead, an achromatic, inherently mutual, or dialogical, hermeneutic is called for, a hearing attunement on the part of the speaker/listener who is, at least as Nietzsche dreams of such a listener, one for whom listening has become a practiced art, the art of discourse or Hölderlin's Gespräch, related to but not the same as what Gadamer unassumingly called conversation. Such a musical ethos, if we may recall the radically of Georgiades' suggestion, might inaugurate a musical society. So this works in conversation, for the said and the unsaid. But how to bring the ear into reading? How is the reader to hear but also play and engage Nietzsche's questioning of the value of truth, the order of moral value? What tact, what discursive rhythm is involved with Heidegger's invitation to take Nietzsche's invitation to overcoming still further, inaugurating a new beginning, a step back, thinking? The Muses as the origin of music in ancient Greek music. According to Liddell and Scott's Greek-English lexicon, music is as any art over which the Muses presided, especially music or lyric poetry. For Homer, the art of the muse embraced the broadest range of the arts as eloquence or cultivation in general. Thus the appellation musical muskv characterized one skilled in music, as well as, and more generally, a votary of the Muses, a man of letters and accomplishment, a scholar. Giovanni Camotti's Music in Greek and Roman Culture recalls the scope of these dictionary entries in his elaboration of the broad meaning of music. In the 4th and 5th centuries BC, the phrase mousikos ana would be used to indicate an educated man, able to comprehend poetic language in its entirety. The unity of poetry, melody, and gesture in archaic and classical culture made the rhythmic melodic expression contingent on the demands of the verbal text. The simultaneous presence of music, dance, and word in almost all forms of communication suggests also the existence of a widespread musical culture among the Greek peoples from the remotest times. In musicology and, as we have already seen, in clear connection with its relevance for philosophy, Georgiades underscores the difference this breadth makes for our understanding of music in ancient Greece. Both prose language and poetry derive from the exactly, comprehensively musical complex of music. This musical complex is what makes it possible to understand the otherwise irremediably paradoxical, or at best metaphorical, meaning of music as Georgiades affirms its formative and literally ethical sense. As we saw in connection with Nietzsche's reactions on the musical prosody of ancient Greek, what Georgiades regards as the ethical functionality of ancient Greek is more than a metaphor of Plato's imagination, or Pythagoras, before Plato, and Aristotle afterward. The difficulty that we have with respect to antiquity as modern readers extends to our acoustic sensibilities as well. This Nietzsche named the acoustic illusion that where one hears nothing, there is nothing to be heard. Why I write such good books. As Nietzsche writes to his teacher, Ritschl, the scientific or scholarly key to a sensibility to the music of antiquity will be to resist the tendency to think that one can empathize with the spirit of antiquity, KGB, and to the same extent Nietzsche will constantly emphasize the need to learn how to hear, GS, CFKSA. Dramatizing something of this distance, Kamadi's book includes a photograph that virtually captures the specific difference that may be heard between music and modern music. This bronze figure of poetic, melodic, and gestural unity, a statuette from Herakleion's Archaeological Museum, represents a singing pharynx player. The pose Nietzsche would have said, the mimetic pose, the miming gesture of this small bronze, BC, is reminiscent of pre-Greek Cyclitic culture found in the singularly liquid marble harmony of the well-known example of Cyclitic art, a seated figure playing an angular harp, ca. BC. It is significant that both Martin West and Warren Anderson have identified such seated harp players are identified as male figurines. Why so? Note that here it is not my concern to argue a gender theoretical or feminist line. Hence, my question does not suppose that the figures in question could, represent female players. The scholars who codify the conventions used to identify such statues have determined that these figures represent male harpists. Here, I advert to nothing but the stylization of form as such, iconic in these two figures. The harmony of the composition strikingly streamlines identification, one way or the other, highlighting the conventionality of convention or scholarly identification. As an embodiment of the consummate stylization that is style itself, not only the sex but also the distinguishing humanity of the cyclitic figure disappear in the organic form of a body in perfect harmony with the triangled arc of the harp as a player playing the song itself, cf. Republic A, c. The theme of physical analogy or harmony between sculpture and music is the architectural foundation of the music of philosophy and, to speak with Nietzsche, of the music of music, the music of life. Now, and as we have already seen, for Georgiades, music articulates the eigenart, that is, the essence of the work in particular. It is for this reason that he can emphasize that in its grammatical form, music is not substantive but primordially or prototypically adjectival, corresponding to the muses. It means musist, corresponding to the muses. In this way the ancient Greek conception of music varies with particular works, and because music also articulates itself as an activity in play, music in its very primordial essence can never be anished, objective, or zedly given work. Thus Georgiades can emphasize that a classical musical education presupposes musical activity, and Nietzsche invokes the multidimensionality of this same musical education. If we are to believe Georgiades, we may also say that this dynamic dimensionality wreaks the unique character of the Greek language. But to say this is to emphasize, as Nietzsche did, an insurmountable conflict between the ancient conception of music and our contemporary understanding of music, an understanding, which, like our contemporary concept of art, refers to a world apart from the everyday. Thus Georgiades reminds us that an intrinsically Western perspective presupposes the eld of tension which formed between the word and art, between language and music. Because art and truth formed an indissoluble unit for the ancient Greek, to translate music simply as music, would be a serious mistake. Indeed, it cannot even be termed art in our sense. Even for otherwise-minded scholars such as Warren Anderson, the modern word music should not be used to render music. As Anderson clarifies further, the Greek term designates here the oral training in poetry sung to lyre accompaniment or recited without it that had for so long been the means of transmitting the values and precepts of Greek culture. Music corresponds to the entire cultural scope of such training. The modern tendency to reduce music to the organized art of sound obscures the equiprimordial sense in which music could be regarded, as Nietzsche saw it, as the enabling element of intellectual or spiritual as well as aesthetic and physical education, and in which music occurs as the determining force of both individual and societal character ethos. Yet the ethical character of music works because of the literally musical linguistic difference Georgiades constantly emphasizes between the language of archaic Greece and contemporary Western languages. The fundamental musicality of antique Greek resides in the tonic interval of xed time, long or short. That is also what Georgiades names its static character, its mask dimension, paralleling the xed expression of the masks of ancient Greek theater. Most musicological studies of antiquity recognize this connection. Nevertheless, and as a recent compilation centering on nothing but the historical record of ancient Greek musical notation makes clear, the tendency even in such newer studies continues to represent music in antiquity as comparable to music in contemporary contexts. This is music as independent form or as an, absolutely, distinguishable accompaniment to a text. But this representation may be more than presentist but too occidental a conception, as Martin West himself is careful to remind us. Indeed, and even more so than in the case of postmodern music, it may turn out that we need all the resources of ethnomusicology to approach the ancient Greeks just because their music is not merely non-Western but ultimately silent for us or only available after a great effort on our part, especially assuming we take Nietzsche's suggestions to heart. As we have seen at the start, Georgiades has emphasized that ancient Greek was expressed in consummate, completed time. The rhythmic principle of antiquity is based not on the distinction between the organization of time, the measure, system of accents, and its ling-in, with various note values, but rather on intrinsically LLED in time. For this reason, both Georgiades and Nietzsche would maintain that music inveigled ordinary discourse in ancient Greek culture. In his lecture on Greek music drama, clarifying and thereby highlighting the alien spectacle that an ancient Greek tragic production would have been for the modern guest, Nietzsche initially describes the actors as so weighed down by the ungainly, immense painted masks and thickly padded costumes of the actors that they could hardly move, KSA. Encumbered in such a physical fashion, they simultaneously bore an enormous artistic weight, in order to make themselves heard by a mass of spectators, strong. They had to speak and sing in their strongest voice through the mask's wide-open mouth, delivering some verses over the course of 10 hours, Ibid. The ideal of a clear presentation was central in all this because the competitive exercise was all about a performance in the face of a public that inexorably punished every extravagant tone and every incorrect accent, Ibid. For Nietzsche, this unswerving exactitude was the reason he could argue for the absence of harmony in its contemporary musical sense. Choral song was distinct from solo song only by the number of voices, Ibid. The primary exigence was that one understand the content rendered in song, and when one really comprehends a Pindarian or Aeschylean choral song with its daring metaphors and conceptual leaps, it assumes an astonishing art of execution and at the same time the most extreme character of musical accentuation and rhythmicality, Ibid. In addition to the parallelism of this musical rhythmical periodic construction, Nietzsche points to its simultaneous adumbration in orchestral dancing orchestic. What this meant then for the Nietzsche who thereby resolves the imperative ideal that music subordinates words to melody is found in the dynamically broadened context of ancient Greek music drama in its lived performance practice, as the music intensifies the effect of the poetry, so the orchestral dancing articulated the music. Hence the poet, in addition to being a tone poet, had also to become a creative choreographer, ibid. This self-same unity of practice was wreaked in those aspects of the tragic poet's compositions that could not be sung. For Nietzsche, however, even these would have to be regarded as a part recitative, KSA. Rather than any kind of duality between music and the dramatic word, the ruling unions of music held dominion even in language, ibid. Nietzsche merely sought to render the most abstruse aspects of antiquity present to his listeners in the best 19th century classicist sense of Verständigung. Georgiades goes further because, for him, the speaking subject was engaged not only as a speaker but always also as himself an active listener and vice versa. From this he drew a specifically philosophical and ethical conclusion, arguing that ancient Greek presupposed a community and possessed a community-building power nearly impossible to imagine today. For Georgiades, this implies a fundamental ethic of responsibility that encourages his assertion that the working power of a Hitler would not have been possible in ancient Greece. For my part here, I cannot maintain that I know whether or not this is correct, and, manifestly, it would be difficult, if not impossible, to imagine how his assertion would be confirmed, or, to be sure, contested. Neither Socrates, nor Nietzsche, nor in the end Heidegger, although he was perhaps most sensitive to the imperative need for such a recollection, have been able to restore the loss of the full power of music in language. Heidegger thought it was enough to stop in silence. Most of us have learnt that such silence falls short, which shortfall does not mean that today's scholars, and this includes the present author, can lay claim to the null word. Philosophy as highest music, the technical case of Socrates. Pythagoras's esoteric, exactly allopathic, conception of a musical harmony between world and soul renders music the soul of philosophy. In his Republic, Plato agreed with traditional wisdom concerning the consequences of any changes to the musical modulation of the state. When the modes of music change, the fundamental laws of the state always change with them. Republic.c. Where writing, just because it is writing, underlines what is no longer a universal practice, Plato's expression of philosophy as a kind of music invokes a precisely traditional, culturally Greek conception of music. As the love of wisdom or theory, philosophy installs itself precisely in the place of music as the highest or noblest kind of music. And it is in this same correspondent, musical company that the idea of the musical practice or ethos of philosophy is more than a matter of metaphor. In apparent tension with the negative judgment on music rendered by the Republic, the question of the right relation between music and philosophy is addressed in the Phaedo, the locus of the question with which we began regarding the primacy of philosophy over poetry or music. The ethos of music represented both the very Pythagorean possibility of harmonious resonance of soul and world as well as, and especially in its more popular modes, posing the most effective threat to the rational dominion of the soul. Music in its breadth could be regarded as constituting a vital danger to philosophy, as the highest music beyond popular music and poetry, and consequently the practice of music threatened Plato's Socratic ideal of philosophy as the project of conceiving and living a well-ordered or examined or good life. As the greatest of erotics, to use Nietzsche's language, a seductively ironic Socrates left the world nothing but music without a text, naming philosophy the highest kind of music in a teasing gesture that closes off the rest of what had been ancient music, and it is for this reason that Nietzsche always links Socrates, along with Euripides, to the death of tragedy. Socrates, the amateur sleuth of the good, pretending incompetence and distraction as a ruse to convict, his interlocutors, a contemporary model would be television's Lieutenant Columbo, was notoriously fond of seemingly vulgar and simple allusions and oaths, as well as banal and pedestrian examples. We all know that the immortality of the soul is the theme of the Phaedo, where Socrates recounts his 11th hour musical exercises. And soul or not, the dialogue is all about the body beginning and ending, with strikingly graphic references and physical descriptions. The pathos of the body includes pain and feeling, especially erotic feeling. Thus the dialogue begins with Socrates sending away his wife, to spare himself, we are told, the unseemly sounds of her anguish. Scholars are quick to advert to the typically ironic foreshadowing of the later lamentation of Socrates' manly disciples at the dialogue's conclusion, ignoring the relevant detail of Xantippa's tacitly intimate support of his last earthly night, which she spends with him. The dialogue begins with his male friends waiting impatiently for morning light for his jailers to admit them. Xantippa is already within and is sent away, with the women of her household, when the men enter. In the same bodily context, and it is the same metaphor within a Platonic context, Socrates' fetters are loosened and Plato offers us the sight of Socrates rubbing his legs, a dissonantly homely image, not unlike the paradoxical picture of Heraclitus surprised by his admirers with his back to the kitchen stove. Socrates here remarks on the very Greek tension between pain and pleasure, and this resonantly erotic detail, by analogy, is likened to his death to come. We are further offered so many details of Socrates' death that it is possible to reconstruct the ancient etiological understanding of herbal pharmaceuticals, and we here refrain from commenting on the typically scholarly blush that accompanies any reference to the precise place where the poison rises to call forth Socrates' last words, referring to a debt, a rooster to be paid to Asclepius, god of healing. In this confessional context, Socrates reports that all his life he was persistently visited with the same unusual dream gur, repeatedly uttering an imperative caution. The oniric warning never varied, make music, phaedo. Throughout his life Socrates had always assumed that because philosophy itself represented the apex or culmination, hemixist mousaik, of the musical arts, phaedo, for his part, so he supposed, he had always already been in compliance with the dream's command, dedicated as he was to philosophy. But the recurrence of the dream remained a perplexity for him, and the circumstance of his death sentence brought him to rethink his lifelong interpretation of philosophy as music in the highest sense. And in an ironic gesture of superstitious appeasement that does not accidentally recall the pious preoccupations of Cephalus in the Republic, where Plato subjects music to the most stringent regulations, Socrates affirms that he casually turned to practice music in the commonly accepted sense, composing a hymn of praise to Apollo, together with a few common verses, construed from Aesop's fables. As the parallel with the Republic suggests, it is not difficult to extend this observation of Socrates' very musical achievement to the composition of the dialogue as playing the song itself, as Ernest Maclean has done much more esoterically. To take the Socrates of Plato's Phaedo at his word is to invert the order of indebtedness that is the pattern of its null irony. There is no challenge to the conception of philosophy as the highest music in the ultimate recourse to everyday musical kinds. Indeed, the triumphant point of the conclusion is reinforced by the lyre lessons West tells us Socrates takes at the end of his life, because, as West also tells us, like champagne to us, for the Greek, music is constantly associated with celebration. Given the Platonic representation of the body as the prison house of the soul, Socrates' causal reaction on the relation between pain and pleasure at the moment of his preliminary liberation from his fetters at the start of the dialogue foreshadows the ultimate Platonic ideal of liberation from the illusions of earthly life. And we end a similar parallel, again, between the vulgar practice of music, sacrificed by way of expiation to the noble healer god, Apollo, as the dream god, leader of the Muses, Musagetes, and the rooster Socrates asks Crito to sacrifice to the folk god of healing, Asclepius. Confessing a vain conviction in precise accord with Greek tradition, Socrates appeals to the popular practice of music. Thereby he exploits an exoteric image for the sake of his most consistent account of the priority of soul or pure form over body or sullying matter. But if we have learnt nothing else from Freud, it is the secret of the secret as confessed or betrayed in such an overtly provocative manner. And we wait for the second master of suspicion to hear Nietzsche wondering about the character of a Socrates who might have lived a life not dedicated to philosophy as the highest music but to the breadth of music as such. The thinker's consinity. Nietzschean discrimination and Nietzsche's aphorisms. Nietzsche may well be the philosopher most often associated with music and, as Ernst Bertram has argued and Kurt Paul Jans has demonstrated at length, Nietzsche's life was bound up with music. This is a literal claim in the case of the Nietzsche, who played piano with a passion and performative skill that captivated most of his contemporaries. Today we are surrounded by the technologies of musical reproduction, television, radio, on planes, in cars, elevators, waiting rooms, and personal or portable music systems, iPods and other MP players, cell phones, and organizers, as well as home theater in the sense of the total artwork of a surround sound setup or system. All such means of musical reproduction are seemingly ubiquitous. This was not so in Nietzsche's day, but that is, of course, not to say that there was less music. In particular, Nietzsche's involvement with music was an active one, playing, interpreting or else composing. Thus when Nietzsche suggests that we take his texts as his musical legacy to us, his meaning is less metaphorical than one would otherwise imagine. Indeed, Nietzsche's convictions in this regard were so deep and so early that he designed a title page vignette for his RST book, commissioning a woodcut engraving of Beethoven's Prometheus. As we have seen previously, in Nietzsche's eyes, his RST book was to have been a literal contribution to music. Is one thing. But how should we read Nietzsche's Thus Spoke Zarathustra as music? How do we begin to parse this book as a book of parables, modeled on the Bible, as so many commentators have informed us? Are the Gospels a kind of music too, or, more dangerously ironic than Socrates' Aesop, has Nietzsche merely set the New Testament in, much too free, verse? Or, as more than one commentator has told us, is Nietzsche's Zarathustra not much rather modeled on Wagner's Ring? To give the question of the self-declared musicality of Nietzsche's texts another edge, how do we read Nietzsche's claim in his self-criticism of his RST book, as this descriptive assertion could catch the exactly poetic sensibilities of Stephen George, it should have sung, this new soul and not spoken. BT 3. To answer these questions I have elsewhere had recourse to a borrowed metaphor, in the somewhat conceptually dissonant term, consinity. I take the term in its very harmonic musical sense, largely often to the sense of the Latin consinitas as rhythmically attuned diction. Rhetorical consinity resounds in the well-rounded or happy phrase. The derivatively architectural sense of consinity belongs to or is part of the original term employed by Cicero and Seneca to indicate the successful musicality of expression. But where one may speak of music as liquid architecture and where Nietzsche insisted on architectural resonances to describe his definition of the grand style, the term consinity evokes its own architectonics in addition to its rhetorically musical dimensionality. This properly architectural significance originates with Alberti's definition of consinity as the coordinate harmonization of naturally divergent or contrasting parts. The need for such musicality in reading, and thought, is not gurative, or allegorical and so able to be conceived as an isolated interpretive turn, but a literal, i.e., textually explicit, requirement. Indeed, a musical reading is ultimately, tropologically, a fundamental prerequisite for a resonant hermeneutic of the aphorism written, as Nietzsche writes, and he declares that he so writes, in a reader-ironizing counterpoint. And on Nietzsche's authors or compositional side, such a musical or aphoristic style supports or enables an account of the world without truth, without event, without remainder. For the reader's part, a specifically musical attunement will be needed just to follow, to read, Nietzsche in his textual ventures. Without a musical reading, Nietzsche offers only contradictions and logical infelicities, at best a kind of poetry for philosophers with a taste for it, at worst, sheer nonsense. Nietzsche quite literally plays philosophical perspectives upon philosophical perspectives, conceptual scheme upon conceptual scheme. Yet most immediately relevant because most pernicious, the same musical character also quite deliberately, as we have seen previously, quite complicitly, renders his text liable to misunderstanding through simplistic or short-sighted or and consequently inadequate readings. Miss or short readings exemplify the connection between the aesthetic nihilism that inheres in the pathos of truth and the interpretive truth of truth, the truth of illusion, or the truth of the world as will to power. The elusiveness of Nietzsche's style derives from the specifically Heraclitean and intrinsically musical tension of his aphorisms. In virtue of this literally compositional tension, the aphorism can and must be read against itself. In other words, the music of Nietzsche's aphoristically composed text inevitably plays upon both sides of the listening/reading dynamic. The advantage of what I call a concinnous or musical reading is manifestly useful for the interpretation of any aphorism, any rhyme, any joke, but such a musical reading is indispensable in the case of Nietzsche's aphorisms. Falling short of the aphorism's music, deaf to the resonance of the text, the prosaic reader, like Socrates' uncomprehending vision of the music of tragedy, not only fails to get it as we say, but as a failure unawares. Such an error is thus incorrigible. This does not mean that Nietzsche will not be understood. It turns out that it is no kind of philosophic achievement to get a sense of Nietzsche's meaning in contrast, say, as the scholar Erich Heller years ago RST noted, with Kant. Despite Nietzsche's constant anxiety regarding his posthumous reception, not only does he seem to be read today, with readers far beyond those claimed by most philosophic authors, but it also seems to be a simple matter to understand, or at least to read Nietzsche. And to be sure, there is truth in this common-sense judgment. As we have already noted, every Nietzschean aphorism has several points to spare. This characteristically Nietzschean excess tends to guarantee that any reader, whatever their level of hermeneutic, philological, or philosophical competence, may rightly presume at least a partial notion of the text. Nietzsche's esotericism is not exclusive, it works by including. Thus Martin Heidegger shakes his head in aggravation and annoyance, and a book for everyone becomes a book for no one. Such an esoteric style is articulated by means of the aphorism that, precisely in its musical expression, distinguishes readers and readings by making the distinction one that functions or works on the reader's part. This is also why, throughout the course of his life, Nietzsche hoped that he might nonetheless sh for the right readers, using the hooks of his writing to do so. Prelude to a Philosophy of the Future, cf. KGB. The musical dimensionality of Nietzsche's aphoristic style is consequently capable of instigating an ironic reversal or provocative inversion. Of best intentions, this is the reactive core of esoteric Protestantism. Thus, bristling in a forest of related aphorisms in Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche warns, he who ghts with monsters should look to it that he himself does not become a monster. And when you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss gazes into you. BGE. Wermit ungeheuren Kampfeed, Magazin, das nicht dabei zum ungeheuer Word. Und wenn du lang in einen Abgrund blickst, blickt der Abgrund auch in dich hinein, KSA. Without hearing its resonantly rhetorical English, without a specifically attuned or musical reading, the reader may indeed catch Nietzsche's reference to monsters and the danger of the abyss while still missing his emphatic melancholy. To take Nietzsche's words atly or atomistically, as logically ranged terms and not as the reticulated elements of a provocatively framed aphorism, is to obscure their inherent backward, and rhythmically musical, reacts. And it is no accident that a number of readers offer interpretations assuming that the monstrosity of the abyss is a specific or accidental and hence avoidable enemy, and that the point of the statement is tactical avoidance rather than a word confessing the inevitable entanglement of engaging corruption or evil. The threat of the abyss thus becomes yet another threat to modernity, a thing to be banished with the light, a monster lurking in the closet, a fault to be paved or smoothed over with the landau of values. But for Nietzsche, and this is the Kantian dimension that would most intrigue Heidegger, the knower's confrontation with the abyss inevitably admits the abyss in the knower. All engagement is relational. Like the backward and forward relationality of Nietzsche's reconstruction of the human subject poised by and not merely posing the object of judgment, there is a coordinating movement inherent in the progress of verse and music. Correspondingly, and this is important, a musical reading is impossible unless the reader holds with, as one must when listening to, reading, a poem or a piece of music the beginning through to the end. A similar interpretive dynamic accounts for the typically attended reading of the warrior's maxim listed at the start of Twilight of the Idols. From the military school of life, and which continues, "What does not kill me makes me stronger," eros and maxims. Here, the prose or routine reading overshoots the emphatic prelude as context. One reads Nietzsche's contention as literally prosaic truism. Nietzsche, one takes it, says the same thing as any military or personal sports trainer might say: what doesn't kill one, makes one stronger. This too includes a challenge against the declaration. And the title of the maxim, the one for whom such a personal rule might be supposed, offers a backward echo, from such a perspective, on strength and intensification, but also compulsion, blind loyalty and humiliation, it is said, and said from within. A military mode, that what doesn't do one in, leaves one better off or makes one stronger. Or so the tired veteran hears the tale told from Pericles' Athens to Lincoln's Gettysburg, and still today in every man's army. Nor is it untrue as such, rather it is only and exactly half true, just as to be half dead is also to be half alive. On matters military, Archilochus, reclining on his spear to drink in a dialectic reaction poised with this very posture, muses on the attunement of two truths held in balance. For the RST, some science sports my splendid shield, I had to leave it in a wood, but saved my skin. Well, I don't care, I'll get another just as good. What is then usually rendered in helpful translation as living to GHT another day, promises another kind of restitution or payback. The more suitable leaving present Archilochus threatens for his future return can only be dealt from a mercenary's perspective beyond the military school of life. Nietzsche's Kriegschule des Lebens captures the brutality of the training ground from the vantage point of an irony that goes beyond it. For another example, in a provocatively brief declaration, a two-point epigram is offered against the iconic image of truth: all truth is simple. Is that not a compound lie, eros and maxims? In this case, the epigram undoes itself overtly, but here, as it may be claimed in every Nietzschean stylistic case, without dissolving the original contrast. And it is this original contrast that matters. Taking up the musical sense of the aphorism keeps both its subject matter and its development as parts of a whole. Thus positions, statements at variance with one another, are not simple contradictions but contrapuntal. The terminological contrast need not be taken literally but can be read metaphorically here, as music, balanced exactly in their opposition in the backstretched connection Heraclitus long ago compared to that found in the philosophic bow of life and the musical lyre. Nietzsche named music the intimation that perhaps the solution to the suffering of existence was not its redemption, religion, or alleviation, modern science, but its intensification, in the Roche, the intoxicated play of the Dionysian, standing as the frozen music of the grand style, a name for a life ventured or vaulted in time. We have seen that, like Hölderlin, on whom he was dependent for so many things, Nietzsche too underscored the meaning of tragedy as joy. Borrowed from Hölderlin, it is this solution that Nietzsche articulates throughout, especially in the second half of the book, the part that is usually read in terms of its associations with and hence its debts to Wagner, and rather less, but more importantly as it should be read, in aesthetic terms. On these terms, Nietzsche challenges Aristotle's understanding of the pleasure of the tragic work of art. In a two-line poem to Sophocles, we hear Hölderlin's insight: many have sought, but in vain, with joy to express the most joyful. Here, Nally, it speaks itself out in sorrow to me. Wir versuchten umsonst, das freudig Saint freudig Zeussagen, hier spricht endlich es mir, hier in der Trauer sich aus. This poem to the genius of tragedy illuminates Nietzsche's conclusion to his RST book. But Nietzsche shows how this joy, this poet's joy, can work, and it will do to hear Beethoven just as Nietzsche writes to Wagner in the RST preface to, in order to hear what our eyes tell us in the vignette Nietzsche includes of Prometheus Unbound. It is music that Nietzsche brings to illustrate how tragedy can work on us, with joy to say the most joyful. This is why Nietzsche has recourse to the example of musical dissonance, and this dissonance shows us experientially the pleasure of the tragic work of art that is not a melodrama of modern dramatic tragedy and not the purgative expression of grief and fear. Tragic sorrows can work as joy because Nietzsche and DS their counterpart in the structure of music, exactly in the dynamics of musical dissonance. Not metaphorically, but literally, in dissonance, the greatest pleasure of music, Nietzsche and DS Hölderlin's joy, a joy that is more Beethoven if it is still Wagner, a joy that is Bruch, and a joy that might have been consummate for Nietzsche in Mahler or Messiaen. The special case for Heidegger's musical style, blessing muses. If I have argued that what Nietzsche calls reading with one's ears, and I name concinnity, is indispensable for reading Nietzsche, I have also argued that a philosophical reading of the Heidegger who links poetry with thinking must be no less musically accented. So much follows as well from Steiner's reading of Heidegger's poetic voice. Where Heidegger invokes the nearness of thinking and poetry, the saying, or ringing of the same that is said in silence is the inherently musical silence of Heidegger's favorite emphasis, the caesura. And this is the key to the musical serialism of Heidegger's style. Such a musical reading may enable us to go beyond both the seductive resonance of Heidegger's text, as Steiner, as we have already seen in chapter, sensitively characterizes its esoteric dimension, following Löwit and Arendt but also echoing Gadamer, as well as its well-publicized cognitive opacity. The musical cadence of Heidegger's philosophic expression, reacting and keyed to a rhythm of instigative and recuperative concepts, is an integrally stylistic aspect of Heidegger's thinking. The same rhythm tunes the musical attention essential to his thought. I shall later return to the claim that precisely as musically styled, Heidegger's text counters the mesmeric aspect Steiner calls the dark side of Heidegger's orality. This musical energy of Heidegger's thought may be heard not just by listening to recordings of the aged Heidegger speaking but, as Steiner underlines and as he for his own part confirms, simply by reading the text out loud. Apart from attending to the musical logic of Heidegger's writing style, Steiner adverts to what he regards as the lack of a literally specific musical reference as a tactical, damaging deficiency in Heidegger's text. Recalling, but not invoking, the Augustinian example of musical experience, and the character of time, where immediacy, recollection, and anticipation are often inextricably fused, to illustrate Heidegger's conceptions of human being and of human temporality, Steiner's initial reading conjoins the experience and the meaning of, the essence of, music. In music being and meaning are inextricable. They deny paraphrase. But they are, and our experience of this essentiality is as certain as any in human awareness. Yet this music, as Steiner himself underscores, all the while contesting it, is not lacking in fact. In its dynamic design, Heidegger's text works both in anticipation and in return, projecting, catching or recollecting what is deliberately, provocatively let fall by the spoken cadence of the text. Such music adumbrates the textual work of Heidegger's philosophic world. If the musicality of Heidegger's text is not exactly not his life as music was Nietzsche's life, nevertheless it characterizes Heidegger's style. Thus the musicality of both Heidegger's and Nietzsche's texts embody the specifically resonant ethos of philosophy, as a musical ethics for philosophers in Artabius, where just this last relation or affinity constitutes the precondition for any kind of answering harmony. Indeed. But what of music as such, real music? Is this no more than a metaphor for philosophers, as Plato RST tells us, the same Plato who dutifully destroyed his compositions for the sake of the higher music-making that is philosophy? Am I not a similarly dutiful acolyte in the school of Socrates, reviewing the music of philosophy by way of an analogy with the music of music, the highest music, the Platonic tuning of the soul? Are these not toneless, even dead words? What about real music? What ringing sounds in Heidegger's silence? Is it Cage's piano concerto played on the radio and not even as a concert performance for the ears of a misdeed but therefore captivated Adorno? And much can be said of this exigent frustration of Adorno's relation to postmodern music and even to jazz. Can one use the metaphor of silence to speak not only of language, as Heidegger does, but also of music? At least one scholar has made the argument that Cage, for example, offers us the way to hear Heidegger's peal of stillness, the snow that soundlessly strikes the window late in the day when the vesper bell rings. Manifestly the side of common sense works against Heidegger's expression of language, and I have now extended it to include music, as ringing silence, and yet it is important to note that for all the Doric spareness of his style, Heidegger had already adverted to the problems of denning language in this fashion. At the beginning of his essay on language, Heidegger adverts to the commonplace quality of this problematic, by conceding that to talk about language is presumably still worse than to write about silence. How is it possible to hear the restrained music of a speaking and a thinking that bids us above all to the reserved, anticipatory restraint that as aesthetic hearing holds back its own saying? And we need to ask because for Heidegger, hearing keeps itself in the listening by which it remains appropriated to the peal of stillness. Reading the stylistic strategies of cadence, being and time and what is called thinking. Heidegger's style is characterized by its clearly didactic structure, proposition, intensification, and recuperation, which we know as retrieve. Advancing a particular position or interpretation against the tradition, this is the moment of a provocatively charged or audacious anticipation. Heidegger draws out or intensifies the paradoxes of his own position, this is its deliberate falling out. Thus again, to talk about language is presumably even worse than to write about silence. Precisely for the benefit of the reader's reaction, the working cadences of this deliberately emphatic admission intensifies the text. This moment in turn develops a convicted or properly hermeneutic recollection or return, which Heidegger calls retrieve. In this triple stylistic turning, prelude, cadenced conviction, and return, the anticipation, work, and resolution of Heidegger's expression is plainly announced in his own text. Where Heidegger poses his claim and then lets it fall, even heightening its fall, Heidegger addresses what is troublesome for a reader's expectations. Continuing to intensify or push the tradition-specific dissonance of his own pronouncement, contra-anticipations, Gadamerian prejudice, Nietzschean convictions, Heidegger's elaborating intensification, or cadence, carries the RST assertion to an extreme, and not only, as Jacques Lacan might have said, so that there will be no mistake about it. Finally, we can see the sense of what Heidegger calls the retrieve, recuperating the thusly charged and now elaborated expression for his own thought. This last recuperation returns the project in the direction of the tonality to be heard, apart from but also through the ambiguity of language or thoughtful expression. To illustrate the rhythmic textual or musical moments of anticipation, intensification, and return, I refer to the very last section of Division I of Being and Time just because the section reviews truth, which is not incidentally the most important conception in the Western intellectual, philosophic and scientific tradition, the kind of being which truth possesses, and the presupposition of truth, sc. Here, Heidegger had already, in the context of the tradition and the phenomenological hermeneutic articulation of truth, explained truth as uncoveredness, trademark Kia. Thus, in summary, descent, as constituted by disclosedness, is essentially in the truth, ibid. The anticipatory provocation in this concluding summary is already prepared and is thus highlighted. There is truth only in so far as descent is and so long as descent is. Ibid. This provocative assertion means, Heidegger explains, that entities are uncovered only when descent is and only so long as descent is, ibid. Readers with an understanding of truth as a coordinate function, or correspondence, between knower and the known are thus confronted with Heidegger's intensification of his analysis of truth, advancing the full implications of the claim that, as Heidegger had earlier expressed it, entities discovered in the world would in this sense only be uncovered for descent as being in truth in a secondary sense, while what is primarily true that is uncovering is descent, sc. This claim now resounds in all its dissonance for the ear of a traditional sensibility to the received meaning of truth, especially scientific truth. The intensification carries Heidegger's Kantian investigation of truth to the ontically current order of scientific discourse. Just because this resonance will be especially important in the so-called later Heidegger, it is important to note that the cadence here resounds against the whole philosophic/scientific tradition of the value of theoretical truth and of its ontological locus as perdurant in time. Newton's laws, the principle of contradiction, any truth whatever these are true only as long as Dasein is, and only as long as Dasein is. Before there was any Dasein, there was no truth, nor will there be any after Dasein is no more. For in such a case, truth as uncoveredness cannot be. Before Newton's laws were discovered, they were not true. SZ. This remarkable cadence, a cadence as it falls out against the metaphysical ideal of objective, out there now, real truth, is however recuperated, or given an ameliorative interpretation by an almost immediate return, where Heidegger observes that nothing concerning the falsity of these same laws follows from such a reserve concerning their truth. Thus to say that in advance of their discovery, Newton's laws were not true does not claim that they were false once upon a time. Such a proposition or claim would belong to the same accounting or register of formal truth, and Heidegger means to go beyond this register. Using the same turns against the reader's expectations and the scholar's assumptions, Heidegger had earlier adumbrated the meaning of the claim that being is given with Dasein, only as long as Dasein is. Is there being, SZ? That this is an ontological and exactly not an ontic claim is recollected in two parenthetic moves. Being, that is, not entities, is dependent upon the understanding of being, that is to say reality, that is, not the real, is dependent upon care, ibid. And Heidegger employs the same redemptive, cautionary strategy, to say that in advance of Newton his laws were neither true nor false, cannot signify that before him there were no such entities as have been uncovered and pointed out by means of those laws, SZ. What this conviction suggests in terms of scientific discovery and understanding is now simply that through Newton the laws became true, and with them, entities became accessible in themselves to Dasein, ibid. Thus the disclosure yielded by Newton's scientific discoveries illuminates the domain of physics as the lighting up of the kind of understanding that the poet Milton could celebrate, and because once entities have been uncovered, they show themselves precisely as entities which beforehand already were. Such uncovering is the kind of being that belongs to truth, ibid. To read this passage, we need a musical reading that does not revert to thinking the truth of what is out there divorced from and apart from the knower, understood above all as perdurant both anterior to and subsequent to discovery. Such a divine notion of the truth, what was, is, and shall be, has nothing to do with the positive qua precisely contingent and positional disclosure of Dasein's truth in reality, where for Heidegger, all truth is relative to Dasein's being, SZ. Because of the nature of truth, this relationality is phenomenological in Kant's sense, it is not reducible to the claim that truth is subjective. Truth is rather what enables an encounter with the entities themselves. Neither is this to be reduced to the suggestion that Dasein engenders truth. For Heidegger, truth is only in so far as Dasein is, and given truth's equiprimordiality of being, not entities, is something which there is only in so far as truth is, SZ. Where Heidegger invokes the nearness of thinking and poetry, the saying or ringing of the same that is said in silence may now be recognized as the inherently musical silence of the caesura Heidegger adapts from Hölderlin in a precisely archaic or Greek dimensionality. It is no accident that Heidegger links silence with speech in its most ethical dimension. Thus the later lecture course was Heißt Denken? Not only offers an acoustic resonance in the German of the title, an elusiveness that cannot be heard in the English, what is called thinking, but exemplifies the work's stylistic advance. It also turns reexively on a reading of Nietzsche, where Heidegger writes, in a fashion that was to inspire Derrida's stylistic appropriation of the same trope, we ask, what is called thinking, and we talk about Nietzsche. Beyond what Heidegger names one-track or academic thinking Engelsich Denken, Heidegger's style of writing is sustainedly pedagogic. Thus our reading of the musical dynamic of Heidegger's argument provokes as the effect of a deliberate shock. This is the didactic dynamic of a claim dropped contrary to expectations, clashing with ordinary philosophic assumptions. It is well known that Heidegger's scholastic strategy famously backfires. It leads, at one extreme, to frustration and, at another and more consequent extreme, to violent denunciation, and yet I argue here that it can also teach the forbearance that we need, after Nietzsche, for the sake of the poetic renunciation that Stefan George invokes in order to say what Hölderlin meant by observance. The three-point strategy, provocation or prelude, intensification or conviction, return, works against what Heidegger regards as the ordinary tendency of scholarly thickness, one-sidedly dogmatic statements heard and perceived as such by thinkers locked into one-track thinking. In this serially musical strategy, Heidegger does more than remind us that we need, as Nietzsche likewise emphasized that we need, to learn to think. The pronouncement that we are still not thinking, WT, is not tuned to a key of melancholy and despair even if it is not a piece of optimism. If the assertion nevertheless seems tuned in a negative and pessimistic key, ibid, Heidegger argues that this appearance results from the present circumstance of the failure of thinking. This turns Heidegger from an attention to the keynote to the character or resonant way in which this tuning speaks. Here Heidegger's musical allusion is overt. Way here means melody, the ring, and tone, which is not just a matter of how the saying sounds, ibid. Reacting on the paratactic framing of Parmenides' nomon needful, the saying also thinking to, being, to be, WT. Heidegger illuminates the same ringing silence, we call the word order of the saying paratactic in the widest sense. For the saying speaks where there are no words, in the eld between the words which the colons indicate, WT. For Theodor Adorno, what Heidegger here invokes as the paratactic character of philosophic discourse at the origin of logical reasoning itself captures the modern essence of atonal music. But for Adorno this essence resonates in Hölderlin's poetry. Thus Adorno writes, Hölderlin's method, steeled by contact with the Greek, is not devoid of boldly formed hypotactic constructions. Parataxes are noticeable as elaborate disturbances that deviate from the logical hierarchy of subordinating syntax. Hölderlin is irresistibly drawn to forms of this sort. The transformation of language into a concatenation, the elements of which combine in a manner different from that of judgment, is a musical one. This paratactic approach now affords us another musical style, the serial modernism of Heidegger's reactions on the participial construction of blossoming, taking blossoming together with owing, being together to catch the mutual relation, the backward/forward movement of the participial form as musical. Once serialism is counted in place of the paratactic tact of Heidegger's reading of Parmenides, the answer to what is called thinking may be sounded forth. Thinking means, lettingly before us and so taking to heart also, beings in being, WT. And so taking to heart also. As an atypical tonality, a musical serialism in Heidegger's philosophical voice teaches us to interrupt our own always already knowing. In this interruption, we are literally compelled to take a step back, turn to another beginning, and in this way, but only as a sheer and fading possibility, we may yet come to hear Heidegger's resonant word, as the melos of the appropriative event. Saying for Heidegger is the mode in which appropriation speaks, WT. Saying speaks in every word, saying speaks in silence, and most particularly as the event of appropriation, as what catches us up, as eros, in the melos of the song that in saying speaks. Expressing the way in which we might be so appropriated as the melos of eros, the melodic mode, the song which says something in the singing is the frame of song, arraigned as what lets be, what lauds, all present beings, allowing them into their own, their nature, ibid. Silence can be the kind of attunement in its ringing, its tolling knell or breath, that holds itself out, not sounding what it already knows but seeking an attending, listening word in reply. Such an attunement attends to language, to nature itself, or philosophy. For to say, as Hölderlin says, that soon we shall be song proposes the possibility of a musical hearing, the song of praise or wonder that is the sounding shock of wonder, the ringing silence or dazzled mien of philosophic thought broken open at its inception. Hölderlin in Venice. Beyond the limits of literary and historical accounts of Hölderlin's Ignorance on Nietzsche, which we have already begun to explore with regard to Nietzsche's sensibility to music and sound as well as with regard to the originally archaic meaning of music, it is important to review the musical dimension of Hölderlin's Ignorance on Nietzsche, especially given Hölderlin's own attunement to the dimension of sound. Pindar's Shining Paean, Memory and Metaphor. In April/May, Nietzsche cites a crucial poem from Hölderlin in his early philological notebooks, a citation followed by two shorter verses from Goethe. Reacting on the locus of Pindar's metonymic image of the lambent paean, entitled Nachtragsüder Pain des Eldegrim Fs., the entry as a whole explores a motif that would occupy Nietzsche's greater creative powers throughout his life. In this case, the compound Gur exemplifies the mutually inveigling metaphors of light and sound, the one coloring the other. Nietzsche's treatment of this theme here also included a reference to the sounding wonder of Memnon's statue at sunrise, a mythic Gur he later invokes to explain the power of tragic drama as a reversed penumbra of lucid beauty cast like a veil over what he never fails to describe as a glance into the abyss. The later reference, given in, begins with a subtle and wonderful allusion to tragic dance, the greatest strength remains merely potential, betrayed in the exhibility and abundance of movement bt, and addresses the paradox of tragic insight and dark terror. The Hellenic poet touches the sublime and terrible Memnon's column of myth like a sunbeam, so that it suddenly begins to sound in Sophoclean melodies, Ibid. Beyond the wondrous vision of a sunbeam attuned to the resonant frequency of an Egyptian monument of an unknown order, Nietzsche's early study explored the metaphoric attunement of the senses, closely related one to another in an often manner, like smell and taste, he writes, are the senses of sight and hearing, fs. Tracing this similarity to the common transmission of light and sound, through oscillations, or as waves, Nietzsche focuses on this affinity as it appears in folk myth and poetry, illustrating the sensible resonance of light and sound. In the poetic tradition, the metaphors for the one enhance rather than contradict the other, and because of this resonant coincidence, Nietzsche recalls Apollo as a divinity of light and a sun god and, at the same time, as the discoverer and lord of tone, Ibid. Declaring that it was altogether in the Greek spirit that Hölderlin sung, fs. Nietzsche goes on to cite Hölderlin's Sonnenuntergang, and it is essential to repeat this in German to illustrate its acoustic Ignorance on Nietzsche. Wo bist du? Trunken Dämmert die Seele mir. Von aller deiner One, den Ebenists. Das ich gelot, wie, goldner Ton. Weil, der Entzucken Sonnenjungling. Sen Abendlied auf himmlisker Layer spielt, es Tanten rings die Walder und Hügel nach. Asterisk. Goethe, as Nietzsche observes, also mixes or plays the terms for one sense into those of the other. A similar intuition is evident when the sage reports that the sun rises with a great sound in the early morning, or as Goethe says, clear to spirit ear rebounding / knell of day's renewal sounding, fs. Without meaning to deny the crucial ignorance of Goethe on Nietzsche's thinking, my claim here will be that in contrast with Goethe's exemplary value for Nietzsche, Hölderlin's role in Nietzsche's thinking. Asterisk. Where are you? Dazzled, drunken my soul grows faint / and dark with so much gladness, for even now / I listened while, too rich in golden / sounds, the enraptured youth, the sun god / intones his evening hymn on a heavenly lyre, all round the hills and forests re-echoed it. And writing echoes far beyond Nietzsche's early reaction on the resonances of light and sound. A jubilant expression of the soul's intoxication, a tribute of longing for a vanished god, the elided ellipsis continues. Doch fern ist zu frommen Volkern, / die in nach Ehren, hinweggegangen asterisk. Hölderlin's song to Apollo anticipates Nietzsche's description of the beautiful dream birth of Apollonian vision, and both Hölderlin and Nietzsche pair music with the comfort of the dream. The sustained resonance of this early encounter with Hölderlin continues throughout Nietzsche's life, articulated by a patently acoustic or musical ignorance. The golden tone of the setting sun in Hölderlin's poem resounds throughout the spirit and the substance of Nietzsche's poem To Venice in Ecce Homo, reacting the image and locus of music but also giving Nietzsche's most arresting poetic voice to the soul's pain and its song as it calls to be heard. Nietzsche's youthful exercise lists almost the whole of Hölderlin's Sonnenuntergang. Like the RST ray of sunlight tuning Memnon's mythic statue, I argue that Hölderlin's poem had a profound influence on Nietzsche. In this sense, Hölderlin's poem would remain with him until Nietzsche drew on this memory in the best poem he would ever write, composed less to address the golden glory of the setting sun, calling over Hölderlin's wooded hills, although the time of day is not far distant, but a song to the magic of the violet, bronzed night of the Italian city of bridges. The RST song was sung as an echo to recall an imaginary friend, as the poet Hölderlin was supposed in the place of such a friend in Nietzsche's 17th year. The later song would be sung in the wake of the death of Nietzsche's one-time patron and one-time friend, the musician and poet, Richard Wagner. We hear and read the connection between Hölderlin and Nietzsche in the drunken, shadowed, glimmering of the soul in Nietzsche's Venetian poem, offering a nearly verbatim tonal recall of Hölderlin's song To the Setting Sun. Nietzsche's song, which is plainly an evening song, what Nietzsche classified in his notes as the troubadour serenus, is also, just as plainly in the present context, his plan, or planctus, that is, a song of mourning and melancholy, evening lights, and music. En der Bruchstand Jungstich in Braunernacht. Fern Herkam Gesang. Asterisk though far from here to pious nations / who still revere him by now he's journeyed. Goldener Tropfenquils über die zitternde Flachweg. Gondeln, Lichter, Musik trunken Schwams in die Dämmerung hinaus. Mein Ziel, ein Settenspiel, sang sich, unsichtbar Barbareit, heimlich ein Gondelied dazu, zitternd vor bunter Seligkeit. Hort Gemendier Ziu, asterisk. Seen in the light of Hölderlin's Sonnenuntergang, Nietzsche's Venetian poem offers a glimpse into the Nietzsche who so often turned his writing as a foil to deke the reader's reactions back upon the reader. Nietzsche's Venice poem opens into the soul's own converse with itself, an exposition that continues until its null reversal, marked with a caesura, here halting on an open note, and changing direction with its last, unished word, Hort Gemendier Ziu. Was anyone listening? Echoing Hölderlin, reacting the watcher, overhearing and overseeing distant drops of darkly shimmering gold, Nietzsche recalls the Stendhalian promise of the happiness he always imagined to lie just beyond his grasp, like his frustrated reception as a philosopher, or as a musician, a happiness waiting like a wanted friend, somewhere in the distance. An outsider, by default, the watcher on the bridge listens to a song from afar, gives no sign of his sense of isolation or of his responsiveness, and closes with the melancholy echo, is anyone listening? After Wo bist du? Where are you? The conclusion of Hölderlin's RST line, Trunken dammert die Seele mir drunken, glimmered my soul, reappears in Nietzsche's conclusion to his RST strophe, Trunken schwams in die Dämmerung hinaus. Drunken it swam out into the gloom. The golden sound of sunset is the sound of transfigured light, changing to evening twilight and to night, echoing in the brown and burnished dark. In its place and its time at the end of day, Nietzsche's song in the City of Bridges reprises the occasion of Hölderlin's tone-setting answer to the deep resonance of the sunset and the image now heard in Venice, replying, calling again for an echoing song. Asterisk lately I stood at the bridge / in the brown night / from afar there came a song, / a golden drop, it swelled / across the trembling surface. / gondolas, lights, music / drunken it swam out into the gloom. / my soul, a stringed instrument, / invisibly touched, sang to itself / secretly a gondola song, / trembling with sparkling blessedness. / was anyone listening? Why I am so clever. We hear not merely the same sonorities in the words of the two distant poems, Hölderlin's Goldener Tone / Vol, in golden tone / full in Nietzsche's Goldener Tropfenquils golden drops, it swelled or the same play of words and meaning hymnlisk / Seligkeit, Gelot/Zitternd, which resonant echo would be sufficient to suggest that Nietzsche had at least kept the memory of this poem at the heart of a life of thinking on music, but much more the O and the structure of the cited fragment bears comparison to the directed structure of Nietzsche's poem. Hölderlin writes, Den Ebenists, das ich Gelot, wie, Goldner Tonval, der in Zukunft Sonnenjungling sen Abendlied auf him Lisker Layer spielt, asterisk. In darker, browner evening, the same lyre play of Apollo's golden youth is transformed for Nietzsche into his very soul, and der Bruchstand/Jungstich in Brauner Nacht. The song heard from afar, Fernher Kamgesang, recollects Hölderlin's song as the echo of the swelling soul, trembling in its intoxication, now in a more liquid resonance in Nietzsche's Oud play of sound and golden droplets and the distant cradles of magical gondolas gliding beyond sight in the twilight. Goldener Tropfenquils über die zitternde Flachweg. Gondeln, Lichter, Musiktrunken Schwams in die Dämmerung hinaus. Nietzsche's entire soul resonates in attuned response to the golden drops welling on the surface, the gondolas, lights, and the music of the evening. Mein Ziel, ein Settenspiel, sang sich, unsichtbar bereit, heimlich ein Gondelied dazu, zitternd vor bunter Seligkeit. Star. For even now/I listened while, too rich in golden/sounds, the enraptured youth, the sun god/intones his evening hymn on a heavenly lyre. Lately I stood at the bridge/in the brown night my soul, a stringed instrument/invisibly touched, sang to itself/secretly a gondola song/trembling with sparkling blessedness. In this way, the most significant gondola song, answering more than the calls along the distant corridors of Venetian canals, would be the song between Hölderlin's poem To the Crown of the Day and Nietzsche's Twilight Song, answered in brown velvet. Like Nietzsche's image of the voices echoing from proximities that may only resound from mountaintop to mountaintop, which Heidegger later appropriated to exemplify the nearness of greatness, Hölderlin's call resounds in Nietzsche's soul. Thus we hear two poetic voices. Wo bist du? Where are you? Calls forth an answering song from Nietzsche leaning on his bridge in Venice, in the southern night of his own soul ein Settenspiel, a playing of strings, as Nietzsche names the accord of his soul singing a gondola song in reply to the one heard in the remembered tone, poised above the night waters of Venice on the bridge of life itself, in the pensive wake of Wagner's still present death, thus calling for a reply in turn hort jemand ihr zu. Was there anyone to hear it? Where Hölderlin and Nietzsche and Heidegger invoke the ideals of feast, celebration, and joy in precise connection with thinking or philosophy, Nietzsche's transfiguration of philosophy as a festival of thought, or art, plays between Hölderlin and Heidegger. This complex constellation as the dynamic play of affinity and ignorance regarding the manner in which Nietzsche's own writing, his poetic style, has been seen, after 100 years of complex and changing reception, to have transformed not only the literary possibilities of philosophic expression but the critical basis and essence of philosophy itself, and therewith, again, and only perhaps, the potential of what may be thought philosophy. Ignorance and interpretation. The musical resonances we have found here make it plain that Hölderlin's mark on Nietzsche was thus both brighter and more complex than Cosima Wagner's differently inspired report. Writing what this author regards as his most beautiful poem in Hölderlin's own tone, after a poem Nietzsche had RST inscribed in his early notes, a poetic recollection that he almost certainly knew by heart, we also know that he went so far as to pattern what he called his greatest work on Hölderlin's fragments for the tragic drama, The Death of Empedocles. But for the scholar, particularly for one entranced with reducing Nietzsche to his sources or to tracing out the serial frequencies of a search string, conducted with the aid of electronic resources, colligating the resources of more memory than coherence, Nietzsche seems to disappoint this same ignorance, a disappointment that may explain the limitations of today's source scholarship on Nietzsche and Hölderlin. For Nietzsche compromises Hölderlin in his notes about him the way Nietzsche compromises everyone and everything, very like Heidegger's notorious obscuring of the received line on the history of philosophy in favor of his own reading. An intriguing aspect of Nietzsche's protean style permits him to give the lie to his own posturing bravado as he speaks it, and for a man who comes to an end in a putative madness so many names similar to Hölderlin's own surmised destiny, This is exactly an excess of identification, reprising his early allusion to the spirit of Hölderlin's paean to the music of antiquity as late as Ecce Homo. We have already in an earlier context referred to Nietzsche's pretended enthusiasm. The text in question was a school assignment, for his Lieblingsdichter, October. This affection was expressed in the classicist's traditional exercise, a practice in pedagogic formation that can be traced back to its roots in Roman rhetoric, writing a Titius letter to a Titius friend, which Titius letter, in the regular or standard mode of Titius letters of the genre, Nietzsche appropriated from another source to begin with. As noted in chapter above, Nietzsche's dependence on handbooks and other source studies of rhetoric was by no means limited to his school days, as recent explorations of the importance for Nietzsche's lectures on the rhetoric of Gustav Gerber's Handbook on the Art of Speech have made clear. In the same context, we recall that the charge that Greece was less than original was well known in Nietzsche's times, and novel ideas are hardly in short supply, as the overburdened shelves at the Bureau of Patents would attest. For Nietzsche, as noted previously, the modern ethos of original and creative genius is misleading. Hence, to understand the usual thing that was philosophy in ancient Greece, Nietzsche referred to the very Greek ideal of culture: go get yourself a culture, only then will you find out what philosophy can and will do. Ptg. Nietzsche's attention to the singularly Greek capacity for learning was coupled with a reaction on timeliness. For Nietzsche, at the peak of mature manhood, as pursued springing from the ardent joyousness of courageous and victorious maturity, at such a period of their culture, the Greeks engaged in philosophy, and this teaches us not only what philosophy is and does, but also gives us information about the Greeks themselves. Ptg. This character makes all the difference in what would become Greek philosophy. For as well known as it was that the Greeks were able to and learn, a great deal from others, what Nietzsche challenged was the inevitability of merely derivative stature in consequence. Against the awkward search for philosophical origins, Nietzsche contended that the most developed or highest levels counted in all things. From this perspective, that is, original or not, the Greeks were nonetheless the originators of the archetypes of philosophic thought. No philosophic mind has made an essential contribution to them since. Ptg. Here, with the thumus of a 17-year-old, Nietzsche would betray not only an absorbing passion but a self-righteous, self-identifying, and thereby, it is to be thought, self-transfiguring reading of Hölderlin. Nietzsche's sympathy for Hölderlin's poetry and the famed Hyperion, including Hölderlin's less well-known drafts for a tragedy on what Nietzsche called the divine death of Empedocles, in many senses the basis for Nietzsche's Thus Spoke Zarathustra, is clear and manifest by reason of this same transparency, as numerous studies have attested. The same affinity suggests that Hölderlin's relationship to antiquity, including Sophocles and Pindar, taken together with a noble and tragic sensibility vis-a-vis the modern, recurs in Nietzsche's philological formation quite apart from his insightful polemic against the standard account of Hölderlin's unclarity and his disqualifying, quite disreputable, non-bourgeois madness. Today we are able to celebrate Hölderlin not merely as perhaps the most profound of poets, but thanks to Heidegger and, so I have been arguing, ultimately, thanks to Nietzsche as well, precisely from a philosophical perspective. From a historically analytic perspective, Dieter Henrich's contributions to this philosophic reading are to be set alongside others taking a more traditionally continental approach, such as Veronique Fati and Dennis Schmidt. But this was not always so. Hence in Nietzsche's day, that is to say, when there is any judgment at all, the then standard scholarly judgment of Hölderlin's poetry condemned it as obscure as Nietzsche's teacher Koberstein condemned Nietzsche's choice, in the same way and for the same reason that Heidegger's philosophy continues today to be popularly condemned. Similarly, Hölderlin's interest in antiquity, together with his pantheism, was rejected as less than properly or decently German or, in a historical solecism, relegated to the excesses and enthusiasms of Romanticism. In this way, Nietzsche's cribbed school letter outlines a plan Nietzsche does not abandon, notwithstanding its derivative origins and despite his teacher's critique, which Nietzsche never directly challenges. Taking this project further, it became David Strauss, confessor and writer, the RST of Nietzsche's untimely meditations, each of which, we recall, and not only the essay on Schopenhauer, may be counted as reprising the formative unions of his elective and effective educators, his Erzieher Numi. Here inverting the aesthetic claim against Hölderlin by showing its unthinking basis, Nietzsche outlines an early genealogy of what he will later name ressentiment, claiming that such critical denigration, as he will always claim and especially in his own regard, can reek to failure to comprehend the whole of an author's work. To understand Hölderlin, Nietzsche, to be able to talk about Hölderlin's, or Nietzsche's own, work, one needs to have read the whole of it, a hermeneutically philological prerequisite as Nietzsche liked to emphasize. Judging criticism in the spirit of inadequate reading in this fashion, Nietzsche identified a plain-minded barbarism in the negative judgments commonly made of Hölderlin, culminating in Friedrich Vischer's condescending account of the poet. Against Vischer, who had condescendingly suggested that what was tragically lacking in Hölderlin was a sense of humor, Nietzsche argued that what deans the Philistin turns out to be nothing less than a mocking sense of humor. The cultured barbarian captures the essence of Philistinism itself. This many readers will reject if only because this is not the laughing Nietzsche they know, the Nietzsche who teaches us to laugh at everything, as so many commentators have told us, the Nietzsche who, shades of Vischer himself, brings a sense of humor to philosophy. Beyond his mockery, Nietzsche also shared the same sobriety with Hölderlin, especially with regard to the past. Nietzsche identified cultural Philistinism as characteristic of contemporary German culture. By contrast with contemporary culture, this distant fantasy was Greece, here is what was and here is what is, and far more than historical methods and more critical than historical accuracies what can be lies shattered in the shadowy hiatus of thick and unthinking barbarism in the between that endures beyond the mere separation of time. Vischer's negative judgment of Hölderlin endured until fairly recently. Nor is it the case that this judgment simply vanished with Norbert von Hellengrath's publication of the late work of so-called madness, though, and to be sure, it began to change with the Stefan George Circle, if this change swung toward the Charybdis of all too excessive German-Nazi alliance, or, to name the philosophers Wilhelm Dilthey, who called Hölderlin a visionary, or Karl Jaspers, as the philosophical and scientico-medical counterpart to Stefan Zweig, exemplifying the lasting unions of psychoanalytic judgment, today derived at one extreme from Jacques Lacan by Jean Laplanche, originally, for Zweig and Jaspers, drawn from Freud and Jung. Today the luster or frisson of poetic madness continues to be taken for granted as Hölderlin's distinguishing characteristic. Still evident in both Hölderlin and Nietzsche's studies, such a romanticism of romanticism would mean that Hölderlin would bear the heroic mark of mantic, that is, divine enthusiasm. When one lives thus among gods, one's words are no longer understood by men. Scholars ranging from Albert Lang to Ernst Cassirer to George Lukács, would continue, and this tendency continues, gently enough, in David Krell and others, to tee Hölderlin into the quasi-divine, and given Socrates' discussion in the Apology and in the Phaedo, within the very philosophically respectable lineage of madness. The association with Nazism is the most pernicious among such persistent currents. Among other things, it is claimed that Hölderlin's hymn Germania was subjected to certain Ellis ions in order to be useful in a time of war. If Heidegger never made such an elision, his apostrophizing of Hölderlin's essence and rank, Dichter de Duchen, is nonetheless routinely read as if Heidegger were expressing a typical party or Nazi enthusiasm for the poet. Second only to Nietzsche, Heidegger was one of the RST scholars or philosophers to regard Hölderlin as poet without coordinately reducing his poetry, but as pathology or as divine characteristic, to madness. For Heidegger, and Schlechten, Hölderlin is the Dichter de Dichters, even if naming him as such arraigns him not only with Goethe and Schiller, Klopstock and Heine, Rilke and Behn, but above them all, as a poet's poet, a prince of the veritable word. Heidegger